am going to be reading part 1 of my book today, the first 270 pages. I started writing it when I was 15 years old. It's kind of like my VTuber lore and my character's backstory, and it takes place in his late teenage years. Viewer discretion is advised. My protagonist is 15 years old, and there's themes of abuse, psychological manipulation, lots of blood, death, loss, and themes of kidnapping. Context is important. My book is a tragic, Gothic horror fantasy novel, and it is not written to romanticize abuse or coercion in any form, especially towards minors. I pour a lot of myself into my protagonist. In my teenage years, writing was my escape from everything going on in my life. That being said, let's get started. Part 1. The Boy from Nowhere. Prologue. As Envis walked by, people pointed at him and whispered. They were not accustomed to the wild-hearted, as he was well aware. He overheard someone make a curious remark about his long, wild hair. Envis chuckled to himself, a hollow little sound, but kept walking. He knew why they gawked. He was different. He was on the shorter side for a boy, only standing at 152 centimeters. His long, wild curls brushed his shoulders, untamed. He was lean built with soft features, slender as a willow but solid as an oak after years of living wild. He donned a travel-worn deer-hide jack with the hallmarks of shoddy tailoring which strongly suggested he fashioned it himself. He had a small backpack and did not wear shoes. He had some half-ripped trousers that stopped short below the knee, tied at the waist with a rough-spun hemp sash made by his own hands. His trusty Crovel, Vromieruptor, rested in a loop on his belt, tapping his hip in rhythm with each step. Humans don't like it when something doesn't fit their trivial little molds. Most boys wore the same boots, the same hair, and spoke the same way. Not Envis. He walked as he pleased, dressed as he pleased, and lived as he pleased. And even though he tried to act like he didn't care, it still hurt to know that he would never be seen as anything more than an outcast. "Don't throw stones from a glass house," he muttered. "Now where's that inn?" He scanned the village's crooked row of buildings, searching for somewhere to rest his head. Gloomstead was hardly a village at all. 6 little shanties in the so-called inn, which was just a leaning shack with a hand-painted sign. Then he remembered he had no money. His fingers found a lone rusted gold coin in his pocket, the one he'd had for as long as he could remember. A good luck charm of sorts, or perhaps a cursed talisman. No matter how many times he spent it, it always seemed to find its way back to him. It felt dishonest, and Envis was not the sort to cheat people, even by accident. His ears twitched in annoyance as a hawker yelled about the scandalously low prices on his divine remedy tonics. Across the road, a butcher cleaned a hare, and the metallic smell of blood stung Envis's nostrils. Envis turned his gaze back to the decrepit little inn off the dirt road and wrinkled his nose in disgust at the musty smell of dry rotted spruce. Termites would have a field day in here. Envis pushed open the door and felt cold stone kiss his bare feet as he stepped over the threshold. The inn went quieter by degrees. A man paused with his tankard halfway to his mouth. A woman leaned in close to whisper into her friend's ear. At a corner table, a young hunter showing off his quiver fumbled badly enough that one of his arrows slipped loose and clattered against the floorboards. Who is she? No, that's a boy. Is he an elf? He looks half feral. Maybe he's a beast playing it otherwise. Envis kept walking as if none of it bothered him on the surface. It did internally, of course. It always did. But he had long since learned that if he flinched at every stare or muttered remark, he would spend his whole life bleeding for strangers who would never notice the wound. The inn smelled of apple cabbage stew, damp wool, wood smoke, and the stale ghost of spilled ale. A string of dried herbs hung above the hearth, blackening in the heat. A pair of muddy boots had been left beside the fire to dry, and a hound missing one ear lay beneath the table with one eye half open, watching him in old suspicion. Envis stepped up to the counter. Behind it stood a stout man with a grizzled beard and forearms like cured hams, polishing a tankard with a rag that looked dirtier than the cup. "You sure you're old enough to drink, youngster?" the man asked, arching one bushy brow. "By the green," Envis sighed, rubbing at his temple. "No, I'm 15, but that isn't what I'm here for. I'm looking for work." The innkeep studied him more carefully then. The road-worn hide jack, the bare feet, the Crovel at his hip, the sort of frame that looked too slight right up until you noticed the shoulders. "Work," the man repeated. Well, last I heard, the dust tiller's boy was taken by brigands. Ransom job. He set the tankard down with a dull clink. Ma and Pa put out a bounty, but folk around here have wives, sons, backs they'd rather keep unbroken. Boy hadn't seen his 11th winter yet. Something tightened behind Envis's ribs. The innkeep's expression turned graver as he looked him over. Careful you don't meet the same fate, boy. And if you're just passing through, you can put your head down on one of the tables for a spell. I won't trouble you for it. That softened Envis by a fraction. I appreciate your kindness, he said, and meant it. Then the corner of his mouth turned. But these brigands ain't never met a thing like me. Green embers kindled for a heartbeat behind his brown eyes. I'll take my chances. The innkeep let out a breath through his nose. Not quite amusement, not quite disapproval. Then stooped, fetched a sheaf of folded paper from beneath the counter and slid it over. The dust tiller house at the end of the road on the left. Cabbages out back. Can't miss it. He tapped the paper with a thick finger. Don't go getting yourself killed now, youngster. Makes for bad custom. Takes more than a few ne'er-do-wells to put me in the ground, Envis said with a smirk, taking the paper. I'll be fine. He turned from the counter and felt the room still watching him. His neck prickled. Most of the faces looked away when his gaze moved over them. But not all. The young hunter in the corner was still fumbling with his quiver. Red-eared now, trying and failing to look uninterested. Envis's mouth twitched. You. The hunter startled so hard he nearly dropped another arrow. Envis crossed to the table and stuck out a hand as if this had already been agreed upon. Want to make some money? The hunter blinked up at him, dumbfounded. Up close, he looked to be a few years older than Envis. Sun-browned, broad through the shoulders, dirty blonde hair falling into brown eyes that were trying very hard not to look nervous. His ears tapered gently to a point, enough to mark him, and enough, perhaps, to explain why he had gone quiet while the rest of the room muttered about Envis. The hunter glanced around the room, as if someone else might volunteer in his place. No one did. He said brilliantly. Okay, sure. Envis' smile brightened into something more genuine. Excellent. My name's Envis. The young man took his hand after only the briefest hesitation. His palm was warm, calloused, and damp with nerves. I'm Bragg Cinderfletch. Envis gave his hand a single decisive shake and let go. Lovely. You've got a bow and I've got a spade, and somewhere down the road there's a little boy who'd probably like not to die today. He jerked his head toward the door. Come on, Bragg Cinderfletch. Let's go earn ourselves a supper. Bragg stared at him for half a heartbeat longer, and snatched up his dropped arrow, shoved it back to his quiver, and rose to his feet. Behind them, the inn had found its voice again. Lower now, more intent. That wild one's serious. The elf's going with him? They'll come back in pieces. Or not at all. Envis pushed open the door and stepped into the cold light without another word. Behind him, after the briefest pause, Bragg followed. Chapter 1. Envis stretched his arms high above his head and hummed in contentment as the sunlight kissed his skin and gave back a gentle, golden warmth. It seeped into him the way a hearth's heat might seep into stone. Slow, honest, and welcome. Bragg walked at his side in a silence that seemed less peaceful than guarded, shifting his quiver every few steps as though he could never quite get it to sit right. You live here, Bragg? Nah, Bragg said shortly, keeping his eyes on the road. A breeze stirred the dust at their feet and carried with it the dry, earthy smell of cabbage leaves, chimney smoke, and winter creeping in from some far-off place. The silence between them stretched taut as twine. Envis glanced sideways at him. You're a chatty little Patty, aren't you? Bragg said nothing. After a moment, Envis's smile faltered at the edges. Right, he murmured, brushing a dark curl back from his face. The Dusktiller residence sat a little apart from the road behind, with a stick fence gone gray with weather. The house was modest, but well kept, with a thick thatched roof, smoke breathing in pale ribbons from the chimney, and neat rows of cabbage behind it like soldiers standing in green formation. Chickens scratched busily at the grass, chattering among themselves in little clucks as they hunted for beetles. A hoe leaned against the fence post. A child's little wooden sword, split down the middle, lay half buried in the dirt near the garden bed. That caught in Envis's chest before he quite knew why. Hey! He called, heading toward the fence with a spring in his stride. Hey, slow down, Bragg said, quickening after him. A man and woman turned from the garden rows and came to the fence. The man's shoulders were broad from field work, but his face looked pinched and sleepless. The woman had dirt on her apron and red around the eyes, as though she had already cried herself empty and found more tears still. "Mr. and Mrs. Dusttiller?" Envis asked. The man gave a curt nod. The woman turned her face partly away before she could even answer. Envis held out the folded paper from the innkeep. "My name is Envis of Nowhere. This is Brake Cinderfletch. We're here about your son." The man took the paper in rough, earth-cracked hands and scanned it quickly. Whatever little composure he had left seemed to fray another inch. Beside him, his wife's face crumpled outright. She pressed her knuckles to her mouth and made a small, wounded sound. "Our boy," the man said hoarsely, "Mikol wants to be a soldier when he grows up, always marching about with a stick in his hand, shouting orders at the chickens." His mouth twitched, but the ghost of a smile died before it fully formed. "Said he'd prove himself strong, tried to stand up to some bandits shaking us down for food and eggs." His wife let out a broken sob and turned into his shoulder. He put an arm around her automatically, like it had become the shape of his days. "They took him," he went on, voice rough as cartwheels on stone. "Dragged him off to their camp a league south, where they prey on travelers coming up the road. Said they'd ransom him back." Envis swallowed. "If you bring him home, we'll both give you 50 umbrialum slivers and all the produce we can spare." Envis and Brake looked at each other, and then back to the man. "We'll do our best," Brake said quietly. Envis looked past the fence at the little broken wooden sword in the dirt. "We'll bring him home before sundown," he said. The certainty in his voice made all three of them look at him. The woman began to cry harder. "Melike protect you both," the man said, nodding once. He turned his wife gently back toward the house before she could fully come apart there at the fence. Envis watched them go. Then he turned toward Brake and waited, the corners of his mouth pulling upward. Brake glanced at him, and then at the house, then back again. "What are you so smug about?" "Oh, nothing," Envis sighed long and theatrically as they stepped back toward the road, kicking through a little drift of leaves. "Just that we may die horribly. Well, not me, probably, but you very well could." "Are you sure you're like to come with me?" he asked, fluttering his lashes with shameless exaggeration. Brake snorted before he could stop himself, and a reluctant smile finally broke through. "There he is," Envis said at once, pointing at him. "I knew there was a person under all that silence." "You're a pest," Brake muttered, although the smile stayed. Envis punched his shoulder lightly. "And yet here you are." Brake rolled his eyes and let out a breath through his nose, but some of the stiffness had gone out of them. People continued to stare and whisper as the two made their way through Gloomstead, and Envis soon realized he was not the only one drawing impolite attention. "So, are you just passing through, or—" he began, eyeing Brake's tapered ears, as a pair of old women blatantly pretended not to do the same. Brake shifted his quiver higher on its sling. "I'm heading north to Mothric. Came up from Morrowind to the south." His hand brushed the curve of his bow on his back with absent affection. "I plan to open a market stall selling wild game. The tundra near Mothric is full of good hunting country. Elk, snowhare, white grouse, arctic fox if you know where to look. Just thinking about it gets me excited." He smiled then, and it sat well on him. "What about you?" Envis's gaze wandered to a hare that had sprung up from the grass at the roadside, all nervous ears and quick little breaths. "Drifting," he said at last. Brake glanced sideways. "Drifting?" Envis gave one shoulder a loose shrug. "I'm from Lathrok, down in the marshes." A small smile touched his mouth. "I want to be an alchemist. Open a little shop somewhere. Make remedies, powders, healing drafts, things that actually work." "Lathrok?" Brake's brows rose. "That far south? By the Gloomglades?" "The very same. You're a long way from home." Envis let out a hollow little laugh. "I don't have a home." Brake's expression softened with something dangerously close to pity. Envis saw it and smiled too quickly. "Nope," he said at once. "We are not doing that." He pointed between them as though laying down law. "No sad eyes, no solemn nodding, no you poor strange woodland creature. We've got an errand to fulfill." Brake huffed a quiet laugh. Envis took that as a victory and rolled his shoulders, already gathering himself back into motion. "It's only a league south, isn't it? Why don't we have ourselves a light little run? Stretch the legs, warm up for the scuffle. He tied his hair back into a messy half ponytail with practiced fingers. Unless, of course, you'd rather arrive winded and embarrassing. Briggs snorted. Yeah, alright. He drew in a deep breath and adjusted his quiver again. Let's go save this kid. Envis's grin sharpened. There he is. And with that, the two of them veered down the road, leaving Gloomstead's whispers behind them like burrs caught on old cloth. Cool air rushed against Envis's face as he ran, and his whole body answered it with joy. He felt strong, lithe, and unmistakably alive, his breath deep and even, his bare feet reading the road better than any boot ever could. Packed earth, loose gravel, the soft give of moss at the shoulder, each surface spoke differently beneath him, and he was well versed in their lexicons. He glanced over his shoulder. Bragg was half a dozen strides back already, panting and trying vainly to hide it. Come on, Bragg, Envis laughed. We haven't gone 1,000 meters and you're huffing like a dog in summer. As he said it, he sprang toward a roadside tree, planting one foot against the trunk, kicked off, and turned in a quick, graceful front flip before landing and falling back into stride as if it had cost him nothing. Envis, Bragg wheezed. I need a moment. Envis rolled his eyes, but the grin stayed, and he slowed to a stop. Bragg staggered off the road and braced a hand against the trunk of a birch, drawing in great, desperate lungfuls. Above them, yellowing leaves whispered in the wind. The fields beyond the road rolled in low autumn gold, and somewhere farther off a crow barked at nothing. Winter was coming. Envis could smell it in the air, sharp and thin as a knife just lifted from cold water. Here, Envis said, stepping closer. Put your arms up like this. Opens the chest better. He demonstrated, lacing his hands loosely behind his head. Helps you drag in more air. Bragg nodded and obeyed, then fumbled for the canteen at his belt and drank deep. After a second's hesitation, he held it out. Thank you. Envis took it with a smile and tipped back a few swallows. The water was cool and tasted faintly of metal. He handed it back then, because standing still clearly offended something in him. He jumped up, caught a low branch overhead, and hung there by his hands for a heartbeat. Bragg looked up at him in disbelief. Envis grinned. Then he pulled himself up once, smoothly, lowered himself down, went again. Envis, Bragg said between breaths. You're a menace. Envis went up again. Concur. By the 6th pull, his arms were beginning to burn pleasantly. By the 8th, there was a tautness in his shoulders that felt honest and earned. At 10, he let go, dropped cleanly into the grass, rolled over one shoulder, and sprang back to his feet in one fluid motion. I do get tired, he said, brushing his palms together. It just takes longer than most. Bragg stared at him for a moment, then shook his head with a laugh that still carried the tail end of his breathlessness. That's absurd. Envis's mouth curled. It's practical. He offered Bragg a hand and hauled him upright. The two of them set off down the road again, though this time at a pace Bragg could survive with dignity mostly intact. It's impressive, Bragg admitted after a while, adjusting his quiver strap again. The way you move, I mean. Like your body already knows what it wants to do before you do. Envis cast him a sidelong glance, then looked outward toward the sunlit tree line where the wind moved through the branches in rippling silver green. I can't stop moving, he said quietly. Keeps me out of my head. Bragg looked at him. Envis kept his gaze forward. My thoughts are black and gooey. The words came out stranger than he meant them to, but they were true. Bragg's expression softened. He reached out and placed a hand on Envis's shoulder, and Envis flinched before he could stop himself and shied half a step away from the touch. He shook his head too fast. I said too much. I'm sorry. I'm fine. All right, he said quietly. But don't be afraid to slow down once in a while. Envis said nothing for several strides. Then after some consideration, he gave a small nod. The road bent between a copse of birch and a low ditch full of reeds gone brown at the edges. A grasshopper sprang from the roadside as they passed. Somewhere nearby, something small moved through dead leaves with a soft, papery rustle. Then Envis stopped. His rusted coin chimed in his pocket. Not loudly, but just enough to make his pulse answer. What's wrong? Bragg asked, halting a few steps further on. Envis didn't reply at first. His hand slipped into his pocket, fingers closing around the coin. It was warm, warmer than it should have been, and he felt a small, insistent tug against his thigh, as though the metal wanted to lean. Not forward, to the right, toward a weathered stump near the edge of the ditch. Envis frowned and stepped off the road. Envis? Brake followed after him. What is it? The stump was old and half-silvered with age, its center split with rot and rain. Moss climbed one side in a velvet-green sheet, and a bracket fungus jutted out from the bark like a shelf of dead flesh. It's just a stump, Brake muttered. I don't... Envis held up one hand, silencing him. The coin tugged again. He crouched and ran his eyes along the back end of the stump until he found it. A narrow crevice hidden in shadow, just wide enough for a hand. His brows rose. Then he reached in. For one awful second, Brake looked as though he expected Envis to pull out a snake. Instead, Envis drew out a small leather coin purse, damp at the bottom from old rain, but intact. Brake's eyes widened. No way! Envis turned it over once in his hand, then loosened the thong and tipped its contents into his palm. 10 pale coins spilled out, smooth and faintly marbled, each one the color of old teeth left too long in the sun. Brake stepped closer, awe brightening his whole face. Muddy? How in the world did you know that was there? Envis looked down at the rusted coin in his other hand, then slowly closed his fingers over it. I didn't, he said quietly. Just a bit of luck, I suppose. He held up one of the pale coins between finger and thumb. Umbrialum tears, he said, made of petrified bone, worth 10 slivers each. Brake whistled under his breath. Envis counted half into Brake's palm without hesitation. Brake blinked. What? No, that's... We found it together, Envis said simply. Brake looked down at the pale discs in his hand and then back up at him with something akin to disbelief. You're odd, he said. So I've been told. Brake laughed and slipped the coins into his purse. Envis tucked the damp leather pouch in his bag, gave the stump one last thoughtful look, and rose to his feet. The coin had gone still in his pocket again, as though it had gotten what it wanted. Come on, Envis said, turning back toward the road. Let's not keep the dusk tillers waiting. And with that, the two of them moved on beneath the thin autumn sun, road stretching south ahead of them like a promise with teeth in it. After some time, the air changed. Smoke, roasted meat, old sweat, wet leather, the faint, greasy crackle of fire carried through the trees. We're getting close, Envis said quietly. Brake's hand went at once to his bow. The road narrowed between alder and birch, and then sagged toward a low, brushy hollow. Envis's hand lifted and angled them off the road into the trees. Moss and old needles softened his footfalls into nothing. The forest seemed to lean toward him in quiet assistance, while Brake did his best not to snap every twig in the north. Come on, Envis whispered over one shoulder. You're a hunter, aren't you? Shh, Brake hissed back. I'm coming. The trees thinned into a half-clearing beside the road. A bandit camp squatted there in a ring of sharpened stakes and roped hides. 3 rough tents leaned under the trees, their canvas patched with darker cloth and stained by rain and smoke. A cook fire burned low in the middle, spitting fat into the dirt. Rabbit turned blackening on a spit. Skewered heads had been mounted on 2 of the stakes nearest the road. Old enough to stink, fresh enough to still have hair. Brake stopped so abruptly he nearly toppled into Envis. Oh, he whispered, then a beat later with palpable unease. Oh, shit. 3 men sat around the fire, eating, drinking, and talking in low, lazy voices. Another shape moved behind the left-hand tent canvas. Somewhere farther right from the largest tent came the faint sound of a wicked man laughing. Envis lowered himself into a crouch and placed both palms against the earth. The moss answered first, cool and damp beneath his skin, then the roots, then the old, patient dark of the soil. His ears twitched as the camp sharpened around him in hidden ways. The weight of the boots, the shift of bodies, the rhythm of voices through canvas and dirt. 8. 7 men, 1 child. 3 men sat by the fire, 2 more in the tent to the left. The boy was in the largest tent to the right, bound, frightened, and not alone. Envis opened his eyes. His coin gave a small hum against his thigh, as though agreeing with the earth. Brake was staring at him. 7 men, Envis whispered. 3 out here, 2 in the left tent, Miko's in the big tent to the right with one more. Brake blinked. You've got to teach me how to do that. Later. Envis pointed. Take the one on the left with the cup in his hand first. Wait for my signal. Once I move on the two by the big tent, you start putting arrows into anything that spills out of the left tent. Don't think. Don't hesitate. Just shoot. Brake nodded and knocked an arrow, though his hand shook with anticipation. Hey. Envis touched his shoulder, and his own voice frayed just slightly at the edges. We're gonna be okay. Stick to the plan. Brake swallowed. Alright. We've got this. Envis circled wide through the brush, keeping low. Branches brushed his shoulders. Wet leaves whispered against his trousers. And as he moved, the men's voices sharpened. Family still ain't paid? Nah. Probably too poor anyway. We'll kill the kid tonight. Give him a week. You hear the way he cries? Be a mercy to cut that fucking noise out. The men laughed. Something hot and old surged through Envis. For a moment, he wasn't in the trees anymore. He was smaller, helpless, his father's hand on the back of his head, driving his face into stone while laughter rang above him. His lips split under his own teeth and his jaw shook. Never again, he spat. He drew Vromiruptor. Across the clearing, Brake was little more than a shape between trunks. Envis raised one fist. Brake lifted his bow. One breath, 2 fingers. The arrow flew right and true. It struck the leftmost bandit through the eye with a wet, ugly sound, and the man dropped sideways off his log before he had even understood that he had been killed. The clearing exploded into motion. What the? Ambush! Envis burst from the trees with a roar that sounded more like something dragged out of the earth than from any human throat. Green fire burned behind his eyes as he leapt over the fire pit in a mid-air somersault and brought Vromiruptor down in both hands. The Krovel steel split skull and face in a spray of blood. The second man by the fire fumbled for a hatchet. Too slow. Envis drove into him shoulder first, took his legs out from under him and hacked down once, twice, 3 times until the man stopped moving beneath him. Canvas ripped. 3 more men spilled out of the left tent in a tangle of curses and confusion. Brake's second arrow stuck one clean through the throat before the man had both feet under him. He dropped, clutching at the haft, choking wetly. Another bandit came on with a short sword, screaming. Envis met him in a blur of movement, ducked the first slash, twisted past the second, and let the coin's hot little chime guide him a hair's breadth clear of the third. Then he pirouetted into a brutal downward cut that opened the man's neck to the collarbone. Bright blood fountained across the dirt like a geyser. Then the largest tent flap moved, and a man wearing a wolf's head stepped out into the clearing. He was broader than the rest by a hateful margin, his arms knotted with muscle, a great axe hanging from one hand as though it weighed no more than kindling. The wolf's muzzle sat over his brow like some butcher's crown, and old scars laddered the bare skin of his chest beneath a leather harness. He took in the bodies, then he looked at Envis. Envis's legs shook. Blood that wasn't his rained down the side of his face. He felt scared, horribly so, small, mortal, and breakable, but bigger than he ever had in any room his father had stood in. The coin burned at his thigh like a shard of fire, singeing his flesh and filling his blood with reckless heat. "You're gonna fucking die," another bandit shouted, charging from the side with a long knife. Envis turned just in time to avoid the thrust meant for his throat. The blade skimmed his hair, and he swayed away from a second slash, then drove Vromiruptor into the man's jaw so hard the point burst out from the back of his neck. The wolf-headed man moved. His great axe came down in a killing arc meant to split Envis from skull to sternum. Envis threw himself sideways, almost fast enough. The blade tore through his jack and opened a hot, savage gash across his upper arm. White pain lit him up. He hissed and stumbled back, clutching at the wound. From the edge of the clearing, Brake gave up stealth entirely. He shouted something wordless and furious and sprinted in and buried his dagger in the back of the last standing bandit, driving him face first into the dirt and stabbing until the body stopped bucking. The wolf-headed man watched all of this with terrible calm. Then he shook blood from his great axe and nodded once as if acknowledging a point in an argument. "You killed all my men. Envis stripped off his ruined jack with his good hand and let it fall. His torn shirt was slick with blood. Vramiruptor trembled in his grip. Braig loosed another arrow. The wolf-headed man caught it in his free hand and snapped it like a twig without even turning his head. "I'll make this slow," he said. His voice was deep enough to feel in the ribs. "I'll make the kid watch. I'll make him eat your lungs, and then I'll tear out his too." Envis tore the ruined shirt off over his head and flung it to the side. Sunlight struck his olive skin full on, and the blood at his arm seemed to tighten and darken under its warmth, the skin around the wound drawing in by the smallest, strangest degree. The man laughed. "So the wild thing has some parlor tricks." He rolled his shoulders and reset his grip on the great axe. "I'm gonna tear all that pretty hair out of your scalp, boy." Something feral flashed through Envis. He screamed, and this time there was no humanity in it at all. He lunged. He hit the air in a twisting leap. Vramiruptor raised high, the Crevel steel catching sunlight and giving it back in a molten gold-orange sheen as he brought it down with everything in him. The wolf-headed man caught the blow in the crook of his great axe. Steel screamed. Sparks burst. Then he used Envis's own momentum against him and hurled him bodily across the clearing. Envis slammed into Braig and sent them both sprawling into the grass. For a second, the world tilted. Then Braig was hauling at his arm, and Envis was stumbling upright again, breathing in blood and ash. "Yosef Ironfang," the man said, laughing as he stalked toward them, "claims 2 more heads this day." What do we do?" Braig's voice broke. He was already knocking another arrow with shaking fingers. "Envis, he's gonna kill us!" Envis spat blood into the grass and fixed his eyes on Yosef's boots. "Stay behind me," he said through chattering teeth. "I go right, you take left, wait for him to commit." Yosef planted the axe head in the dirt for a beat and grinned through his beard. "What, no pleas? No begging? No weeping for your mothers?" He ripped the axe free and swung. Envis moved. He dashed right and let the first blow thunder past him. Then he dropped low and slashed diagonally across Yosef's chest. Dark blood sheeted down his ribs. Yosef grunted, turned, and brought the haft around in a murderous sweep. Envis dropped to his knees and slid beneath it, shedding skin off both kneecaps as he skidded through dirt and grass. That was Braig's opening. He came in from the left like he'd been shot from his own bow, plunged his dagger into Yosef's calf. Yosef howled and dropped to one knee. Braig did not hesitate. He stepped onto that knee, vaulted upward, drew and fired in the same impossible motion, driving an arrow straight through Yosef Ironfang's face. The man fell backward with all the grace of a felled oak. The great axe struck dirt. His body twitched twice before it remembered it was dead. Silence rushed into the clearing. Braig stood there, panting, empty bow in one hand, ripping his dagger free with the other, shivering with adrenaline. Then he looked down, saw Envis still on his knees in the grass, and offered his hand. Envis took it and let himself be pulled upright. Blood dripped from the gash in his arm and from both skinned knees. "That," he said breathlessly, gripping Braig's shoulder, "was badass." Braig laughed once in disbelief and then pointed to the wound in his arm. "What are you?" Envis shrugged as though he weren't half drowned in blood and sunlight and whatever else lived inside him. "I'm human." Braig gave him a flat look and began tearing a strip from his own jack to bind the arm. "I've never seen a human do that before. I'm just..." Envis let out a shaky laugh as the fire in his blood began to ebb. "Wild." "Yeah," Braig muttered, wrapping the cloth tight. That's one word for it." He tore 2 more strips from the hem and bound Envis's knees as best as he could. Envis cleaned Vramiruptor on the grass and slid it back into its loop, and ducked into the largest tent with Braig at his shoulder. Mikol was huddled in the far corner. He looked impossibly small, bruised, shaking, wrists and ankles bound in thick hemp rope that had chewed the skin around them purple. His dark hair hung in matted strands over his eyes. When he looked up and saw strangers instead of bandits, disbelief flickered across his face so quickly it was almost painful to watch. Envis dropped immediately to one knee, making himself smaller. "Hey, Mikol," he said gently. "My name's Envis. This is Braig. We're here to bring you back to your ma and pa." Braig crouched beside him, cut the ropes, and offered the boy his canteen. Mikol clutched it in both hands and drank it like he feared it might be taken away. Envis touched 2 fingers to the inside of the boy's wrist, then checked his forearm, his face sharpening with a clinician's focus. "Strong pulse," he murmured. "Tough little nut. Mild contusions, minor laceration on the left forearm." He shrugged off his pack and dug through it with a quick, practiced hands, producing a little jar of honey, a tin of salve, and a roll of cloth bandage. "Honey's one of the best things in the world for a wound," he said softly, dabbing the cut. "The Avalok raiders from across the frigid sea packed it into gashes and went back to fighting before the blood had time to think." He passed the salve to Braig. "Arnica and comfrey. I made it myself. Rub it on the bruising." Braig obeyed. Mikol winced and flinched, but held still. "You really know your stuff, don't you, little alchemist?" Braig asked. "I know this stings, kiddo," Envis said, ignoring the question as he bandaged the arm. "You're doing great, though. Just a little more." That was the point Mikol broke. Not loudly, not all at once. Just tears first, then the quiet, helpless crying of a child who had been brave for too long and no longer knew how to stop. Envis's face softened at once. "Hey, shh, it's all right." He leaned in and drew the boy into a careful hug. "I want my ma," Mikol whispered raggedly. "I want my pa." The words broke something cleanly in Envis. "I know," he said. "We're going right now." He eased back and set both hands on the boy's shoulders. "They're gonna be so happy to see you. What you did was brave, but you've got to keep yourself safe too, okay? Don't get in over your head for people who are bigger and meaner than you. Not by yourself." Mikol nodded hard. "Good," Envis said softly, patting his shoulder. "Now give me a moment to tend myself, and then we're gone." He wrapped his own arm and knees quickly, slathering the gash with honey before binding it tight. Then he helped Mikol to his feet. "Can you stand?" The boy tried, wobbled, shook his head, face crumpling. "Okay," Envis lowered himself again. "Climb on my back and hold tight." Braig swung Envis's bag over his shoulders, and Envis rose with Mikol on his back. His coin chimed faintly in his pocket. He turned his head. On a rough little table near the tent flap sat a scatter of pale coins, some rings, and 2 small jewels sticky with someone else's bad luck. "Grab those," Envis said. Braig followed his gaze, eyes widening, and swept the spoils into a pouch. Then the 3 of them stepped out of the tent into the cooling light of late afternoon, with blood drying on the grass and the dead behind them. The sun was sinking toward the horizon by the time they had returned to Gloomstead, pouring late afternoon amber over the village and turning every chimney plume to smoke-colored gold. Mikol slept heavily on Envis's back, limp with exhaustion, one bruised hand fisted weakly in the shoulder of his jack. Braig walked beside him with the strained, slightly stunned look of someone whose blood had not yet realized it no longer needed to race. Dirt clung to one side of his face. His hair had come loose in places, and one sleeve of his jack hung ragged where he had torn strips from it for bandages. "I'm tired," Braig muttered at last, flexing his aching fingers one by one. "Yeah," Envis said, shifting Mikol's weight a little higher on his back. "Me too." They looked a sight, bloody, grass-stained, and road-worn, trailing the metallic tang of old fight and fresh herb medicine. People began to notice them before they even reached the center of the village. Heads turned, conversations snagged and fell away. Whispers followed in their wake like burrs. "It's that feral boy! That elf's with him! Is that young Mikol? By Melike, they actually brought him back!" The dusk tillers came running before Envis had even reached the gate. "Mikol!" the woman cried, the name tearing out of her like something dragged from deep water. Envis lowered himself carefully so she could take the boy from his back. The moment Mikol felt his mother's arms around him, he woke with a sharp, frightened gasp, then collapsed into her, clutching at her apron as though he meant to hold on for dear life. "My baby!" she sobbed, kissing his hair, his face, his brow, not seeming to know where to begin now that she had him back. My sweet boy!" Mikol's father stood beside her with one hand pressed hard over his mouth, his whole body shaking as relief cracked through him. When he finally found his voice, it came out broken. "Son, thank Melike. Warmth bloomed behind Envis's ribs so suddenly it almost hurt. He smiled in spite of himself. Beside him, Brake had gone quiet in a different way. Not awkward now, just watching with a strange, softened look in his eyes, as if he had stumbled into some small sacred thing and did not trust himself to speak too loudly in its presence. "Thank you," Mikol's mother wept, still clutching Mikol to her chest as though the world might take him again if she loosened her grip. "Thank you, both of you." The man came forward, clearing his throat against the roughness of it. Up close, the fear had not left his face entirely. It only made room for gratitude. "My name is Hakon," he said, offering his hand first to Brake, then to Envis. "My wife is Miel. We'll not forget this, not so long as we live." "Thank you," Brake Cinderfletch. "Thank you," Envis of Nowhere. Glad to help," Brake said a little awkwardly, as if praise sat oddly on him. Envis rolled one shoulder and gave a crooked smile. "Aw, you didn't hear? I'm a hero. I do this sort of thing for fun." That drew a shaky laugh out of Hakon. "You sure are, son." He pressed a small coin purse into Brake's hand, then another into Envis's. "And if you boys still want that produce I promised, there'll be dinner waiting too. More than cabbage, truth be told. You've earned better than that." Envis and Brake traded a glance. Brake's mouth twitched. "I'm not turning down a hot meal." "Nor am I," Envis said, "but I want to stop by the apothecary first. I'll be over shortly." Hakon nodded. "We'll keep a plate warm." Brake turned to him as the dusk tillers began ushering Mikol toward the house. "Try not to take too long." Envis arched a brow. "Worried I'll get lost?" Brake looked him over, the blood, the bandages, and the half-wild smile that made it impossible to tell whether he was joking or fraying at the edges. "I'm worried you'll wander into a ditch chasing something shiny," he said dryly. Envis barked a laugh. "That only happened once," Brake snorted. "I've known you half a day and I know that's a lie." That made Envis smile wider, more genuinely than before. "All right, bow boy," he said. "Go collect your cabbage." Brake started after the dusk tillers, then hesitated and glanced back. You're coming, right?" "In a bit," Envis said. "Promise." Brake studied him for a beat, just long enough to suggest he wasn't entirely sure that promise would hold. Then he gave a short nod and turned away. Envis watched them go. Mikol tucked between his parents like something rescued from a storm, Brake falling into step beside them. The whole little cluster moving toward the house where warmth, light, and food waited on the other side of the door. The sight pulled at something in him. The warmth in his chest cooled by degrees, and his thoughts turned unwillingly toward his own parents. Not toward home, he had none, but toward the shape of what home might have been if anyone had chosen him over their anger. He pushed the thought away before it could root too deeply. Then he turned away from the dusk tiller house and made for the apothecary alone. A bell chimed above the door as Envis stepped into the wilting nightshade. The place smelled of dried herbs, lamp oil, vinegar, old paper, and something sweet gone rotten beneath it all. Glass jars crowded from shelves like curled pale roots. Cloudy eyes staring nowhere, shriveled tongues, black seed pods, knots of dried fungus, and powders in shallow ceramic bowls labeled in tight, elegant hands. Strings of lavender and wormwood hung from the rafters, turning slowly in the draught. Somewhere, deeper in the shop, a scale gave a faint metallic clink. Behind the counter, a dark-haired woman was grinding something with a mortar and pestle. She glanced up, set the pestle aside, and gave him a neat, unreadable smile. "Welcome to the Wilting Nightshade. My name is Mori. How may I help you?" Envis winced. Mori noticed at once. "Is there an issue, young man?" "No, ma'am," Envis said, stepping up to the counter. "I had an ex named Mori, that's all." Mori narrowed her eyes and drummed one black-nailed finger against the wood. "Aren't you a little young to have exes?" Envis rubbed his temple with two fingers and exhaled through his nose. I'm 15 years old. Don't patronize me." "Of course, dear," Mori said sweetly, which somehow sounded more patronizing than before. "What can I help you with?" "This is not a candy store." "Someone's been huffing too many heated Misglow leaves," Envis shot back. Mori actually looked taken aback. Then she slowly lifted her chin. "Well," she said, "you do know something, I guess. What is it you need?" 3 drams of valerian root extract, please." He placed 3 umbrialum tears on the counter. Mori picked one up between finger and thumb and brought it beneath her nose, her eyes half-lidded as she inhaled. Lightly fresh. The bone was harvested within the last few years. Envis stared at her. Okay, spooky lady, he said. Can I have my sleepy juice now? Of course. Mori set the coin down with a soft click before sweeping them off the counter into her hand. Try not to die before I return. She vanished into the room behind the counter. Try not to die before I return. Envis mimicked Mori when she was conveniently out of earshot. He drummed his fingers against the wood and let his gaze climb the shelves again. The deeper you looked, the worse the place became. Something pale and mummified floated in one stoppered jar that he decided very firmly not to identify. A row of tiny labeled drawers lined the back wall. Grave salt, dream resin, powdered yew, blister bloom, black amber, saint's marrow. A narrow brass cage hanging near the window held the skeleton of some six-winged bird no larger than a handspan. That's wonderful, Envis muttered. He glanced toward a jar of preserved eyes and looked away immediately. Then the air changed. The warmth bled out of the room so fast his skin pebbled. He could see his breath. The little shop candles fluttered once, twice, and died. Envis looked down at his hands as they began to shake. Not from cold alone. His heart fluttered under his ribs like something small and trapped within his chest. Every fine hair on the back of his neck rose. The bell above the front door rang again. The hinges gave a long, slow whine. Then came the sound of steel meeting stone in a measured, heavy footfalls. Envis did not turn at once. He could not. He felt suddenly and irrationally as though some vast thing had looked down and found him, as if movement itself might be mistaken for permission. A wicked black gauntlet came to rest on the counter beside him. Its fingers were long and claw-like, polished dark as wet midnight. Envis's gaze climbed the black steel slowly, unwillingly, the way a man's eyes might climb the gallows before his execution. His breath hitched as he was met with the towering figure of a lady with shimmering white, waist-length hair that framed a face so beautiful it was almost unnatural. Her skin radiated a ghostly glow, her ears long and sharp like that of an elf, and the eyes, bottomless black, not dark brown, not shadowed gray, black in the way deep water was black, in the way cave mouths were black, in the way the inside of a grave must be black. They drank what little light remained and returned none of it. Her armor was draped in a cloak the color of midnight. She looked to be in her late 20s, and he only reached up to her chest. She turned her head down toward him. Envis swallowed. Good evening, he said, because terror had found his manners before it found his voice. Yes, she said slowly, tilting her head. It is. Her voice did not sound old, but it carried age anyway. It came soft and pale and precise, like a knife laid on silk. Envis looked down at his own hands. His skin prickled everywhere her gaze touched him. The silence between them deepened until it seemed to press on his eardrums. Then she spoke again. You know this is not a candy store. Something in him snapped out of fear and into temper before caution could stop it. By root and twig, I'm 15 years old, he said, looking up at her with a flash of defiance. And if one more person... One white brow arched, and his courage died instantly. Envis's gaze dropped back to his hands. I would like to apologize for my outburst, Lady Nightis. The woman laughed. It was low and drawn out and wrong in a way he could not explain. There was amusement in it, yes, but not warmth. It reminded him of hearing something move in the dark and realizing too late it had heard you first. Funny boy. Two steel-clad fingers slid beneath his chin and pulled his gaze back to her eyes, not forcing, but firm enough to tell him she could if she had wished to. What's your name? She asked. Envis of... Nowhere, she repeated, as though tasting the word. Her gaze drifted down from his face to his throat and back again. He wished she had hit him instead. It would have been easier to understand. I don't have a home, he heard himself say. Poor creature. she murmured. She released his chin and smoothed a dark curl away from his face with a precision so delicate it felt more unsettling than a slap. I am Tenebris Mavros, she said, the White Reaper. The title dropped into the room like a stone through still water. Something in Envis's body recoiled. His instincts screamed at him to run. He could not have said why. He only knew that every piece of him that belonged to the natural world suddenly felt like prey. Have you heard of me, little Envis? She asked. No, he said, then bristled despite his fear. And I'm not little, I'm grown. Grown. She weighed the weight of the word on her tongue as if appraising its value. She held one gauntleted hand above his head in measurement, proving her point without another word. Envis's cheeks burned hot. You're not funny, he muttered. I'm hilarious, she said dryly. The silence that followed was worse than before. She did not blink much. He noticed that too, and hated noticing it. His knuckles had gone bloodless white against the counter. Finally, because his mouth was a traitor that always seemed to get him mauled by bigger things, he said, I know I'm pretty, but do you really have to stare at me for this long? A slow smile touched her mouth. It did not reach her eyes. Why are you here? She asked. I'm buying valerian root extract for my nightmares. He turned his face away toward the dead candles. What the hell is taking Mori so long? Nightmares, Tenebris repeated. She moved closer. The copper smell in her breath touched him before the cold of her did. Yes, ma'am, Envis said shakily, his gaze dropping to the floor where a thick black fog had begun impossibly to creep over the stone. And I think I'm probably gonna have more now. This time her laugh came softer, darker. Her hand slid up to the back of his neck. Envis froze. The door to the back room opened and Mori returned, carrying 3 little stoppered vials. She saw Tenebris and stopped so fast the glass chimed against itself. Look, Lady Mavros! Mori bobbed into a shivering curtsy. How may I— Monk's hood, Tenebris said. Enough to make men beg for death. Mori went pale. Yes, of course. She set the valerian down too quickly and vanished again without so much a glance at Envis. Envis stared at the vials, then the jars on the shelf, then the dark fog curling over the stone floor. His body had gone very still around his fear. That was very noble of you, Tenebris said. What you did for that little family. Before he could answer, she slipped 3 pale coins into his palm and closed his fingers over them. Cherish your freedom, Envy, dear. The nickname scraped across him like metal on ceramic. Envis's throat worked. Was that big brute with the axe your little boyfriend or something? He asked, because part of him had apparently chosen death by wit. You could do so much better. Something moved dangerously behind her eyes. It was the first moment in the encounter that felt like true danger. Sharp little tongue you have, she said softly. Mind yourself, lest someone take it from you. Her words did not sound like a threat. They sounded like a memory from the future. The weight of them hit his chest like stones, and he found it harder to breathe. It was lovely meeting you, Lady Tenebris, he said, the politeness trembling apart as it left him. Likewise, little fawn. Her hand slipped from his nape to his face and rested there a moment longer than was decent, than was human, than was survivable if this went on much longer. Then she let him go. Envis turned toward the door, though his legs had gone numb below the knee. He had one hand on the latch when her voice followed him. You fight well for something so small, she said. And so far from that little house on Merklight Street. His hand stopped. Against every screaming instinct he had, he looked back over his shoulder. That house, he said, with more steadiness than he felt. Those people? That's not my home. Something hot flickered from the rusted coin at his thigh, ember bright beneath the cloth. Tenebris said nothing. She only watched him with that same terrible, dark attention, as though he had become more interesting now that he bared his teeth. Envis opened the door and stepped back out into the failing light. The evening air should have felt warmer. It did not. The Dusktiller residence was warm in the way only a hard-worked home could be. The hearth glowed bright in its stone mouth, throwing honey-colored light over the room and filling it with the smell of wood smoke. A stewed cabbage, onion, and something fatty and savory bubbling in the iron pot hung over the fire. A pair of muddy little boots sat drying by the hearth. Miko slept in a narrow bed against the left-hand wall, wrapped to the chin in a patched blanket, his bruised face softened by sleep. Beside his bed on a little stool lay a carved wooden sword, and 3 chickens crudely whittled from scraps of pine. Envis noticed them at once. Mr. and Mrs. Dusktiller sat across from him and Bragg at a rectangular wooden table scarred by years of use. The bench creaked when anyone shifted. The bowls did not match. A stub of tallow candle gutted near the middle of the table, even though the fire gave plenty of light, as if the room had not yet remembered it was safe enough to stop preparing for the dark. Envis sat with his shoulders a little forward, a bowl of stew in front of him and a heel of bread gone untouched at his elbow. He twirled a limp leaf of cabbage around with his fork, though he did not seem to notice he was doing it. Bragg noticed. "The trick," he said dryly, nodding towards Envis's bowl, "is to lift the fork all the way to your mouth." Envis glanced at him and managed a faint smile. "Thank you. I'd have starved to death without your guidance." Obviously. The smile lingered for half a second, then thinned. Envis's eyes drifted back toward the sleeping shape of Mikol, and something in his face loosened. Some private nod of easing at the sight of the boy breathing safely in his own bed. Hakon followed his gaze. "He's been half out of his head since you brought him back," he said quietly, stirring a stew once with the spoon. "Kept waking up asking if we're really here." Miel looked over toward the bed, her expression turning fragile around the edges. "I don't think I'll sleep tonight," she admitted. "I keep expecting to wake and find the whole thing was a cruel dream." "It's no dream," Bragg said. And though he said it simply, there was rough honesty in it. Hakon nodded and looked at Envis across the table. "Bragg told us how you fought," he said. "How you came out of those trees like the wrath of Melike herself." Bragg snorted into his bowl. Envis shot him a look. "Did he now? He may have embroidered it a little," Bragg said. "I barely embroidered it at all," Hakon replied. "He said you moved like something wild, lean, and mean enough to make armed men reconsider their life choices." That drew a reluctant huff of laughter from Envis. "Well," he murmured, finally tearing off a piece of bread, "that part sounds accurate." Miel studied him over the rim of her bowl. In the hearthlight, with his curls loose around his face and the fresh bandages at his arms and knees, he looked younger than he had in the field, like someone who had not been allowed enough years of softness. "How long have you been on your own, Envis?" she asked gently. He shrugged one shoulder. "A while." Bragg, who knew enough already to hear the deflection in that answer, kept his eyes on his food. Miel did not press. "Well," she said after a beat, "you'll always have a hot plate in this house if you find yourself passing through again." That landed harder than she meant it to. Envis went still. The room, which had seemed so warm a moment before, suddenly felt close around him. Hakon nodded. "You too, Bragg. Any friend of our boys is welcome here." Bragg ducked his head slightly. "Thank you." Miel looked from one young man to the other, her tired face soft with the kind of gratitude that wanted to become care if given room. "You're both so young," she said. "Too young to be spilling blood in the dirt for other people's children." Nobody spoke for a moment. The fire crackled. Mikol shifted faintly in bed. Envis stared down at the stew in his bowl as though he no longer recognized it. "Nobody," he said. The word came so quietly that the others almost missed it. Miel blinked. "Pardon, dear?" Envis's fingers tightened around the handle of his spoon until his knuckles blanched. "Nobody would have done that for me," he said. No one at the table moved. Bragg looked up first. Envis kept his eyes on the bowl. "If it had been me," he went on, voice low and getting thinner with every word, "nobody would have come." The room seemed to draw inward. Bragg reached over and put a hand on his shoulder. Not possessive, not overly familiar. Just there. "Hey," he said quietly. Envis flinched so hard, it looked like he'd been struck. The whole table saw it. His own reaction seemed to shame him at once. He inhaled too quickly. Then again, the spoon slipped from his fingers and clattered into the bowl. Miel's face changed. Not into pity, exactly. Into the beginning of understanding. "Envis," she said softly now. carefully, like someone approaching a wounded animal. "You don't have to," but it was too late. His gaze climbed, slow and helpless, to the hearth fire, and suddenly he was somewhere else entirely. Not here, not warm, not safe. Scared, bruised, 10. Crying where no one came. Some old and stony thing in him gave way. Envis shoved back from the table so fast the bench leg scraped hard across the stone floor. "I need to go," he said. His voice was thin, wrong. Then he was already moving. "Envis!" Briggs started, half rising, but Envis had crossed the room and shouldered through the door before anyone could stop him. The evening air hit him cold and hard. The last edge of sunlight had slipped beyond the horizon, leaving the sky a deep indigo bruised color, with streaks of dying orange. Gloomstead's little homes had begun to glow from within, squares of lamplight warming their windows like banked coals. Envis did not see any of it clearly. His breathing quickened. He pressed both hands over his ears as if that might be enough to keep the old voices out. It wasn't. His father. His mother. The old chorus of blame and laughter and anger, all of it rising through him so sharply he thought for one horrible second he might be sick. Behind him the door opened. A hand found his shoulder. Envis recoiled as though struck, twisting away on raw instinct. Someone said his name. Familiar. Frightened. Trying to reach him from very far away. Friend, his mind might have said on another night. Foe, said the part of him that remembered too much on this night. And then he ran. He tore off with everything he had, down the packed dirt, through the grass, silvered by twilight, and into the fringe of trees where the earth softened and the dark came quicker. Branches whispered overhead. The pale scatter of stars peered through the boughs and then vanished as the forest swallowed him whole. Envis ran until the voices behind him thinned to whispers, and the faces of old wounds were swallowed by distance and dark. At some point, the ground beneath his feet had stopped being village road and turned root. Moss and old leaf rot. His lungs burned. His pulse hammered in his throat. He scrubbed a hand hard across his face and forced himself back into the here and now before his thoughts could slide under again in that old black murk. The woods were wrong, not wrong in any way he could name cleanly, only in the way certain silences feel wrong, certain rooms, certain stairs. The leaves above him whispered in 100 little tongues as the wind moved through them, and his ears twitched at the sound. His heart began to quicken all over again. He did not know where he was. He knew only that he was deeper in the trees than he should have been, and that something here, something old and patient, was very, very glad of it. A streak of white moved in the corner of his eye. Envis turned sharply. Nothing. Only trunks blackening into dusk, moss glowing faintly where the last scraps of light caught it, a stand of pale mushrooms at the base of a log like teeth waiting under lip. Envis. The voice came close, close enough that he jumped as a hand closed over his shoulder. He spun. Briggs stood there, bent slightly at the waist and breathing hard, his hair damp at the temples, his face drawn with effort and worry. For one bare second, Envis only stared. Then relief hit him so hard it nearly folded him. He stepped forward and caught Briggs in a fierce, graceless hug, burying his face against his shoulder and squeezing his eyes shut. "I'm sorry," he whispered. I'm sorry." Briggs froze for only a heartbeat before he wrapped his arms around him. Not as naturally as someone used to this, not perfectly, just tightly enough to keep him from shaking apart. "It's all right," Briggs said quietly. "I've got you." Envis clung for a moment longer than he meant to. Then he loosened his hold and stepped back, hugging himself as if he could erase the whole thing. Briggs did him the kindness of not remarking on it. Inside, he jerked his head toward a patch of grass beneath a gnarled old tree whose roots hunched up from the ground like knuckle bones. "Come on, you little menace," he muttered. "Sit down before you fall down." The two of them lowered themselves to the ground. The grass was cool and slightly damp. Somewhere overhead, unseen things shifted in the branches. No owl called, no cricket sang. For woods this deep, the silence felt strangely curated. Envis pulled his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them. "Where are we?" he asked quietly. Brake glanced around, and for the first time since Envis had met him, he looked properly worried. I don't know, he admitted. Somewhere deep in the Everdusk, I think. Envis swallowed. Everdusk? Brake nodded once. Northeast of Gloomstead. People talk about it like it's cursed. He tried for a shrug and didn't quite pull it off. Most folk who go too far in don't come back out. By the green. Envis's voice thinned. He curled in on himself a little tighter. Brake looked over at him and nudged his shoulder. Not rough, but just enough to pull his attention back. Hey, look at me. Envis did. Brake's face was still a little pale beneath the dirt and drying sweat, but there was steadiness in it too. The kind you put on because someone else needs it. Where's all that fire from earlier? Brake asked, managing the faintest trace of a smile. We're gonna be alright. Envis huffed a weak, humorless breath through his nose. Bold claim. Well, Brake said, I've made worse. That drew the smallest ghost of a smile out of him. Take a little rest, Brake said. I'll keep watch. Make sure nothing gets you. He took off his jacket and draped it over Envis's shoulders. The fabric still held the warmth from his body. For a while they sat in silence. The dark thickened. The last scraps of dusk slipped out of the upper branches, and the woods around them turned the color of old bruises. Envis stared out into it and said very quietly, I met someone in the apothecary. Brake turned his head. Yeah? Envis swallowed. His throat worked. Two void black eyes opened in his mind as vividly as if she were standing between the trees before him. A lady. Brake's mouth twitched. Oh? With that hair and soft face of yours, I'm sure half the village wants to keep you in a little glass case. A hollow pit opened in Envis's stomach. She scared the shit out of me. That got rid of Brake's smile. He looked at him properly then. What happened? Envis shook his head once, too quickly. The memory of cold steel beneath his chin ghosted over his skin so vividly he nearly reached up to touch the place. I don't know, he said. She just looked at me. Brake was quiet for a beat. That's not much to go on. I know. No, Brake said more softly, glancing out into the trees in the back again. I mean, I believe you. That nearly undid Envis all over again. Her name was The first letter froze in his mouth. The air went colder, not gradually, suddenly. The fine hairs along his arms rose. Ice seemed to move under his skin in thin, invisible threads. Brake noticed his change at once. Hey, he said, voice lower now. It's all right. You don't have to talk about it now. He shifted slightly closer, not crowding, just near enough to feel solid in the dark. Envis looked down at his own hands. They were shaking again. I'm fine. He lied, because it was easier than any truth available to him. Brake let out a quiet breath, but did not argue. For a little while they listened to the woods not being normal. Then Envis spoke again, so softly Brake almost missed it. Just don't leave me, alright? Brake's expression changed. Not dramatically, just enough to show he understood the weight of what he had been asked. He looked out into the black trees once, and then back at Envis. I'm not going anywhere, he said. It was not a grand vow, not poetry, just something plain and sturdy enough to lean on. Envis closed his eyes. Thank you, he whispered. Brake rested one hand lightly at the back of his neck, not cradling, not caging, just there. And Envis let the warmth of it tether him for a few precious moments longer. At some point, against all sense, sleep began to drag at him. His head grew heavy. The dark behind his eyes deepened. And somewhere, out in the Everdusk, something listened. A scream ripped Envis awake so violently that for one blind second he did not know where he was. He lurched upright, breath snagging in his throat, leaves and root shadows swimming around him in strips of black and silver. Brake? He muttered, voice thick with sleep. No answer. Then another scream tore through the Everdusk, higher this time, ragged with pain. Envis's head snapped toward the sound. The patch of grass beside him was empty. Braig! He was on his feet before the name had finished leaving his mouth. His heart dropped so hard it made him feel sick. Somewhere through the trees, dim and unnatural, a faint azure light shivered against the dark. His coin began to throb against his thigh. A third scream came from that direction. It was cut short. Braig! Envis shouted, tearing off through the forest. Leaves and twigs snapped under his bare soles. Low branches clawed at his shoulders. From-Eruptor thudded at his hip as though urging him faster. The Everdusk seemed to lean inward as he ran. Trunks crowding close. Roots humped like old bones beneath moss. That same awful wrongness from before had deepened into something almost eager. A fourth and final scream broke through the trees. Then, nothing. The silence after was worse. Envis ran harder. He vaulted a fallen log without thinking, hit the ground running, and burst through the last fringe of brush into a small clearing, and stopped so abruptly his legs nearly went out from under him. No, he whispered. Braig lay in the grass a little way ahead, sprawled on his back. His body had been opened by violence. One arm bent wrong at the elbow. His throat was half torn through, flesh ragged and dark with blood. The front of his shirt hung in strips over a chest laid open by claws or teeth or something worse. His bow lay broken beside him. Arrows from the torn quiver were scattered through the grass like shed bones. In one degloved hand, still curled by reflex, he clutched his dagger with its tip bent useless. Nearby, half buried in the dirt, overgrown with moss, crouched a stone gargoyle with onyx black eyes and a thin azure fire guttering from its maw. It looked ancient. It looked watchful. It looked as though it had seen this sort of thing before. Braig! Envis dropped to his knees so hard the impact tore off the bandages there, and then he pressed 2 fingers to Braig's throat. Nothing. He pressed his ear to Braig's chest. Nothing. No pulse, no breath, no stutter of life hiding somewhere in the ruin. No! The word came out low and feral. Envis shoved both hands against Braig's sternum and began compressions. Wake up! He said through gritted teeth. Wake up! This isn't funny! He counted, because counting was something to hold on to, because his hands knew what to do even when his mind was refusing the shape of the body beneath them. At 30, he tipped Braig's jaw back and forced air into his lungs. Once, twice. The blood at Braig's mouth smeared warm and slick against Envis's skin. Then Envis went back to compressions, harder now, desperate enough to hurt, desperate enough not to care. He could already see too much. The torn throat, the emptied stillness of the face, the way Braig's body had the terrible passivity of something no longer inhabited. But his hands kept working against the truth. No! He shouted, as if denial itself were a force he could hammer through the ribs and into the heart. Come on! Bone shifted under his palms with a wet, cracking give. Envis made a sound like he'd been stabbed. He gave 2 more breaths anyway. You told me you wouldn't leave! He choked out, going back to compressions. You said... His voice broke. Why did you lie to me? Why does everyone always leave? His arms were starting to burn. His hands were slipping. He barely noticed when the air around him grew colder. The grief inside him burned so bright it drowned out everything else, until another presence made itself known in the clearing, like night stepping into its own reflection. My, said a chillingly familiar woman's voice, soft as frost on glass. What have we here? Envis looked up. Tenebris stood a few paces away, white hair drinking the moonlight and giving it back as a haunting silver sheen. Her black steel armor turned the darkness around it heavier, as if it pulled light down and strangled it. The azure flame from the gargoyle died as if it were never even there. Relief pierced him so sharply it almost felt like hope. It braided instantly with crushing fear he could not place. take over! Envis said at once, the words tumbling over one another. He's apneic and pulseless and... His gaze snagged again on the ruin of Brake's throat, and the rest of the sentence died in him. A raw, wounded sound escaped his chest, and he bent again to force 2 more breaths into Brake's lungs. No, Tenebris said. Contempt barely grazed the word, but it was there. Envis snapped his head up. Fine! He shouted, voice wrecked with rage and panic. I do everything! I'll do everything just like I always have! Tenebris only watched him, not with sympathy, not with surprise, with that same unreadable, terrible curiosity she had worn in the apothecary, as if his grief had simply made him more interesting. Are you just gonna stand there, or are you gonna fucking help me? Envis screamed. Tenebris stepped closer. Around them, the black fog crept low against the ground. She crouched beside the body. Envy? She said softly, placing one heavy gauntlet on his shoulder. The nickname scraped over his nerves like broken glass. He's dead. No! Envis's voice shook. No, maybe if I just... He's dead, she repeated, firmer this time. And there was something in the calm finality of it that made resistance feel childish and impossible. He looked down at Brig again, and the half-lidded eyes, the torn mouth, the stillness. His hand shook as he reached out and closed Brig's eyes with 2 fingers. Why? He whispered. He said he wouldn't leave. Everyone leaves, Tenebris said. Her gauntlet tightened fractionally on his shoulder. It's what people do. Envis laughed once. The sound was empty. You're right, he said hollowly, and he cut a sideward glance at her, grief-stricken and strange. And you should, too. The words landed between them harder than he meant them to. Tenebris did not move. No, she said. The single word did more to frighten him than if she had raised her voice. Envis pushed himself to his feet and turned to face her fully. What are you doing out here, Lady Tenebris? He asked. His voice shook. Are you following me? I could ask the same of you. She stepped closer. Much closer. A lost little lamb, all alone when there are big bad wolves about. The copper tang on her breath touched his nostrils again. He still could not place it, though it was strikingly familiar. Lucky me, then, Envis said, because fear always seemed to force him toward wit in the same way animals played dead. Meaning the big strong nightmare lady to keep the monsters away. Something moved behind Tenebris's eyes. Not warmth. Not exactly amusement. Something older. She tilted her head. What do you think killed your friend, funny boy? Envis turned and pointed at the half-buried gargoyle, yanking Vromiruptor halfway through by instinct. That, he snarled. Stop! The word cracked through the clearing like a whip. Envis winced, and before he had properly thought about it, shoved the Crevel back into its loop. That, she said, touching the gargoyle with a flick of contempt, has not moved since before your parents' parents were conceived. She knelt beside the body, lifted one steel-clad finger and brushed aside the ruined flesh at Brake's throat. Look. Envis did not want to, but he did. There, half hidden among the torn skin, were 2 neat punctures. His stomach lurched. Notice, Tenebris murmured, how little blood there is for so much damage. Her clawed gauntlet traced just above the wounds. These bites are the clear indications of a vampire attack. The word hit him like old-story smoke. Vampire, he repeated. It sounded like something meant to frighten children into obedience. Something old women whispered over cradle beds. Something that should have stayed in the part of the world reserved for warnings, not become real beside Brake's body. He folded his arms over himself and shivered hard. My head's a mess, he said. I'm certain. Tenebris stood and unfastened her cloak. The thing settled over his shoulders a moment later, heavy and strangely warm, smelling of cold iron, old stone, and that same metallic sweetness he could not name. The warmth was a cruelty all by itself. Why don't you come home with me? She asked. Her voice had gone syrup sweet and beautiful, the kind of beautiful that should have made him run. "It would be such a pity," she continued, "for such a pretty thing like you to end up like this poor creature." She offered him one black gauntleted hand, palm up. Envis stared at it. The cloak was warm, the clearing was freezing. Brage was dead. The fog kept creeping closer, over the grass in low, black fingers. He took one half step toward her, gingerly outstretching his hand, and recoiled as the coin at his thigh burned in hot warning. Envis's breath hitched. "I shouldn't be so trusting of strangers," he said quietly. "We're not strangers, Envy, darling." Her voice softened further, velvet over a blade. "We met at the Wilting Nightshade. I paid for your valerian root extract." Her hand did not lower. "Don't you think," she asked, "that a soft bed and hot food might help keep the nightmares away?" The cloak seemed warmer now. Too warm. The fear in him loosened at the edges. Not because it was gone, but because she had found the shape of what he wanted and was speaking directly into it. "Yes," Envis heard himself say. You did do that." He did not notice the black fog curling around Brake's body and around his ankles, did not notice how still the trees had gone. He only looked at her hand. Then slowly, helplessly, he reached. "Come now, boy," Tenebris crooned, as one might soothe a skittish animal. "I'm not gonna hurt you." His fingers touched her gauntlet. She closed her hand around his in a grip that was just a little too tight, like a trap deciding to be polite. "Not," she added, smiling that dark, dreadful smile, "unless you force my hand." The word should have sent him running. Instead, she drew him in under her arm, guiding him against her side with the ease of something that had already decided where he belonged. "That's a good boy," she murmured. Envis looked back once over his shoulder. Brage was already becoming indistinct in the fog. His broken bow, his pale hand, all of it was being swallowed by the dark. "No," Tenebris said softly, tilting his chin back with two fingers. "Don't look there. Keep your eyes down." "Brage," Envis whispered. "Shh." Her arm settled more firmly over his shoulders. "I've got you now." And she led him away into the deepening dark. Chapter 2. Tenebris held Envis's hand too tightly as she led him through the ever-dusk. Not enough to hurt, enough to remind. The forest pressed close around them in black trunks and wet leaf mold, and the slow whisper of branches overhead. Fog slid between roots and low, patient ribbons. Envis had the half-sick feeling that the woods were making room for her rather than for him. Several times he thought about pulling his hand free. Several times he almost spoke. The words never seemed to come. His body had begun to feel strangely distant to him. Too light in some places, too heavy in others. Grief had hollowed him out and only left the useful pieces behind. Feet, lungs, hands, the ache in his chest. Everything else felt muffled, wrapped in wool. "Do you live out here in the woods, Lady Tenebris?" he asked at last, because the silence had grown too loud. "I do." Her voice drifted back to him, soft as falling ash. "I do not especially care for the company of humans." She began to hum, under her breath. The melody was quiet, beautiful, and wrong. It did not sound like something learned. It sounded like something remembered from a place not built for living mouths. Envis swallowed. "I'm human," he said, almost absently. "Perhaps," Tenebris murmured. "But you are with me." The answer did something strange to him. It did not comfort him. It did not frighten him quite the way it should have. It only settled over his frayed nerves like a warm cloth laid over a wound, and he hated that his body responded to it anyway. He looked down at their joined hands. Her gauntlet swallowed his whole hand easily, the grip and the calm inevitability of iron shut around a gate. "Most of you humans are tiresome." "How encouraging," Envis muttered. A breath that might have been amusement passed through her nose. That was almost worse. They walked on. Dry leaves whispered under his bare feet. Somewhere behind them, far enough away to feel like another life, Brage lay in the clearing where Envis had left him. The thought tore through him so sharply he almost stumbled. Tenebris's hand tightened at once. Careful. Envis bit the inside of his cheek and said nothing. The taste of blood filled his mouth, hot and familiar. The trees parted. A clearing opened before them, and Envis stopped short despite himself. Before them stood a huge, Gothic castle built into the face of a sheer, towering cliff. Massive black columns etched with luminous azure runes held up a canopy with twin turrets flanking a central spire. The castle was built into a rectangular indentation so cleanly cut from the cliff that the surrounding rock looked as if it had been made to accommodate it. A strange, heavy silence blanketed the clearing. No wind stirred. No insect sang. "You live here?" Envis asked, and hated how small his voice sounded. "I do." "Welcome to Duskmantle Castle, little Envis," Tenebris said mildly, studying him with a strange glint in her black eyes. Little. The word ought to have annoyed him. Usually it would have. Tonight, it only made him feel more aware of how large the place was, how deep the dark seemed, and how small he felt beneath Tenebris's black gaze. She guided him down a flagstone path half overgrown with dark moss. Azure torch flame burned in iron sconces beside a great black door etched with the same runes as the columns. 2 gargoyles crouched on pedestals nearby, their eyes onyx black and wet looking in the ghostly light. Envis glanced at one a moment too long. It did not move. He was not certain it was incapable of it. Tenebris's hand came to rest on his shoulder. Not sudden, not harsh. Just there. He looked up. She said nothing, only inclined her head toward the door. The pressure of her hand was enough. He followed without resistance, stepping through the threshold into a grand foyer with a vaulted ceiling. His eyes widened in disbelief. The floor was polished obsidian, like a pool of frozen darkness. Rows of black stone columns etched with glowing azure runes rose along the walls, contrasting with smooth gray stone. Silver chandeliers hung overhead, crowned with ghostly blue flames. Between the columns, black tapestries showed dark blue crags and spectral azure seas beneath an indigo sky. More gargoyles crouched in silent vigil below them. Envis's eyes kept moving because if they stopped, he thought he might understand where he was. "Come," she murmured, crossing the dark, glassy floor and into the main hall. The iron door slammed shut behind them with a sound like a verdict. Envis flinched hard enough to make his shoulder pull under her hand, then forced himself to keep walking as if he had not. The main hall was a vast chamber of matching design. A wicked black throne with azure cushions sat on a dais at the far end. Archways led into the east and west wings. Envis tipped his head back, studying the columns, wondering what ancient forgotten language marked them. His gaze fell to the throne, and something in his chest tightened. The glassy floor seemed to magnify every step, every breath, until he felt very, very small. He swallowed. "Lady Tenebris, are you?" His throat worked. "Are you royalty?" Tenebris climbed the dais and sank into her throne, her pale hair spilling over the cushions. She watched him intently for a moment before beckoning him forward, her black eyes drinking the pale light and giving nothing back. "I am," she murmured, "not by birth or virtue, but by might." Her gaze settled strangely on his throat. An unnerving gleam flickered behind her eyes. The words chilled him more than the room had. He approached before he properly decided to, and without thinking, he sank to one knee and crossed an arm over his chest, offering a low, chivalrous bow. One white brow arched as she rested her head on her fist, studying him like an item for purchase. "Thank you for your hospitality, Lady Tenebris," Envis said quietly, the grief in his heart bleeding into his voice. "And for your kindness." "Atta boy," she praised, her tone low and amused. His jaw tightened. There it was again, that feeling that he was being praised into a smaller shape. "Rise!" The word cracked through the air, cold as iron and stern as steel. Envis stood at once. Tenebris stood up from her throne and placed a heavy gauntlet on his shoulder. "You must be hungry," she said, inclining her head by just a fraction. "Let's go have some supper." Envis's stomach growled as if to answer for him. He swiftly clutched at it, cheeks red with embarrassment. The corner of Tenebris's mouth shifted. She descended the dais with the smoothness of drifting smoke and turned toward the corridor branching off the east wing. He followed, his heart thudding as the shadows closed in behind them. A descending flight of stairs caught Envis's eye on the opposite wall at the far end of the corridor. His coin warmed in his pocket, and a strange foreboding settled over his heart as he wondered what lay below. Tenebris took his wrist in her gauntleted hand and led him to the right, into the left corner of a vast rectangular dining room. A long silver table stretched nearly the length of the chamber, surrounded by dozens of matching chairs. At the far end, a single black, high-backed seat waited like a throne. 2 logs the size of wagon wheels burned perpetually in blue flames in a black brick hearth. The ghostly flames casted flickering shadows across the gleaming, dark floor. "Have a seat," Tenebris murmured, pulling out a chair for him. "Thank you," Envis whispered. He slipped his pack from his shoulders and hung it over the back before sitting. He bounced in astonishment when Tenebris pushed in the chair behind him. "Stay." Her voice was soft but unyielding. He nodded without looking at her, folding his hands neatly in his lap. She watched him strangely for a long moment, longer than usual, before vanishing through a doorway on the left wall. Envis took a slow breath as the image of Brake's lifeless body burned into his mind. He rubbed his temples and shook his head, letting his eyes wander around the room to take his mind away from it. Another doorway faced the corridor they'd come from. Paintings lined the gray stone walls, all rendered in the same dark palette as the tapestries in the main hall. He traced his fingertips over the joints of the silver chair. The metal was smooth, but shaped to look like bones fused together. For a moment he imagined it was real, and shivered. Bone coins are enough. Bone furniture's a bit too much. Envis's eyes wandered to the different paintings that lined the gray stone walls, dimly illuminated by pale blue torches depicting the same strange dark landscape as the tapestries in the foyer and main hall. "I wonder where that is." His gaze settled on a large, empty picture frame near the hearth. Maybe she lost something. Envis brushed a strand of hair behind his ear. Maybe there was something she never had. The picture frame unsettled him, and he looked down at the table shyly as he squeezed his legs together. When Tenebris returned, she carried a silver tray laden with food. She set it before him, then took the chair across the table. Envis's heart stuttered. On the plate lay 2 grilled pork chops, green beans, and crispy potatoes. A second dish held warm, buttered bread. A silver tankard of dark red wine waited beside the plates, the scent of copper curling from it. Gleaming silver utensils were bundled in a dark cloth tied off with a small, velvety black ribbon. "Lady Tenebris," his voice trembled. A tightness clamped around his chest. "This is... pork chops and green beans are what my mom used to make." Tenebris interlocked her fingers and placed her gauntleted hands on the table, studying him with that peculiar, searching gaze. "Thank you," he said shakily. "You're welcome, little Envis," she said softly. "Eat your fill. You've had a hard day." He gave a small nod as he cut a piece of pork, bringing it gingerly to his lips. "It's better than Mom used to make." "I'm surprised you don't have any servants in this big castle of yours," Envis snickered shyly, pinning a strand of hair behind his ear as he ate. "No, I do not." Her voice had gone strange again. An unsettling gleam flickered in her eyes. "But that may change very, very soon." Envis swallowed. A prickling unease settled in his gut. "Why did you run from home, little one?" she asked in a softer, melodic tone. "I ran away when I was 12. I'm 15 now, I think," he said quietly, looking down as he took a careful sip of the wine. The spices washed over his tongue pleasantly. "I'm not old enough to drink." "Why?" Tenebris murmured, narrowing her eyes. Envis's throat tightened. The fork slipped from his hand and clattered against the plate. He placed his hand over his heart, willing it to slow as it twisted in his chest. Tenebris waited silently, analyzing. "They would hit me," he whispered. "And they would scream at me until I cried." Envy's voice steadied. He picked up his fork and resumed his meal. "Never again." "Poor creature," Tenebris murmured, her voice soft and almost pitying. "Almost. Do you dream of anything greater?" "I want to be an alchemist," he said shyly. "Open my own little shop, make potions and remedies for illnesses, and help people." "Just brewing potions? How about turning stone into gold?" Her smile was very faint and unsettling. "You could become very, very wealthy." "I don't really need all that," he said quietly, looking down at his hands. "I just want to use these hands to heal people, and..." His jaw tightened as he thought about his parents again. "I just want peace. My parents didn't want me to be an alchemist, and that's another reason I ran away. The natural world has always fascinated me, and it's just something I've always known I've wanted to do. I know a good bit about mixing potions and concocting poisons," Tenebris said thoughtfully, drumming her fingers on the table. "Do you not tire of being so lonesome?" "I do," he admitted, "but I'm too focused on whether I'm going to eat or where I'm going to sleep to really think about it." "It must have been hard," she said quietly. "A fragile little thing like you fighting to survive for so long," she murmured. "Fragile?" he scoffed, and met her gaze with a defiant gleam in his eyes. "Lady Tenebris, I've had a long day, so I'll forgive that little slip of the tongue." "Yes, you have." Tenebris narrowed her eyes. "So I will forgive yours." Envis's mouth twitched under the weight of her gaze, but he didn't look away. "Are you usually so trusting of strangers?" Her gaze slid to his throat again, and he forced himself to keep eating. "No," he shook his head, "but you were there for me and you made sure I was okay. That's more than most have done for me." "You really have no idea who I am, do you?" Her eyes followed the way he lifted the tankard in both hands to sip his wine. "No, ma'am, but I'm thankful to have met you," he smiled, small and weary. "Thank you. You probably rescued me from a pretty terrible fate out in the Everdusk." He moved a strand of hair from his eyes before finishing his food and wine, shivering as he could still feel the crackling of bones beneath his hands. Her lips parted as if to speak, but she closed them again. For a moment, something gentle and almost tender moved behind her eyes. "You're welcome, Envis of Nowhere," she whispered. They fell into silence. His blood cooled under her gaze. Goosebumps prickled along his arms as she began to stare at him for too long. "Lady Tenebris," he said finally, his voice small. "Brake, he..." His throat began to tighten as Brake's smile, small and warm, flashed in his mind. He didn't deserve that." His voice steadied. "I'm gonna find that vampire that killed him and bring them to justice." Green embers flickered behind his eyes. Tenebris's eyes softened in a way that felt uncomfortably closer to pity rather than empathy. "Little one," she began softly, "some tragedies are better left unchased." "No," Envis said with quiet resolve. "Someone has to care. Someone needs to act." A shadow flickered behind Tenebris's fathomless black eyes. "Care? You show such concern for others that you don't realize you may end up a tragedy yourself." A heavy silence fell between them as a shiver trailed down Envis's spine. He convinced himself it was nothing. "You're kind to worry about me, Lady Tenebris, but I'm a lot tougher than you might think," he said, smirking down at his empty plate. "Yes," she said mildly, "I am." He opened his mouth to speak again, but fell silent as a black gauntlet reached across the table, heavy and cold. She rested it on his hand, the chill seeping into his skin. Her thumb brushed over his knuckles, the touch so cold and delicate it almost burned his flesh. "You're trembling," she murmured, her voice low. "It's all right, little one. You're safe here." Envis opened his mouth to speak, but the words didn't seem to form. His eyes lidded as he stopped trying to hide his weariness, and then he nodded slowly. "You're tired," she said. "It's time for bed." "But you can't go chasing whispers without a proper night's rest." Envis fell silent and lowered his eyes, and he felt it all at once. The soreness in his muscles, the stiffness in his neck from sleeping in dirt and ditch, and the chill that never seemed to leave his bones from nights out in the cold. I guess you're right." "That's a good boy." Her voice was low and strange. "Now wait here while I clear this." He rested his hands in his lap as she gathered the tray. "I'm safe here. Safe enough to rest," he told himself as she vanished back into the other room. Safe. The word echoed in his mind as his gaze absently wandered back to the unsettling, empty picture frame. A firm nudge on Envis's shoulder roused him from the jaws of sleep. He picked his head up groggily, hair spilled around his face like a wild curtain as he stretched his arms. His vision blurred and then sharpened on the silver table. A gauntleted hand still gripped his shoulder, unyielding. "I only stepped away for a few moments and you're already out, slobbering over my dining table," Tenebris murmured. Heat rushed to Envis's cheeks as she took his hand and stood him up. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, thick with sleep. "Say it properly," she said, her tone suddenly cold enough to snap him fully awake. "I'm sorry, Lady Tenebris," he whispered shyly, hugging his backpack to his chest. "Better," she said mildly, inclining her head. He let out a soft yawn. She tilted her head, settling him with unsettling interest, as if noting every tiny movement of his jaw. "It's time for bed," she murmured, voice strangely soft. Before he could reply, her cold gauntlet closed around his wrist, leading him through the doorway opposite the one they'd come in. The hall beyond was narrow, lined with more ruined columns and crouching gargoyles. Envis slowed, uneasy under the weight of their onyx eyes. They were only statues, but he almost felt them thinking. Tenebris opened the first of 3 doors on the right and gestured him inside. His breath caught and his eyes widened. The polished obsidian floor twinkled like starlight under the wispy blue flames set in iron sconces along the smooth gray walls. A wide bed stood against the far wall, draped in dark blue velvet blankets and pillows embroidered with silver runes that gleamed beneath ghostly torchlight. A silver wash basin and pitcher stood on a black wooden dresser next to the bed. A black wooden trunk stood at the foot of the bed, and a matching wardrobe stood against the opposite wall. In the corner to the right of the entrance, a small gargoyle crouched on a pedestal, its onyx eyes fathomless and void-like. It looked as if at any moment it would spring to life. Every surface, walls, wardrobe, the trunk at the end of the bed was etched with curling designs that looked like black thorny brambles, or perhaps wicked, spiked chains. Envis swallowed and turned to his companion, as if to silently ask her permission to answer. A faint smile along with a gentle squeeze on his shoulder gave him his answer. He gingerly crossed the floor over to the bed, worried his bare feet might leave ugly smudges on the polished surface. He set down his small backpack and groveled near the trunk. The dark blue velvet sheets were almost black against the pale torchlight. Envis ran his hand along their silver embroidery, ancient, vine-like runes in an eldritch language beyond his comprehension. The air felt warm, warmer than any other part of the castle he'd been in. It was too nice. Too comfortable. He'd never slept in a bed so big, and he hadn't had his own room in as long as he could remember. Envis's throat tightened. He didn't believe himself worthy of anything more than a vacant pile of hay in a horse stable. "Is it not to your liking?" the soft melody of Tenebris's voice carried from behind. Envis turned his head to the side without fully turning around. Out of his peripherals, he could see her leaning in the doorway, watching him with that strange, unreadable look. I love it," Envis said softly, before turning around and meeting her gaze. "I've never had anything this nice before." Her eyes glinted, and for a moment something almost like pity flickered across her elegant features. She stepped forward, and her gauntlet brushed his cheek, cool as riverstone. "You deserve comfort," she murmured. Envis gave a slight nod, lowering his head and closing his eyes as he placed a hand over his heart, feeling it twist with sorrow. He knew this was only temporary. He was merely a guest here. Soon he would be sleeping in the dirt once more. Tenebris placed a heavy gauntlet on his shoulder and lifted his chin, looking down into his eyes strangely. "If you need anything, call for me," she said, her voice soft like velvet. "Yes, ma'am," he whispered. Tenebris tightened her grip on his shoulder uncomfortably, and her black eyes stared into his just long enough to make his skin prickle, before letting go of him, narrowing her eyes and inclining her head. "I'll see you tomorrow night," she said strangely, before slowly turning to leave. "Wait, don't you mean—" he began, but Tenebris had already crossed back into the hall and closed the door. "Morning," Envis finished softly, his voice barely above a whisper as he turned towards his bed. A small, faint clicking turned his blood to ice. Was that a lock? Envis turned back towards the door and took a step forward before shyly gripping his arm. "No, it couldn't be. I'm imagining things," he reassured himself as he gingerly stepped over to the wash basin and began to undress and clean himself. The smooth silver of the pitcher handle felt cold against his fingertips, and the water smelled faintly of a strange herb he could not name. Clean, but unfamiliar. Envis combed his fingers through the tangles in his hair to the best of his ability, glancing over his shoulder every few minutes just to make sure he was still alone, his eyes always seeming to fall back to the gargoyle as he felt its watchful eyes rove him uncomfortably. He swallowed nervously, reminding himself it was just a statue as he scrubbed dirt off his face with a small rag. When he finished watching, he reached for his dirty clothes and was about to put them back on, but stopped himself, realizing that for the first time in a long while he was clean. "I'll just sleep without them. I don't want to dirty her bed." Envis glanced back towards the gargoyle for a long moment before shyly looking away, trying to ignore it. His bandages were colored a deep red. His mouth twitched as he peeled back the binding on his arm. A small smirk touched his lips. The gash was crusted with dark blood. The skin near was still red, but less angry looking. My wounds always heal fast. He slathered a fresh coat of honey on the cut and applied fresh bandaging before doing the same for his knees. He took a small leather-bound journal from his pack along with a stubby, worn-down piece of charcoal and his tattered stuffed cow, Moo, and climbed into bed. The mattress gave a soft sigh beneath his weight, as if it were expecting him. The blankets were heavy and smelled of cold and stone and something strangely sweet, like lavender or decay. He wasn't sure. Envis propped himself up against the pillows, which sank around him like a gentle embrace, and began to write in his journal. "I was passing through Gloomstead and teamed up with an elf named Brake Cinderfletch to rescue a boy who was kidnapped by bandits. I met a lady in a potion shop. Her name is Tenebris Mavros. She's called the White Reaper. And she scared me a bit. Things got too much for me again at dinner with the kid's parents, and I ran off into the woods. Brake was killed by a vampire. I tried so hard to save him. It's my fault. If I wasn't like this, he would still be here. I met Tenebris again near his body, and she's really cool and really nice and really pretty. She invited me to her home, Duskmantle Castle. She dresses like a knight, but I think she's a princess or a queen. She made dinner for me and is letting me sleep in her guest bedroom." Envis brushed his finger lightly across the page. Before he ran away from home, when his parents would yell at him and hit him, instead of cowering in his room, he would write in his little journal. He wrote his name, the things he liked, and the things he wanted to do so that he would never forget them. His mother had discovered his journal one day and confiscated it, just as her father had done to her. His jaw tightened as he considered reading a few of the earlier pages, but simply marked his page and closed his journal, looking down at the cover wistfully. After he ran away, he got a new journal and began writing in it, and writing in it was one of his biggest newfound freedoms. No matter how many pages he filled up, there always seemed to be just a few more. He may have become wild, but writing is what kept him from losing himself. He opened one of his vials of valerian root extract with the flick of a thumb and swiftly downed it before the bitterness could convince him otherwise. "Good night, Moo," Envis whispered, kissing his stuffed toy before nestling against the pillows. "We're safe here," he whispered. Chapter 3. Envis woke to warmth he didn't remember earning. For a long moment he lay still, blinking through sleep haze, listening. No wind, no insects, no wild forest noise. Only the hush of stone holding its breath. Brake's lifeless body, bloodied and broken, burned in his mind and made his heart heavy. Tenebris sat on the edge of the bed, reading from a small, leather-bound book. She was wearing a black wrap top and some matching close-cut shorts. Her shimmering white hair was pulled into a medium ponytail that trailed down her back, highlighting the elegant line of her neck. 2 thick frontal pieces framed her face beautifully without making her any less unsettling as they cascaded down her neck like strands of moonlight. Even dressed like this, she looked built for endurance rather than comfort. Lean muscle carved like stone, economical and deliberate, the kind of body made to outlast storms. Her fingernails were black claws that looked to be shards of night itself. So this is what you look like under all that armor. He shifted with a sleepy groan, stretching his arms, then froze when his eyes properly focused on the book. It looked familiar. Envis's gaze darted to the nightstand where he left his journal, only to find a tray of food where he had left it. Then he realized Tenebris wasn't just reading any leather-bound book, she was reading his leather-bound journal. His cheeks grew red with embarrassment as his jaw slowly dropped. "She's really pretty. I think she's a princess or a queen," Tenebris read aloud, her voice rife with smug amusement as a faint smile danced upon her lips. Envis swiftly drew the covers over his head and buried himself in the bed, mortified. "You're adorable," she murmured, setting the journal back down on the nightstand and taking a seat on the bedside. "How much did you read?" Envis asked quietly from beneath the covers. "All of it," she said strangely, making his heart twist behind his ribs. She moved closer to him and set her hand on his back through the covers. "Not many commoners know how to read and write," she murmured. "And so beautifully at that. Your thoughts and feelings are so raw and uncluttered." He swallowed, curling tighter beneath the covers. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "There's no need to apologize." Her thumb traced a line down his spine through the blanket. "I want to know everything about you." The words landed strangely, like a claim made politely. Envis peeked out just enough to meet her gaze. "Why?" Tenebris tilted her head slightly. Her smile deepening, not cruel, not mocking, just amused. "Must there be a reason?" she asked, voice soft and lazy like she was still savoring the moment. She reached up and gently smoothed his hair, her fingers light. "You're interesting and you make me smile." A faint shrug. "Everyone tries to run from me. Man and beast alike." Her gaze lingered a second too long, but it wasn't her usual strangeness. Just curiosity. "You're different. I like that." And then lightly, with a playful quirk of her lips. "And I really think I like watching you squirm." Envis hid under the covers with a quiet whimper of embarrassment. Tenebris laughed, a small, genuine sound, and stood. "Come now, little Envis. Out from under there. I cooked you breakfast, and I would hate for it to get cold." "All right," he said quietly as he gingerly propped himself up against the pillows, holding the covers up to his shoulders shyly, feeling a gentle warmth enkindle within his heart at his hostess's words. Tenebris placed a silver tray laden with plates of steaming food in front of him. His mouth watered at the sight. A generous stack of pancakes dripping with syrup and topped with a creamy golden square of butter. Several strips of fine hog bacon that steamed and sizzled as if beckoning him. 2 beautiful, runny eggs, sunny side up, sprinkled with pink salt and cracked black pepper. A glass of dark red liquid that smelled faintly of copper rested off to the side, along with a set of utensils. "Lady Tenebris, He trailed off, looking up to his companion and then back to the tray as if asking permission to eat. Is this all for me?" he whispered. "It certainly is. I made it myself." She nodded. "Now eat. This is not a request, this is a command," she finished sternly. "Yes, ma'am. Thank you." He nodded, shyly pinning a strand of hair behind his ear and picking up the fork and knife with shaking hands. His lips quivering as he couldn't help but smile. "She's amazing." He cut a small piece of pancake and brought it shyly to his lips. Memories of his grandmother flooded his mind. She would make him a stack of pancakes and watch him eat, buttering each pancake in the stack as he ate. His throat tightened as the flavor washed over his palate, and for a moment he could almost feel his grandmother by his side. "How is it?" Tenebris asked, taking a seat on the bedside, closer to her guest. "It's just like my grandma used to make," Envis said softly, taking a small bite of pancake, lower on the stack, closing his eyes and relishing in the buttery flavor. She buttered each individual one, exactly like Sam would. What was she like? Your little diary doesn't mention her, Tenebris murmured. It's a journal, not a diary. His cheeks flushed and he looked away shyly. She was an earthbound angel. And that was the same thing she said about her grandmother before her, he said quietly. Tenebris waited silently as her guest took a gentle nibble off a strip of bacon. She was kind, compassionate, caring, and most gentle of heart. When she would find little insects dead in her garden, she would put them on a small little saucer in her house and pray to Melike, he said wistfully. Melike, the dead earth goddess, slain by an ancient reaper born to destroy the world, Tenebris said strangely. Her words sounded more like she was recalling ancient history than reciting legend and myth. I called her Sam. My older sister couldn't pronounce Gam or Graham, so Sam is what stuck. He smiled, a small, far-off smile. Why didn't you go stay with her when you ran away from home? Tenebris asked, a gentle note of concern in her voice. Something heavy gripped Envis's heart. She's gone. Tenebris fell silent, and she gently squeezed his shoulder reassuringly. My parents never wanted me to be an alchemist, but after I had learned some basic powders and mixtures, it fell on my shoulders to take care of her in her dying months. His voice was beginning to break. She told me I was her rock and her anchor, and she tried to leave me her house when she died, but my mom... His hands began to shake and the utensil slipped from his grasp and clattered against the tray. Tenebris watched with silent, growing interest. My mom sold everything Sam tried to leave me, he finished wistfully, looking down at his hands. I started writing in my journal after I ran away, and that's why it didn't mention Sam, and why it doesn't mention a lot of other things. Advis clenched his fists in his hands, and his voice steadied. I had a journal before, but Mom took it. When I left, it was like the ultimate freedom. It kept me moored, that I may always stay true to who I am, no matter any hardship I face. Tenebris let the silence breathe between them for a moment. She must have been proud of you, she said at last, her tone unreadable, but her eyes fixed on him with strange intensity. Kindness like yours doesn't come from nowhere. She nodded towards the tray. Eat, little one. You can't change the past on an empty stomach. Yes, ma'am, he said quietly, chewing on another strip of bacon. You fascinate me, she murmured, her gaze wandering over to Moo. I didn't know you played with dolls. Envis bristled as he took a bite of his egg. Moo isn't a doll. Oh? Is it an action figure? Tenebris teased lightly. No, she is my stuffed animal. Sam gave me 3 of her when I was born, so I would always have her with me, he said in a small, defensive voice, picking up Moo and hugging her tightly in his arms. You're adorable, Tenebris murmured. The words made him feel smaller than he liked. He shrunk beneath her gaze as he started on his eggs, taking a sip of his drink. It was more the spiced wine from last night with the same coppery taste. She took the tray and set it back down on the nightstand after he finished eating before moving closer. Thank you for letting me stay the night, Lady Tenebris, he said wistfully, drawing his hand across the sheet longingly. Now that it's morning, I should really be going. I need to start tracking down that vampire. It's not morning, it's dusk, she corrected strangely. What? Envis's eyes widened in astonishment. Did I sleep the entire day? You did. Envis folded his arms. I'm so sorry, I've overstayed my welcome. You've done no such thing. She pinned a strand of hair gently behind his ear. Besides, I haven't dismissed you, she said with a gentle smile, the kind that made it sound like she was joking. But I need to... Do you really think you're in any condition to traipse through the Everdusk at night? Tenebris narrowed her eyes as her gaze slid to his bandaged arm. Envis's mouth slowly closed as he hugged Moo. Okay, I guess I'll stay another night. He yawned and rubbed his eyes. Despite having slept for an entire day, he found himself ready to go right back to bed. Yes, you will, Tenebris murmured, moving so close that Envis could smell the copper tang in her breath. Envis blinked at her, something in her voice and her closeness making his breath catch, but she was smiling that same strange, amused smile she always flashed in moments like these. And maybe she was just teasing again. Still, the way she looked at him, it stirred something he couldn't name. Not quite warmth and not quite fear. Something in between. She just wants me to be safe, he told himself, just like Sam did. It feels a bit much, but she's probably lonely like me. He tucked Moo under the covers beside him and gave Tenebris a sleepy, bashful smile. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your hospitality. Tenebris exhaled softly, a sound too quiet to be warmth. Her fingers brushed his hair as if testing how easily he'd let himself be arranged. Good boy, she murmured, almost to herself. The praise landed wrong, like the way a collector appraises a jewel. Heat rose in his face anyway, and that embarrassed him more than the words. Before he could untangle his thoughts enough to respond, she stood and stretched with feline grace. She wordlessly crossed to the wardrobe opposite the bed and began thumbing through various garments. He found himself watching her, assessing, trying to wrap his head around why she was so kind to him when nobody else ever had. It's rude to stare, little fawn, Tenebris murmured without turning around, quiet but carrying. The words chilled Envis's blood, and he swiftly fixed his gaze down on the bedsheets. I'm sorry, Lady Tenebris, he stammered, as she laid a black linen shirt with matching pants on the bed before him. I didn't mean anything by it. He fell silent as her fingers found his jaw and lifted his chin in gentle firmness, forcing him to look up into her fathomless eyes. I didn't mean to stare. I was only admiring your strength and elegance and the way they're balanced in such perfect harmony, he said in a small, honest voice. His words dripped with gentle innocence and soft naivete. Tenebris's hand remained beneath his chin, her fingers gentle but firm. Her expression didn't shift at first, and for a breathless moment it seemed like she hadn't heard him at all. But then, you're dangerous, Envis. Not an insult, not a compliment. A diagnosis delivered with the calm interest of someone deciding what to do with a rare animal. He swallowed. I know. I killed like 4 people yesterday after they kidnapped a little kid. A small, strange smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Fierce little thing. You're more dangerous because you speak like that, and because you look at me like that, and you still don't know what I am. Before he could reply, she leaned in until her forehead touched his. The contact was gentle. The air between them was not. The world never deserved you, she whispered, her breath ghosting over his skin. His heart was hammering in his chest, but not from fear exactly. There was something else. Something warm and aching, threaded with awe and confusion. He felt like a little boy again, being held in the arms of someone impossibly strong. Someone who could pull him from the edge of a cliff, but just as easily throw him down. She pulled back slightly, just enough to meet his eyes. You make me, she began, then paused as if the next word was too honest. Her smile returned like a mask sliding into place. Hungry, she finished lightly. She pressed the folded clothes into his hands. Get dressed, little fawn, she said. There's a library I think you'll love. Okay, he whispered, looking at the clothes in his hands, then back to his companion. I'm naked under these sheets, he said, hot with embarrassment. I'm aware. She narrowed her eyes coolly. He focused his gaze on the bedsheet shyly. May I have some privacy to change, Lady Tenebris? Tenebris's expression didn't falter. At least not outwardly, but something flickered behind her eyes. A flicker of heat, of disappointment, of a strange resistance that made his blood turn to ice. Still, her smile stayed soft, tilted faintly at the edges. Of course, she said after just a second too long of a pause. She turned to collect the silver tray, but her fingers brushed the rim a little too hard. The goblet rattled. As she moved toward the door, she paused, her back still to him. You shouldn't be afraid to be seen, she murmured. Not by me. Then she opened the door with a graceful motion and glanced over her shoulder just once. I'll wait in the corridor once I get these dishes squared away. Call for me when you're decent. And with that, she stepped out, her footfall silent, the scent of something coppery and sweet lingering in the air behind her. As the door closed with a soft click, Envis sat frozen for a moment, folded clothes still cradled in his arms. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Something about the way she'd paused, the way her voice had softened just before leaving, it unsettled him. Not in a fearful way exactly, but the way that murky water unsettles you when you can't see what's below. You shouldn't be afraid to be seen. What did you mean by that? His fingers tightened around the fabric. For a moment, he stared at the closed door. He could still feel her breath like needles on his skin, her hand like a vice beneath his chin. He swallowed hard. She probably didn't mean anything by it. She's just being weird again. She's always being weird. He let out a small, nervous laugh and shook his head. Still, his cheeks burned and a small shiver crawled down his spine. She's lonely, that's all. She said I'm her friend. She probably doesn't know how to act with people. She said she doesn't even like people. A little comfort settled over him with that thought. He didn't know how to act around people either. Not really. He wasn't used to compliments, let alone ones wrapped in silken words and strange glances. And she'd made him pancakes, read his journal, and talked to him like he mattered. Nobody's ever been this kind to me. He brushed a hand through his hair, and slowly, reaching for the threads on the linen shirt, heart still fluttering faintly. Maybe, he murmured to himself, she really is just lonely. But deep down, where he still remembered the way her voice had dropped into a hush when she called him dangerous, he wondered if it was something more. Envis was left alone for a few minutes, and despite already having his clothes on, he hesitated on whether or not to call out. He made the bed gingerly before crossing over to the door. He swallowed shakily, extending his hand for the handle before swiftly retracting it. What if it's locked? He swallowed shakily. He closed his eyes and tried to steady his shaky breathing. Why would it be locked? I'm her guest. I'm not her prisoner. He reached out his hand again, and it hovered over the handle. What am I afraid of? I'm me. I shouldn't be afraid. Just in that moment, Tenebris opened the door. Envis took a step back, flinching. She took a step forward, looking down into his eyes strangely. Why are you taking so long? She murmured, placing a deathly cold hand inexorably on his shoulder. He swallowed. I told you to call for me. Are you trying to leave? Her words were daggers draped in silk. No, ma'am, he stammered. I would never disrespect you like that. He flinched harder as she placed her other hand on the nape of his neck, not squeezing, just there. She leaned in until her breath brushed his ear, winter cold. No, you wouldn't, she whispered, soft and dangerous. Envis shivered. I told you to call for me. Why didn't you? I don't want to be loud or seem needy. You've done so much for me already, and I don't want you to think I was taking advantage of your kindness, he said in quiet honesty. That was when her expression finally shifted, softening, almost melting. Her fingers brushed up through his hair, smoothing it back behind his ear with exquisite care. Oh, Envis, she breathed, and a smile touched on her lips, warm and indulgent. You're so well-mannered. You're so thoughtful and always trying to be good. A beat passed, and then her tone sharpened. Not harsh, not cruel, but like a blade hidden behind velvet. But you will do as I say. Her fingers tightened slightly at his nape. Is that understood? He nodded quickly. Yes, ma'am. Say it properly. She narrowed her eyes, nails gently digging into his skin and leaving small red half-crescents. Envis swallowed hard and closed his eyes. I will do as you say, Lady Tenebris. The sharpness vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Tenebris rested her forehead against his in a way that was almost reverent. Good boy. She pulled back, her black nails tracing his skin as her hands returned to her sides. Now, she said smoothly, I think you deserve to relax after yesterday. Her eyes glittered with something unreadable, like moonlight on still water. She extended a pale hand up. Come along, boy. I have stories older than kingdoms, tales buried in dust and memory. I'd love to share them with you. As she closed a deathly cold hand around his, something in her voice turned delicate, yearning. I've never had anyone to read to before. Envis's eyes twinkled in awe as he stepped through a great archway and into the biggest library he had ever seen. Towering black bookcases stretched high into the darkness above, and far off into the blackness. I've never seen so many books in one place before. Blue torches burned in their black iron sconces, and a ghostly blue flame burned hauntingly in a black brick hearth. In front of the hearth was a black, high-backed chair with azure cushions next to an end table and a gargantuan bear rug, much larger than any normal bear. This is remarkable. Envis's voice was hushed, rife with wonder as his bare feet caressed the polished obsidian floor. There are stories here older than your bloodline, Tenebris said thoughtfully. I have the perfect one for tonight. It's one of my favorites. She let go of Envis's hand and crossed to a nearby bookcase built into the wall, tracing her fingers along dark, weathered spines until she found the one she wanted and sat in her throne-like chair. She patted her lap expectantly, and he came to sit cross-legged before her chair on the rug. One white brow arched, but she opened the large tome spread across her lap. This is the tale of the moss-hearted girl, Myra Greenlark, she began, tone softening into something reverent. An Earthborn. Do you know what that means? Earthborn. Envis tasted the word on his tongue, a flash of déjà vu, and then nothing. He shook his head slowly. Only one can exist at a time, she explained, brushing her thumb along the edge of the page. An Earthborn is a mortal child born with the slumbering soul of Melike housed quietly inside them. She may have been slain long ago, but her soul is restless. When the stars are right, her spirit slips into a newborn like dew into a cup. The world forgets her, but the soil does not. Her fingers stilled on the page, and neither do things like me. Envis watched her silently, rapt. The moss-hearted girl was born to a nameless village where the rivers ran green with copper and the stones wept when you whispered to them, Tenebris continued. She grew up quiet, strange. Plants would lean toward her, trees would twist to shade her skin. Wild beasts, no matter how vicious or feral, bowed their heads to her. Even when she cried, the rain would fall around her, as to not soil her clothes. Envis thought about the way he walked barefoot to feel in tune with the natural world, how he always had a way with animals, and how, if he really concentrated, he thought he could hear the whispers of the trees themselves. I'm no Earthborn, he thought to himself. His hand slipped into his pocket and his fingers gently brushed his rusted coin as it began to hum. Tenebris turned the page, the paper itself whispering secrets of a bygone era. But you see, the world feared her. Earthborn tend to make mortals uncomfortable. They're too alive, too enduring. She was hunted, this girl, first by her own people, then by scholars and kings, and then by things that did not crawl from the womb at all. Envis looked up into his companion's dark eyes, listening intently. But one thing never changed, Tenebris went on, her voice a lullaby. There was a guardian, a creature of tooth and claw, a thing made to destroy, not to protect. And yet, this thing followed her, shadowed her, slew her enemies with a voice that spouted black fire and wings that beat like a dark hurricane. She paused, her gaze drifting to the azure flames. Some say it wanted her for its own, others that it fed on her dreams when she slept. But the girl never feared it. She called it kindness. A breath passed. Envis stared up at her with wide eyes, the name lingering like a question in the air. In time, Tenebris murmured, the world caught her. Earthborn are meant to guide mortals and serve as a protector for Earth, but free will is a double-sided blade. Her body was torn apart by those who wanted the goddess within, but not even death could unravel her entirely. Her hand rested on the book again. When her blood watered the forest floor, flowers bloomed. The guardian wept for her and vanished into the heavens. She closed the book with a gentle thud. But some say she was reborn again, somewhere far away. Melike's soul still wanders, gentle and wild, waiting for someone to remember her. Envis watched his companion, eyes wide with wonder, his voice a whisper. Do you think that story's real? Tenebris looked down at him, her eyes unreadable. I know it is. The fire crackled as ghostly embers danced in the hearth. Are you afraid of me, little fawn? She murmured, closing the tome and setting it on the end table. Afraid, Envis echoed. staring into the fire, his fingers brushing his coin one last time. Yes. Afraid. She narrowed her eyes, studying him with strange curiosity. He closed his eyes and placed his hand over his chest, feeling the beating of his heart behind his ribs. Yes, he answered truthfully. But I think you already knew that. He swallowed and looked up at her. I find you hauntingly beautiful. You wear fear like a cloak of darkness. I'm frightened by you, but I know nothing worse can reach me in your presence, Lady Tenebris. The words slipped out like a confession, honest, unarmed, not meant to flatter, but to describe something he didn't fully understand. Tenebris's eyes slowly widened, not with surprise, but something deeper. She rested her head on her fist, her pale hair sliding over one shoulder like liquid moonlight. Kneel, she commanded. The word was quiet, but it dropped into the room like a weight. Envis hesitated only for a moment before moving from the rug's edge to his knees before her chair. He lowered his eyes, suddenly shy beneath the force of her attention as an icy hand snaked across his cheek. Her hold was not harsh, but the gravity of it pinned him like an insect to velvet. My darling, she murmured, and there was a tremor in her voice that sounded less like affection than restraint. You say things like that and you expect me to let you leave? Envis gave a nervous, uncertain smile. You're teasing me again, he whispered, though the uncertainty in her tone made the words feel smaller than he intended. Tenebris did not smile back. Her thumb moved once across his cheekbone, slow and deliberate, as if memorizing the shape of him. You should not speak to strangers as if they are worthy of trust, she said softly. It teaches them dangerous things. Envis's breath caught. She bent closer in the cold scent of her. Night air, iron, and something floral gone dark folded around her. I could be anything, she whispered near his ears. A monster, a butcher, a reaper with blood still on my breath. He went rigid and did not pull away. You would still look at me like that, she murmured. The words hollowed the air between them. She drew back just enough to study his face. Her expression didn't soften. It deepened into something he couldn't name, and that frightened him more than if she smiled. Then she lowered her mouth to his forehead. The kiss was soft. It did not feel gentle. It felt ceremonial. A mark. A benediction. A claim. When she rose from the chair, she did so with the slow elegance of a queen leaving judgment behind her. She offered him one pale hand. Come, she said. Envis looked up at her, dazed, and placed his hand in hers. Her fingers closed around it at once. It's time for supper. The dining hall was quieter than before. The sconces still burned with ghostly blue fire, but the light felt dimmer somehow. Softer, as though the room itself were holding its breath. Envis sat in the same chair as the night before, his bare feet brushing the polished obsidian floor beneath the table. He glanced at the high-backed chair at the far end, but Tenebris didn't sit in it tonight either, nor did she sit across from him. She sat beside him, closer. Not quite touching, but near enough that he could feel the chill of her presence at the edge of his skin. The food was familiar. Roasted root vegetables, spiced venison, warm bread with honeyed butter, and a glass of that strange spiced wine. The meal was simple and rich, comforting in a way that made something ache in Envis's chest. Thank you for cooking again, Lady Tenebris, he said softly, breaking a piece of bread between his fingers. You didn't have to go through the trouble. I didn't mind, she murmured, her eyes fixing strangely on his neck. You deserve to eat well. He offered a small smile. You're really kind for someone who hates people. She didn't smile back, just tilted her head slightly, studying him. You're different. Envis looked down at his plate. I don't really feel different. You are. She said it with such certainty that it quieted him. A few moments passed in silence, filled only by the clink of utensils and the whisper of fire before them. And then Envis spoke again with quiet certainty. Lady Tenebris, I wanted to talk to you about something. It's about Braig. Tenebris didn't move. My friend from last night, he continued, trying to keep his voice steady. He was ripped apart. Her gaze never left him. She picked up her goblet and took a slow sip. I know you told me not to dwell on it, he said, but I won't stop thinking about him. How could I? He had his whole life ahead of him. if he wouldn't have followed me into the woods. I remember, Tenebris said softly, setting the glass down. He deserved better than that, Envis said, stronger now, and I'd really like to find the vampire responsible for that. Envis turned to look at his companion. Her expression was neutral, but her eyes were not. There was something darker behind them tonight, something slow and watchful, like a serpent coiled beneath still water. You want to hunt monsters? She asked, voice barely above a whisper. Envis shook his head. No. I just don't want his death to mean nothing. He's already gone, little one, Tenebris murmured. Chasing his shadow won't bring him back. But what if it stops someone else from dying? Tenebris tilted her head again, as though appraising him anew. So brave, she said quietly. So full of fire for a world that doesn't deserve you. Her fingers curled lightly around the stem of her goblet, but she didn't drink. The faintest tension tightened the corners of her mouth. You think the world rewards goodness? She asked. That it spares those who care too much? Green embers flickered behind Envis's eyes. I don't know, and I don't care. I'm gonna stand up for what's right, even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts. A slow breath escaped her nose. Let me give you a warning, she said. There are questions you shouldn't ask, deaths you shouldn't chase. Some things are too old to answer to justice. His jaw tightened, and he opened his mouth to speak. I don't... Tenebris raised a hand, gently, not to silence him, but to stop the thought before it grew fangs. I'm not angry with you, she said. Only... She searched his face. Only worried. Worried of seeing you offer yourself to a fire that will never warm you. She reached out, brushing a crumb from his cheek with one black-nailed finger. The touch was cold, but gentle. We both know this isn't the first time you've pledged yourself to a little crusade like this, either. I don't want to see you burn. Envis flushed, the fire leaving his eyes as they fell to his lap. I wasn't trying to upset you. I know, she said, lowering her hand. But promise me something. He looked up again. If you find yourself standing at the edge of something awful, something vast and dark, walk away. Envis didn't answer right away. His chest tightened. I will take your words into consideration, he said finally. She smiled again, small, close-lipped. That's all I ask. The rest of the meal passed in silence. Tenebris didn't bring up Break again. Neither did he. But as they left the hall, her hand holding his shoulder a little too firmly, her eyes lingering a little too long, Envis couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed between them, like a gear shifting in clockwork. It felt as if the air had turned colder, even after the fire went out, or maybe things were this way from the start and he was only now starting to see it. Maybe she's trying to protect me, he thought, but the image of Bray's lifeless body on the forest floor wouldn't leave his mind. Tenebris stopped just before the guest room and opened it for him. This time she didn't gesture for him to go in first. She stepped inside. Envis followed, his feet quiet against the polished black glass. The room was as he left it. Immaculate, silent, strangely warm, the faint smell of lavender and something darker clinging to the air. Tenebris moved slowly across the chamber as if she were inspecting it. She touched the edge of his wash basin, then the corner of the dresser. Her fingers ghosted along the folds of the blanket, then came to rest on the small tattered form of Moo sitting near the pillow. You tucked her in, she murmured, picking up the stuffed cow in her hands. Envis bristled and reached out as she touched Moo. He hesitated before returning his hand to his side and hugging himself nervously. I don't like people touching her. That's good. I would have been disappointed if she'd been left on the floor, Tenebris said strangely. I'd never do that, Envis said quickly, a little embarrassed. She's important to me. Tenebris smiled faintly. Yes, she said. She is. She turned and handed Moo gently back to him, and he tucked the stuffed animal against his chest with shy gratitude. Then her eyes drifted toward the wash basin. Shall I help you bathe? She asked softly, already reaching for the pitcher. Envis flinched slightly. No, thank you. I'd rather wash up on my own. She paused. Her hand stayed on the pitcher for a moment too long, and the air began to feel heavy. Then, slowly, she withdrew. As you wish, she said. Her voice was smooth, calm, but something behind her eyes cooled a few degrees. I just don't want to be a burden, Envis added, trying to ease the quiet. You've done so much already. Tenebris's smile returned. Small, tilted at the edges. You're not a burden, she said. I'll be right down the hall. Call for me if you need anything. Envis gave a small nod, and she turned toward the entrance. But this time, as she stepped out, she didn't close the door. She left it ajar. He bathed himself slowly, wiping down with the herb-scented water, combing his fingers through his hair. The pitcher handle was still cold against his palm, the same as the night before, but tonight, he kept glancing over his shoulder. Every time he did, the door remained cracked. A sliver of blue torchlight glowed through the gap, still, silent. She just wants to make sure I'm okay, he told himself, rubbing his hand over his neck and wincing as his fingers passed over two small puncture wounds, perfectly parallel. Envis's heart sank like a stone. When did I get these? He caught himself shivering, though the room wasn't cold. I must have gotten them from the woods, but these aren't normal bramble scratches. Envis looked over his shoulder one last time towards the door anxiously. I'm overthinking, he told himself. I'm still shaken up from dinner. The bath hadn't made him feel cleaner. The air and dusk mantle began to cling to his skin, a faint metallic cold that never quite lifted. He dried off and dressed in some black linen sleepwear from the wardrobe as he sat on the edge of the bed, brushing out his hair with his fingers. The door creaked open just a little farther. He looked up. Tenebris stood in the doorway. Her black eyes drank in the room, and him, with a slow, quiet focus that made his skin tighten. She took a step inside. Do you feel clean, little one? She asked gently. Envis nodded quickly. Yeah, I'm good, he lied. She crossed the room without waiting for an invitation. Her presence pulled the warmth from the air itself. She sat on the edge of the bed beside him. Her eyes traced the curve of his damp hair, the way it clung to his cheek. Slowly, she reached up and brushed it back behind his ear with the back of her fingers. You have such a delicate face, she murmured. It's a wonder the world hasn't broken it already. Envis swallowed. Yeah, alright, a breath. You always say weird things like that. They're always true. She stood up and opened the top drawer of the nightstand, fishing out a wide-toothed silver comb, crafted to look like the bones that had been fused together. She sat back down beside him and moved closer. May I? She asked, holding up the comb. Before he could protest, she climbed into bed and knelt behind him. He tensed up as she took hold of his hair from the midpoint and began gently working the comb through the ends. He opened his mouth to speak, but he held his tongue, fearful of making her upset. Make sure for your curl texture you never brush your hair while it's dry, she murmured. Do sections at a time and always work the ends first as you make your way towards the roots. Yes, ma'am, he whispered. How long have you been growing your hair? She asked, her voice a gentle melody that danced in his ears. Since I was 10, he said wistfully. It's been slashed, frozen, and set on fire several different times, so it's not as long as I'd like. I feel like I'm always cutting off damaged ends. Set on fire, she echoed. Dangerous, wild boy. He shifted uncomfortably at her closeness. She pretended not to notice. What made you decide to grow it out? She hummed, coaxing the comb gently through a particularly stubborn knot. My dad, Envis's throat worked. He shaved my head when I was younger. Her hands went still on his hair. Why? She asked darkly. The air had grown deathly cold. It was a punishment for having bad grades in school, he said bitterly. It was the beginning of the grading period, only one assignment had been given out, a small homework paper that I didn't do. I tried to tell him the overall grade was an average of all the papers, and that because this was the only one given out, so far, yes, my grade would look bad for the moment, but would soon be fixed when more assignments were given. With a gentle, defeated sigh, he closed his eyes. He didn't care. Tenebris resumed her work with an eerily delicate touch. The room seemed to hold its breath. For a moment, Envis worried he'd said something wrong or shared too much. Then softly, too softly, he put his hands on you over a number. There was something hollow in her voice, like she was speaking through clenched teeth behind velvet. He shrugged. He would do a lot more over a lot less. I have nightmares about him and my mom a few times a month. Sometimes about school as well. The comb continued to move. Slowly, deliberately, she began brushing from a higher point now, working toward the roots. You were a child, she murmured. You still are. Her voice was calm, but there was something cold wrapped around it now. Something vast, quiet, and dangerous. Envis didn't respond. He didn't know how. Tenebris shifted slightly, the mattress dipping as she leaned just a little closer behind him. I'm glad you grew it out, she whispered. It suits you. Long, wild, and untethered. You remind me a little of an Earthborn. She set the comb down on the nightstand and reached forward, running her fingers lightly over his scalp. The touch was cold and careful, almost reverent. No one will ever take it from you again. The words were too soft, almost like a breath against his nape, but they made something stir low in his chest, a flicker of unease tangled with a nugget of comfort. He didn't look back. He was afraid of what he might see on her face. But he stayed still and let her finish, because her fingers were so gentle, and it had been so long since anyone had touched him without hurting him, that he didn't know how to react. Envis reached for his bag and fished out his honey and his small roll of bandage. Without asking, Tenebris reached for the bandage roll and Envis shied away. It's okay, I can do it, he said, as he began applying fresh bindings to his wounds. Tenebris's eyes narrowed, and the air seemed to cool a few degrees. I didn't ask if you could do it. I was going to, Tenebris said coolly. You've done a lot. I can do this, he said with a small half-smile. Very well, she murmured, the corner of her mouth giving the faintest twitch before her gaze slid to his arm. A dark scab crusted the gash, and the skin was pulled noticeably tighter. Impressive. Are you sure you're human? Tenebris's gaze slid back to his face. Well, Envis stroked his chin and furrowed his brow in mock seriousness. Judging by the trajectory of the sun and the stars, I would say that I am indeed a human being who was born to some less than decent human beings. He cast her a sidelong smirk as he tightened his bindings. For a moment, Tenebris only stared at him with those black, unfathomable eyes of hers, then huffed a breath that wasn't quite a laugh and wasn't quite not. Such a chipper little ray of sunshine in my dark halls, aren't you, boy? She murmured, shaking her head. Yes, ma'am. Envis turned up his chin proudly. Tenebris pulled the blanket back and gestured for Envis to climb in. He did so obediently, settling beneath the heavy velvet sheets. She tucked them around him with slow, deliberate care, smoothing the blanket over his chest. Lady Tenebris, he said, his smile fading. Yes? I'm sorry for upsetting you earlier when I brought up Break again, but I just can't forget him. Her gaze lingered on his face for a moment, then gently. You didn't upset me. She leaned in closer. He could feel the chill in her breath again, soft, coppery, and strange. I just don't want you to get hurt chasing things that will never love you back. Envis's throat tightened. He looked down at his hands resting on the blanket. You matter more than ghosts, she whispered. Envis closed his eyes. The words fell like a blanket of melancholy over his heart. Sleep well, little one, she murmured near his ear. You're safe here. Good night, Lady Tenebris, he whispered. She rose, but instead of leaving, she stood by the door for a long while, watching him. She said nothing else. Eventually the door closed and the familiar clicking made Envis's blood turn to ice. He sat up and tossed the covers aside. That was a lock, wasn't it? That had to be a lock. Envis wanted to leap out of bed and rush to the door to try its handle, but his eyes fell to the gargoyle in the corner, watching, waiting. It seemed strangely similar to the one half buried in the woods where Brake had been killed. She just tucked me in. Imagine how upset she would be to find me scrambling across the floor like a wild animal making noise in her home. He shuddered at the thought of disappointing her, and redrew the covers over himself defeatedly, closing his eyes, though he couldn't seem to fall asleep. Envis laid on his side for hours, watching the ghostly light flicker along the etching in the wardrobe doors. Are they thorny vines or spiked chains? Every so often he thought he saw them shift. It's just the light, he told himself. He pulled the blankets up to his chin. They were so warm it almost hurt. You're safe, he thought, trying to believe it. But then Tenebris's words rang through his mind again. You say things like that and expect me to let you leave? He tried to wrap his head around what that could have meant, but he couldn't seem to understand. Or maybe he chose not to. A small shiver crept down his spine as he could feel the bittersweet tenderness her lips had graced his forehead with. His gaze drifted across the room and caught the gargoyle's polished eyes again, fixed, unblinking on the bed. Another chill ran through him. He turned his face into the pillow and closed his eyes. Sometime later, when he was nearly asleep, he thought he heard the door creak open again and felt a current of cold air brush the back of his neck. But when he mustered the courage to look, the room was empty. Chapter 4. Envis woke to the taste of iron in his mouth. He moaned sleepily as he stirred, sitting up and stretching, the twin wounds at his neck throbbing in protest. They were fresh and unscabbed. Strange, especially for me. The skin should be past reknitting by now. My wounds heal really fast. Something felt off in his body, a subtle malaise that hung over his entire being like a wispy, looming shade. He rubbed his eyes and jumped in surprise to find Tenebris sitting on the bed next to him, legs pulled close to her chest, watching him. She was wearing a flowing, shadowy nightrobe with flared sleeves, hem pooling across the covers like black smoke. Good evening, little one, she smiled faintly. Were you watching me sleep? He asked gingerly. Yes, she said casually, as if she were simply picking flowers. When did you... Why? His voice was small as he gripped the bedsheets in his hands and looked down nervously. Because I wished to. Her black-tipped fingers lifted his chin. A slight tilt bared his throat. You scream in your sleep. She studied him the way one listens for a heartbeat. Poor pretty thing. I only want you safe. The words loosened something in his chest, eyes half-lidded with sleepy fatigue. He leaned into her touch before he could think better of it. You're right. I'm sorry for doubting you. Thank you for watching over me, Lady Tenebris. That was very kind of you. He whispered softly, closing his eyes. I'm sorry if I disturbed you at all. I hope I wasn't too loud. I forgot to take my valerian root extract last night. The night terrors have gotten me kicked out of countless different inns. For a moment, Tenebris said nothing. The silence crackled between them like thin ice underfoot, and then she whispered, You didn't disturb me. Her fingers curled under his jaw, thumb brushing his cheek. You could never disturb me. Another pause. Her voice grew quieter, stranger. You are too precious a thing to leave unwatched. His breath snagged. He looked up at her through half-lidded eyes, unsure whether he should smile again or look away. And that's when she said it, barely above a whisper. I cherish what falls into my keeping. Envis blinked. His lips parted slightly, but she didn't wait for a reply. She pressed a kiss to his temple, cold as a stream in winter, not a comfort, a seal. Go back to sleep, dear one. I'll be here when you wake. Her fingers snaked down to his chest as she gently eased him back down against the pillow and pulled the covers back over him like sliding a lid in place on a coffin. She ran her fingers through his hair in slow, even strokes, coaxing him back into the fog of slumber. And as his eyes drifted shut again, the last thing he heard was her humming under her breath, a lullaby colder than death and solemn as grave soil. Envis stirred beneath the silken sheets, a faint moan escaping his lips as he blinked sleep from his eyes. He felt heavy, not groggy exactly, just thick with something he couldn't name. like sleep had sunken its fangs into his bones and hadn't quite let go. The bed was warm, too warm. The pillow beneath his head still smelled faintly of night rose and copper. He rolled onto his back with a soft sigh, rubbing his eyes, and the world sharpened. Tenebris was seated behind him again, perched at the edge of the bed like a monument, waiting, watching. She wasn't curled up like earlier. This time she sat upright, regal and unmoving. One hand rested loosely in her lap. The other held a silver cup, its contents too thick and red to be wine. "Good evening, little fawn," she murmured, voice smooth as polished stone. Envis swallowed. His fingers crept up to the tender spots on his neck again. Still raw. Still not scabbed. Something isn't right. A small, shy smile. I didn't doubt you. Tenebris set her cup down on the nightstand and picked up a silver tray from it. "I made you breakfast again." Envis sat up slowly, propping himself against the pillows. She set it in his lap, her hands ghosting over his shoulders as she did. A stack of crepes dusted with powdered sugar and filled with blackberry jam, warm strips of spiced meat, and more of that dark spiced wine in a silver cup identical to hers. Everything smelled faintly floral, earthy, too perfect. You didn't have to," he began, but she pressed a finger to his lip. "I wanted to." She seated herself beside him again, one knee tucked beneath her. "You don't need to earn this, Envis. I decided you should have it." He blinked down at the tray. Something moved behind his ribs. "Thank you. Your generosity is rivaled only by your ghostly grandeur, your majesty," he said, tucking another curl behind his ear with a sleepy little smile before taking a small bite of a crepe, closing his eyes and relishing the sweet blackberry flavor as it washed over his tongue. Tenebris didn't speak right away. Something about her went still. Not frozen, exactly, but focused, like a beast in tall grass that had smelled something tender. Her dark eyes locked on him, and even without a word, Envis felt the heat rise to his cheeks. Her hand, cool and precise, came to rest over his. "Do you really mean that?" she asked softly, her voice like velvet pulled taut over something sinister. He blinked, unsure. "Yes, ma'am." Her lips curled into a smile that made something twist in his stomach. It wasn't unkind, but it wasn't soft either. "You always say the most dangerous things without realizing it." Her fingers curled gently against his. "One day you'll understand the weight of your words, and what they awaken." Envis couldn't breathe. He wasn't afraid, not exactly. But there was a tightness in his chest that felt like he had touched something sacred. Or perhaps taboo. She leaned in, close enough for her breath to stir his hair. "You make gentleness difficult, little fawn." Envis stilled, a flush blooming across his cheeks. Her presence pressed down on him like the sudden hush before a storm. She raised a hand and cupped his cheek, cold fingers guiding his gaze up into hers. Her thumb brushed along his jaw with unnerving tenderness. "Do you know what happens to precious boys when they say things like that to monsters?" she asked, voice dipped in reverence. "They get kept, caged, broken open and rearranged." Envis gave a nervous smile, unsure whether it was another one of her jokes. But she didn't smile this time. She just looked at him like he was something she'd already wrapped in silk and tucked inside a coffin. Her gaze held the same stillness as a tombstone. "Eat," she said at last, softly. "You'll need your strength." Envis looked down at the crepes again, but he barely tasted the next bite. Her hand lingered lightly on his. "I won't always be able to restrain myself," she murmured, almost absently, like she was speaking to herself. "When you speak to me like that." He turned his head slightly, just enough to glimpse her face from the corner of his eye. Her expression wasn't cruel, but it wasn't kind either. It held the same strange intensity he was beginning to dread. "But for now," she whispered, "I'll behave." And quieter still. "For now." Envis nodded, unsure of what else to do. She hadn't hurt him, she hadn't even raised her voice, and yet his heart was pounding. Not from fear exactly, but from something that curled tighter with every glance, every word. He didn't dare ask what she meant. Not yet. He picked up the cup of dark wine and took a sip, just to give his hands something to do. She watched him the whole time, analyzing every single trembling movement. Envis set his fork down, and as he raised the back of his hand to wipe his mouth, Tenebris swiftly caught his wrist and gently brushed his lips with a black silk cloth she plucked from the tray. "No," she scolded, her voice dark and gentle all at once. "We do things properly in this household." "Yes, ma'am," he whispered, picking up his fork again. I'm sorry." The corners of her lips lifted just slightly, not in amusement, but something far more dangerous. "You're always sorry," she murmured, more to herself than to him. "Such a polite little thing." Her fingers gently caressed the line of his jaw. He stilled his hand as he skewered a small piece of meat on his fork, as if frozen by the deathly coldness of her touch. "Did you sleep well?" she asked gently. I think so," his voice cracked. I had weird dreams." She didn't answer, just reached out as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and tucked a wild curl behind his ear. Her hand lingered for a moment too long, cold, but not unwelcome. "I told you I'd be here when you woke," she said softly. "Envious flash for someone so small, haven't you?" Her voice was syrupy sweet, but her eyes stayed on him longer than was polite, watching, measuring. Envis looked down, curling his hands in his lap. I hope I haven't imposed or overstayed my welcome or anything." "Silly boy," she chuckled mirthfully, resting her hand firmly behind his nape and moving him close until her lips brushed the shell of his ear. "Why would I have taken you back to my lair if I didn't want you here?" she whispered chillingly. The words made Envis's chest tighten, but he knew she was just teasing again. "Lair?" He turned to look up into her fathomless black eyes in soft naivete, her hand still on his nape. "Lady Tenebris, you aren't a beast. This isn't a lair. This is a castle that holds the envy of the night itself, and you're its enchanting queen of darkness. Don't speak things like that on yourself, your majesty." Tenebris went very still. Not just still, but silent in a way that felt heavy, holy, like he'd said something forbidden and she couldn't bear to look away. Her hand tightened at the back of his neck, cool against his skin, her thumb resting at the ridge of his spine. For a breathless moment, Envis thought he'd upset her. "Envis," she whispered, the sound of his name barely audible. "You say the gentlest things like you don't know what they mean." She simply looked at him, really looked at him, and he almost wished she hadn't. Her gaze was fathomless, as if he were something holy and endangered in equal measure. "If I were weaker," she murmured, "I would forget that fragile things must be handled carefully." Envis blinked uncertain. I didn't mean any disrespect. You just deserve to be referred to as you are. You offered me hot food and a bed to sleep in. It isn't like you kidnapped me or anything." That made her exhale softly, a sharp breath that wasn't quite a laugh. "Is that what you believe?" He nodded, taking hold of one of her hands in both of his. She stared at him like he was unraveling her, quietly, without even trying to. "Could I stay a little longer?" he asked softly. "Only if that's alright. I don't want to be a burden or anything, and I do need to get going. I don't think it's safe to leave in the middle of the night." He looked down, curling his fingers around hers pleadingly. Tenebris didn't answer right away, and he braced himself for her to say no, wincing at the feeling of laying in cold dirt and ditch that never truly left his bones. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer than he'd ever heard it. "Of course you may stay." She brought one hand to his cheek and cupped it gently, cold, steady, reverent. "I want nothing more." His heart skipped a beat as her thumb brushed just beneath his eye. "You've given me something I thought I'd never have again." Envis tilted his head slightly. What's that?" She smiled, but it wasn't the kind of smile that promised peace. "Purpose," she said, and then with unsettling calm, "Finish your breakfast. I'll prepare a proper bath for you." She rose in one smooth motion and moved to the door, pausing in its frame. "You made me very happy tonight, sweet boy." A soft smile played on her lips. Not cruel, not sweet, just quiet and final. "Rest a little more if you'd like. I'll be back soon." The door closed behind her with the soft clicking of a lock turning. Envis didn't move. For a moment he wasn't even sure he'd heard it right. Maybe it was just the latch settling into place. Maybe she hadn't locked it. He waited 5 seconds. 10. The silence didn't settle. It hovered, like a breath held behind a veil. Envis exhaled, a shaky sound in the stillness. The chill from her touch still clung to the side of his neck, and he raised a hand to rub it, fingers brushing over the wounds. His hand lingered there. The spots throbbed faintly. He swallowed. She said I gave her purpose. The words repeated in his mind like a stone dropped into still water, rippling wider each time. He didn't know why it unsettled him. It should have made him feel good, shouldn't it? That he mattered. That someone wanted him. And yet, his eyes drifted to the breakfast tray. The crepes were going cold, the cup of spiced wine still nearly full and the meat untouched. His appetite had vanished, all at once. His body felt very small beneath the weight of the room's silence. He glanced at the door again. Did she really lock it? He placed the tray back on the nightstand with delicate precision and slid to the edge of the bed, bare feet meeting cold stone. The moment he stood, his body complained, an ache in his legs, in his neck, the dull weight of sleep clinging like fog, the same strange malaise he felt the first time he woke tonight. I shouldn't be this tired all the time. Not me. Not like this. He walked to the door quietly, as if it might hear him. He reached out and gently twisted the silver handle. Nothing. It didn't rattle. It didn't budge. It wasn't stuck. It was locked. Envis stepped back, quickening. He began to feel lightheaded. She hadn't yelled at him. She hadn't threatened him. She hadn't even said anything wrong. And still, his skin crawled. She probably just doesn't want me wandering around her home or getting myself hurt, he told himself. But the words rang hollow in his mind. Too logical, too clean. He rubbed his arms, hugging himself for warmth, but it didn't help. You say the gentlest things like you don't know what they mean. Why had that made him nervous? Because maybe she was right. Maybe he didn't know what his words meant to her. If I were weaker, I would forget that fragile things must be handled carefully. It was meant to be a compliment, he was sure of it, but it had felt like a vow. Envis returned slowly to the bed, sitting back down. The blankets were still warm, the pillows still smelled of her scent. Winter night rose with a faint copper tang. He lay back down and closed his eyes. I'll prepare a proper bath for you. There was no reason not to trust her. She had fed him, clothed him, combed his hair, told him he deserved comfort. You made me very happy tonight, sweet boy. So why did it feel like something was closing in? He opened his eyes and slowly moved his gaze over to the gargoyle in the corner, still watching him in silent, ominous vigil. He turned onto his side and pulled the blankets over his head. He was starting to feel overwhelmed, and he couldn't fall back asleep. Not yet. Envis lay awake for what felt like hours, each breath beginning to feel heavier than the last until the creak and whine of hinges filled his heart with a strange relief tinged with uncertainty. Tenebris's eyes lingered on him before shifting to the tray of food on the nightstand and narrowing. She crossed the room with a few silent strokes, her bare feet silent against the polished black glass floor. You barely touched your breakfast. Her voice came like silk stretched tight over something cold. Envis sat up and rubbed his arm, feeling a prickle of guilt rise within his heart. I'm sorry, he whispered. I just wasn't hungry. He trailed off as she took a seat on the bedside and set the tray into his lap. She leaned in, placing her palm splayed on his chest. I spent a lot of time making your breakfast. Her voice was low, like sweet honey over cold iron. You're going to eat it, or I will feed you myself, she whispered, applying a bit more pressure against his chest. I don't think you don't need to think. You only need to obey, she interjected. The words took the heat from his body. Alright, I'm sorry, he whispered, his heartbeat quickening from something dangerously close to fear. Good boy, she murmured, taking her hand from his chest and shifting closer. She's just concerned about me. She doesn't want me to go hungry, he told himself, though he was still very unsettled. He reached a shaky hand for the silver fork, but froze as she gently moved his hair back behind his ears. You're trembling again. she murmured thoughtfully, one hand slowly closing around his wrist, like an icy iron shackle. It's okay to be afraid. Fear sharpens you, and you wear it so prettily. The smell of copper on her breath turned his blood to ice. You're safe with me, my dear little Envy. I'm not gonna hurt you. The name touched him like cold water. His breath hitched, the fork wobbled. She saw the flinch she always noticed. Her thumb smoothed the back of his wrist, then dug her nail into the center of his palm uncomfortably. Did it catch? She murmured, almost indulgent. It will sit right in time. A beat. Envy. I'm not gonna hurt you. Not unless you force my hand. The last sentence came as a low, even hum, not a threat raised, but a vow laid down. Force my hand. The words were simple and mundane. They shouldn't have made his chest feel tight. She probably meant it figuratively. People say things like that all the time, don't they? Still, something about the way she said it, like a vow and a warning all at once, made his head spin. She was protecting him. She'd taken him in, fed him, given him a place to sleep. Why would he ever doubt her? He tried to smile, but it felt faint, uncertain, and forced as he continued to shiver. The silence between them was heavy as she guided his trembling hand to the fork, and then to spear a strip of the spiced meat. Eat, she murmured, the words soft and edged all at once. I'd rather not be forced. The fork hovered before his lips, and his heart gave a little jolt at her phrasing. She didn't mean it like that. She couldn't. She was just worried about him. Making sure he ate enough, that was all. Envis parted his lip and gingerly took the bite, but the taste of the spiced meat was muted, like something else was still on his tongue. Her gaze never left him. He swallowed under the weight of it, feeling her eyes trace the movement down his throat. Good, she murmured, and the praise was neither sweet nor cruel, just claiming. She took hold of the fork as it returned to the plate without a sound, spearing another strip of meat. Again, she whispered. Envis obeyed. The silence that followed was absolute, save for the faint chime of silver against porcelain. The corridor in the east wing was dark and silent, lit only by the ghostly blue flames that danced against black iron sconces. Envis could feel his breakfast sitting cold and heavy in his stomach. He kept his eyes forward as Tenebris held an icy hand on his nape, not squeezing, not forcing, but enough to remind him that it was there, a cold anchor that guided each step. When his pace faltered, her fingers curved in ever so slightly, a silent nudge to keep moving. He fought with himself, debating on whether he should ask where they were going or not, but ultimately decided to stay quiet. Stay close, she murmured at one point, her tone absent, like she wasn't worried about him wandering so much as she was reminding him that straying wasn't an option. The further they walked, the more he became aware of the change in the air, thicker, heavier, touched with something dark and older than mountains. Cold stone and a faint tang of iron threaded his breath. He hugged himself tightly, trying to calm his nerves. I'm safe. The words felt small and hollow in his mind. He didn't dare look at Tenebris, though he could feel her black gaze drinking in every movement with the same strange look on her face that made his skin crawl. They stopped before a set of tall doors with azure lacquer and silver filigree. The carvings in their surface weren't ornamental. They were scenes, intricate reliefs of beasts and figures in moments of triumph and ruin. Some crowned, others broken at the knee. He felt the weight of her hand at his nape and pressed him a step forward into the reach of the doors. I wanted to share something with you tonight, little one, she said, her voice low and smooth as she stepped forward and pushed open the doors. Envis's breath hitched as he stepped through the threshold into a vast, cathedral-like chamber hollowed from the gray stone. Ribbed arches with azure runes rose high into the shadow where the ceiling was lost. The floor was of the same obsidian that was the rest of the castle flooring, a polished mirror so that everything, himself included, was doubled like a trapped reflection beneath his feet. Ghostly blue torches marked the darkness, their light more permission than illumination. Somewhere, a chain settled with the softest clink. Ancient swords, axes, glaives, and shields from a bygone era were mounted along the walls, hanging above rows of display cases holding jewelry, daggers, and skulls wearing the crowns of nameless kingdoms. The air smelled of oiled steel and old leather, with the dry sting of aged banners. A wicked black throne, twin to the one in the main hall, sat upon a dais at the far wall. Tattered flags of forgotten realms hung low, their ragged hems almost kissing the glassy floor, as if made to bow. Envis hugged himself, shivering with unease and awe as he beheld the terrifying, unreal sight. "This is my trophy room," Tenebris murmured, setting her icy hand back at his nape. "What do you think, little fawn?" she whispered. "It's beautiful," he whispered, leaning into her touch as if it were the only thing mooring him to the world. He turned his head a little, looking up into her fathomless black eyes, offering a shy smile. "It's almost as chillingly ethereal as you, Lady Tenebris," he whispered earnestly. She didn't smile. Her hand at his nape tightened a hair, just enough to still him. "Don't say that in here," she murmured, almost reverent. "You'll make me greedy." She guided his gaze forward with the light pressure of her thumb. "Come." She guided his gaze slowly across the room, her hand never leaving his nape. He drank in the reliquary hush, with fearful reverence. It felt like the hall of a dark conqueress, whom the world itself would bend to if she wished it. His gaze snagged on an empty display case lined in azure velvet, 7 geometric indentations pressed into it. Why is that one empty?" he asked, pointing shyly. "That one," Tenebris hummed, stopping beside the case, "is for the 7 Earthstones," she continued thoughtfully. "Earthstones?" he echoed gingerly, tracing the black case with a finger. I used to like collecting rocks too. Me and Sam would collect rocks and pile them at the base of a little post in front of our house," he added, a small, bittersweet smile tugging at his mouth. "Sweet, innocent boy." Her hand slid from his nape to his shoulder, offering a gentle, tender squeeze. "The Earthstones aren't merely rocks. They're artifacts of Melike, jewels imbued with her divine earth power." His fingers brushed the rusted coin in his pocket as it began to hum. "According to legends older than I, there are 7. However, only 3 have been proven to exist. The Gritstone, worn by Yukuth Blazing Arm, a dwarf king in his fortress of stone. Further underground, the Agility Stone is fiercely treasured by Elva Celrilo, a drow empress who sits upon a jeweled throne. And deeper yet, in the very bowels of hell, the Strength Stone is wielded by the militant demon queen Zoethra, who dwells in a palace of bone." Envis looked up at Tenebris, starry-eyed with wonder as she spoke. Before she was slain, it was said that with 4 of the 7 Earthstones, one could travel to Melike's divine realm and gain an audience with the goddess herself. She brushed a strand of hair behind his ear, lips curving faintly as she drank in his expression. "But you only named 3. He trailed off, his gaze falling back toward the empty case. "I have heard whispers of a rumor of a conjecture that there is another, the fabled Luckstone, squirreled away by an elusive young Spriggan wearing the guise of a son of man. So singular and distinct, yet so easily forgotten." Her hand came to rest on his nape again, and with her free hand she slid 2 fingers beneath his chin and turned his head toward her, forcing him to look up into her eyes. "You have something, don't you? Something you haven't shown me. Something so small that even I might overlook it." Her eyes narrowed a fraction, the strange covetous hunger of a collector glinting behind them. "Show me." Envis swallowed for a brief moment. He felt like a little kid again. He remembered playing with a toy only for a bully with plenty of toys to come and take it from him. He had cried for hours that day, but nobody lifted a finger to help. Against his better judgment, he slowly drew his coin from his pocket and presented it to her. Her eyes widened, and her hand slid from his nape as she gently took it in her fingers. "It's been with me for as long as I can remember. It follows me no matter how many times I've spent it or given it away. I always find my coin right back in my pocket. I once gave it to a little girl who..." The words began to stick in his throat as the image of a mutilated corpse in the woods burned behind his eyes. "To think that I didn't even notice this," Tenebris said strangely, gently tracing a black nail across the rust on the coin. It sparkled faintly as if greeting the new pair of hands that held it. It warmed against her palm. In a strange way, Envis could feel it answer in his heart. "I think it's cursed. Just another thing to mock me and be the punchline for some cruel joke at my expense," he said bitterly, looking down at his feet shyly. "A cursed bullion," Tenebris echoed, taking Envis's hand and pressing the coin back into his palm. "Or perhaps something far more precious." She gently closed his fingers around the coin and held his closed fist for a heartbeat longer than what was necessary. He looked up and met her gaze. His lips parted to speak, but her expression silenced him. There was a strange trace of acknowledgement flickering behind her eyes. "It chose you. Keep it close. Guard it well," she murmured cryptically. He nodded and slipped the coin back into his pocket. I don't know what it is or why it follows me," he muttered. "You're special, Envy darling. Fortune favored the night that I found you," she said with a small, genuine smile as she brushed her lips against his forehead, too brief to be a kiss, too deliberate to be nothing at all. The nickname made the corner of his mouth twitch, but he brushed it off. "I'll keep it close," Envis said, only hearing himself after the words left. Heat prickled his face. "Good," she said, as if a lesson had taken. Her gaze lingered on his pocket for a heartbeat longer than was polite, then softened into something unreadable. "Come," she murmured, guiding him on. "A room like this is a language. I will translate what pleases me." She guided him past a case where a silver crown sat atop a cracked skull, its garnets dull as scabbed blood. "Who is that?" Envis whispered. "A man who believed a circle of metal meant he could not kneel," she said mildly. He learned. The black throne awaited at the far wall like a promise. Envis studied the tattered flags on its sides with the insignias of kingdoms nameless and forgotten. "Why are they so low?" he asked quietly. "So they remember," Tenebris murmured. She ascended the dais without fanfare and settled into the azure cushions with the ease of a creature returning to its nest. Envis hesitated for a moment before dropping to one knee and crossing his arm over his chest at the base of the dais. "So polite," Tenebris murmured. "Rise, boy. Come here." Her voice was soft and unquestionable. Presence alone was her crown, even in a nightdress. He rose to his feet and gingerly ascended the dais, clutching his arm shyly and keeping his gaze lowered. She extended a pale hand, patient. "Come, sit," she said, almost absently, as though asking him to fetch a book. Envis hesitated only long enough to feel foolish for hesitating, then took her hand. She guided him into her lap, arranging him with unhurried care, one arm looping across his abdomen, the other resting along his chest, cool and sure. He fit there too neatly, like a figure slotted into a relief. Why does she keep all of this? He thought to himself, his heart skipping a beat as her hand slid up to his throat and closed around it. Not to choke, but to claim. "You're very quiet. I like you this way," she said at last, breaking the suffocating silence. "I don't really know what to say," he admitted. "Then say nothing." She let out a soft, indulgent hum. "Let the room speak to you." It did. It said, "This is what happens to things that are not kept." The silence tasted of shackles and broken earth. After what felt like an eternity, she tightened her grip on his throat by just a fraction. "History's a discipline," she murmured, "but keeping is an art." Her hand finally slid down from his throat. He exhaled softly in quiet relief. "I drew your bath earlier. The water still holds its heat." He shifted, suddenly aware of the forest dust that never fully left him. I can bathe myself," he said on impulse, and then immediately wished he hadn't said it aloud. What an odd thing to say. she replied, with a softness that wasn't soft at all. But I prefer to see you clean, so I'll be helping you. His protest rose and died. Yes, ma'am, slipped out anyway. Her arms tightened just a hair before releasing him. She stood, arranging him on his feet in a single fluid motion, and for a moment he felt impossibly small, as if she could carry him wherever she wished and the castle would adjust itself around her decision. Come along, little Envy. She brushed a dark curl behind his ear, as if setting a doll into a pose she deemed fit. You've seen enough ghosts for one night. The nickname made his breath hitch, but he said nothing. They turned from the throne. As they passed the dark cases, the pale torches seemed to flicker and still, as if fearfully acknowledging Tenebrous' presence. Her hand found the space between his shoulder blades as if it had belonged there. Not pushing, not forcing, merely reminding. At the threshold, Envis paused and looked over his shoulder. Their reflections stared back from the glassy floor. The Stray and the Queen, doubled and dimmed, one image standing, and the other pinned forever beneath the dark glass. Tenebrous followed his gaze and smiled, faint and satisfied. Yes, she said, as if he'd voiced a thought. That's what it's for. The doors closed with a soft meeting of wood and silver. Somewhere behind them he swore he could hear hushed whispers in the darkness. Not so much words as the thoughts of words. Broken, tortured, suffering. Head down, she murmured, a soft command that made his heart skip a beat as she steered him into the dim corridor. Yes, ma'am, he obeyed, lowering his gaze to the floor. He told himself it was because there was nothing else to do, but in his heart, it felt like a surrender. Steam curled under the door like pale hands beckoning. Tenebrous pushed the black doors open and shepherded Envis inside, her hand steady at his nape. His eyes widened with awe as he stepped onto polished black tiles that shone like dark mirrors. The chamber was a square carved cleanly from stone. A circular pool lay at its center, rimmed in black stone etched with azure runes. The water glowed a soft, luminous azure. Night rose petals drifted over the surface like small, dark fairies. Hooks lined the walls. Shelves held oils, soaps, herbs, folded towels. The air was warm, with mineral steam and a faint thread of iron beneath the floral. By the green, Envis breathed. It's fit for a monarch. It was built for one, Tenebrous murmured. By one. You would really let me bathe in here? He looked up, starry-eyed. Of course, little Envy, she said softly, tucking a wild curl behind his ear with archivist's care, though the nickname dulled the smile on his lips. Undress and set your clothes neatly on the floor. Step into the water. I'll fetch the soaps and oils. His heart dropped. The smile slid at the edges even further. Words gathered and nodded with shame. Is something the matter? She asked, not unkindly, taking a step closer. You are leaving the room, right? He stared at his feet. So I can have a little privacy? The last word guttered like a blown candle. Privacy's dangerous. In this house we prefer certainty. Her voice was low and even in that same iron under velvet that made his skin crawl. He swallowed and shivered, feeling even smaller in her presence. Okay. Say it. Privacy is dangerous, he whispered, and flinched when her cool hand returned to his nape. You're safe, Envy dear. The name touched him like cold water. His breath hitched before he steadied it. Her thumb smoothed the notch of his spine. Let me care for you. He nodded, folding his arms. I'm safe. She's just being kind, he told himself. 2 fingers slid beneath his chin and lifted until his eyes met hers. It's all right to be afraid, but do not flinch from my touch. I have fed you, clothed you, given you shelter. You are safe. Her tone was silk over frost. I never asked you to. He bit back the words as he remembered his parents. Everything was transactional with them. No kindness came without a price tag to be lorded over his head later. All right, he whispered. steadying himself a degree. Pardon? Her voice cooled a degree. Yes, ma'am. Better. Her hands left his nape and chin. Undress and step into the water. She turned to the shelves. Envis faced the pool and slipped out of his shirt. He took one last glance over his shoulder to be sure she wasn't watching him. Something in his chest loosened a little as she was busying herself with different bottles, and he seized the opportunity to swiftly slip his shorts and undergarments off, folded them neatly and quick, and slid into the bath. Heat swaddled him like a blanket immediately, soothing aches he hadn't named. He sat submerged on a ledge near the edge, the water lifting to his shoulders. I'm safe. Glass clicked softly as Tenebris set bottles on the stone. She knelt behind him. A hand settled at his shoulder. Relax, she murmured, dipping a silver onyx pitcher and lifting it over his head. Warmth spilled like bottled sunlight over his shoulders. Haven't you had a proper wash before? She asked, not unkindly. It's been a while, he said, thinking of Sam in early years. I'm sorry for flinching, Lady Tenebris. I know you would never hurt me. Not unless I have to, she hummed, a simple statement that sent chills up his spine. He brushed him off and told himself it was fine. I've been on my own for a very long time. I'm not used to being cared for, he continued. I forgive you. You're wild, and domestication doesn't happen overnight. She poured the first bottle into her palm and worked it through his hair, nails massaging his scalp with steady, careful pressure. Do as I say and everything will be all right. A faint, eerie medley threaded her breath as she rinsed him clean. His shoulders loosened despite himself. Some traitorous warmth opened in his chest at being tended. She gathered his hair and worked a second bottle from mid-length to ends. Never use conditioner at the scalp, she said. Always apply from the midsection down and work it through with a wide-toothed comb for your curls. Yes, ma'am. You should only comb to detangle twice a week. More and you'll tear your hair out. Do not wash more than twice a week either, or you'll strip the oils and break the curl. The comb moved with patient, even pulls. Like I'm gonna be able to condition my hair when I'm sleeping in the dirt again after I leave, he thought, and something heavy tugged at his heart. Stand, she said, not unkindly. He hesitated, cheeks warming, then rose on the submerged ledge, arms crossed tight. Relax. Her hand found his shoulder again, gentle and firm. You're safe. A soft cloth found his back. She scrubbed in slow circles, methodical as a ritual. Envis bit his lip and shut his eyes, heart fluttering like a caged bird. Say it. I am... The words stuck. He forced them. I'm safe. Good. The single word landed level, and somehow it chilled him more than cold stone. Envis shivered despite himself in the dining room, arms around his ribs, bare toes curling against the polished black floor. He was cleaner than he had been in years. His wavy curls cascaded down his shoulders and shone like seams of chocolate diamond, and yet it brought no comfort. He simply felt polished in the way one polishes a trophy before locking it in a case forever. I'm safe, he told himself again and again. The left-hand door opened. He jumped when Tenebris entered with a steaming tray. The flinch did not go unnoticed. She set the tray before him and smoothed a curl behind his ear. Sit up straight. He obeyed without thinking, and rather than taking the seat across from him, she pulled one beside him and sat close. Eat. You're much too thin for my liking. Her voice was soft, ice under silk. Yes, ma'am. Thanks for cooking me dinner, Lady Tenebris. His voice came thin and unsteady. On the plate, a medium-rare steak glossed with gravy, mashed potatoes, a small bowl of steamed vegetables, and a silver cup of that strange, dark-spiced wine. He reached for the knife and fork with shaking hands. Tenebris took them, cutting the steak into neat bites. Heat rose in his cheeks, useless, small. He let his hands fall to his lap where they curled into fists. I can do it myself, he muttered. I'm sure you could. A faint, fixed smile touched her lips. I won't have you cut yourself. I'm not a little kid. There. She set the utensils down and lifted his chin with 2 fingers. Eat. He speared a piece of steak and closed his eyes as warmth and salt and butter moved across his tongue. There's my boy, she murmured, pleased. You're jumpy tonight. I'm sorry, he said at once, not even sure for what. Don't apologize. You've broken no vow. Her tone softened, a melody that seemed to smooth the air between them. Sam used to bathe me, like you did, but that was when I was very, very small. I take care of what is mine. She squeezed his shoulder. Lady Tenebris, I believe we have a very important matter to discuss. He set the fork down and turned toward her, voice steadier. She said nothing. Her fathomless eyes mapped his face as if learning its angles by heart. I'm very grateful for your hospitality, truly, but my friend Bragg was killed in the woods. I need to go and find the vampire who killed him and bring them to justice, he said with steely resolve. For a moment, her expression remained the same, and he began to question whether she even heard him as she sat silent and unmoving, almost like a statue. But then, without warning, she rose. Her nightgown flowed against the floor like black tendrils. The blue torches guttered to embers, and the hearth sighed and died. A deathly cold flooded the room until his breath showed. I told you no, twice, she said, each word slow as a river freezing. Envis clutched at his chest as his heart began to race, feeling as if it were being squeezed by an unseen force. I sheltered you. I fed you. I clothed you, and you dared disobey me, boy. The last word cracked like iron. Envis's head began to spin as he was overtaken by a nameless terror that shook him to his core. His hand found the rusted coin in his pocket. It burned like a shard of fire to keep him anchored amidst the crushing dark. It thrummed, small, stubborn, and real. The squeeze around his heart loosened. His breath returned, warm enough to speak. The fear burned away and he rose to his feet, an earthen fire burning behind his eyes as he matched Tenebris's black, icy glare. I never asked, he said, calm and clear. You offered, no, you insisted on every single one of those things, he said in cool defiance. This isn't about me, or you. This is about what's right. You dare? No, he cut in, lifting a finger. By root and twig, you will let me finish. His voice grew as he struggled to contain his anger. Bragg was torn to fucking shreds, Tenebris. If it were me, knowing my luck, nobody would have lifted a finger. Nobody ever had. The very least I could do is be the person that I never had, and will never have, for someone else. She studied him for one long moment, then something in her face shifted. Not kindness, interest, deep and amused. The chill bled from the air, the torches drew breath again. Where did you find all that moxie, little boy? Nowhere, he answered softer, though not an ounce of fire left his eyes, or his heart. You would make a poor thrall, she mused, lifting a hand to his cheek, cool and sure, but such an exquisite pet. I'm not a pet, he said quietly. I'm wild. Very well, little fawn. Her palm remained at his face. I'll allow you to chase these shadows under my rules. Her voice smoothed to velvet control. You will not go alone. You will obey when I speak, and you will not stray from my side. Break this pact, and the hunt ends. Knot eased in his chest as the fire in his heart faded to embers and his coin went still. And before he could think better of it, he let her hand remain where it was. Thank you, Lady Tenebris. I'm sorry for snapping at you, he whispered, tired and grateful. Beware, little Envy. There are fates worse than death, and you will not like what waits at the end of this road. Are you certain this is what you want? Her voice was low, ancient, and warning. He nodded. Say it, she prompted. I'm sure. Tomorrow at dusk, she said, we make for Mothric, 2 leagues north of Gloomstead. We'll look for leads on your vampire. Her hand guided him back into his chair with effortless pressure. She reclaimed her seat. Eat. He picked up his fork. Finish your dinner, she added, then bed. In this house we do things properly. Envis sat on the bedside in the guest bedroom, tracing circles over the dark sheets with his finger. Tenebris sat beside him, her gaze fixed on him, unblinking. He pretended not to notice, but the little hair standing on the back of his neck betrayed his mask of composure. You know, Envis began, dragging his gaze up to the gargoyle sitting across the room, not turning to meet Tenebris's gaze. You could be looking at anything else in this room right now. he said, glancing her direction and then swiftly lowering his eyes. There's nothing else worth looking at, Tenebris murmured. Her gaze slid to the gash on his shoulder. The skin was pulled tighter. A shallow scab covered the wound. You heal remarkably fast. A gash like this would topple a man for weeks. The corner of his mouth moved. Yeah, I'm just cool like that. His smirk faded as she moved his hair from his face with icy pale fingers. He fought back a shiver. It ought to be bandaged once more, just for good measure, Tenebris murmured. Envis reached for his roll of bandage, and she caught his wrist. Let me, dear one, she said softly. I said no, she said sharply, raising her voice and silencing him before the words could finish escaping his throat. Alright, I'm sorry, Envis said quietly, trying to make himself smaller. Tenebris hummed in approval as she lightly slathered the gash with honey. So what's my prognosis, Doc? Do I need an amputation? He asked cheekily. Tenebris paused and studied his face. No, you need keeping, as do all rare things, she said strangely, wrapping the bandage. Envis's blood turned cold. For a moment he debated on whether or not to ask what she meant. His coin chimed once in his pocket, and he gathered his courage. What does that even mean? He asked quietly. She didn't answer him. She only touched his cheek as her mouth drew into a slow smile. He shied away from her hand. And how do you know so much about me? When we met, you mentioned the house that I ran away from, he continued, because if he stopped now, he would be too afraid to ask later. Such a bright little thing when you get all fired up, aren't you? Tenebris' smile only grew, and Envis could have sworn he saw the tip of a fang. Envis was beginning to feel less like a guest and more like something he refused to acknowledge. Lady Tenebris, he swallowed. We are going to Mothric tomorrow, right? He asked quietly. Her black eyes softened. Of course, a beat. I look forward to showing you the city. Her thumb brushed his cheek one last time and she rose. Then we can track down Brake's killer. He voiced aloud. She ignored him. Sleep while you can, little one. We leave at dusk tomorrow, she said strangely as she turned to leave the room. Why not in the morning? He called after her. But she had already closed and locked the door. His gaze fell to the gargoyle, and he winced as images of Brake's broken body flashed behind his eyes. All the while, a gargoyle of the same making sat crouched in the dirt. His gaze fell back to the door, and he shook his head, closing his eyes. She's just weird. She hasn't tried to hurt me. I'm weird too, and maybe that's why she's nice to me. Envis's journal, page 324. The page smells faintly of earth and mint. The handwriting is steady at first, then trembles toward the end. A few smudges bloom where his charcoal lingered too long. I'm finally gonna go and track down the vampire who killed Brake. Lady Tenebris is coming with me under 2 conditions. I do what she says, and I don't go anywhere without her. She got mad at me, and I talked back to her. My coin started being loud again, but it gave me the courage to stand up for what's right. She's just worried about me and wants to make sure I'm okay. She scares me, but I'm glad she's coming. I feel safe with her. She's been locking me in the room at bedtime, and I was too nervous to say anything. It's probably for my own good, but the gargoyle in the corner makes me worried. It looks kind of like the one in the woods where Brake got killed. My shoulder is nearly healed, but the little wounds on my neck still aren't healing at all, and I'm feeling a little bit weaker each day, but it's nothing I can't handle. I tucked Moo in next to me, and I'm gonna try to enjoy sleeping in a bed one last time. With a little bit of luck, we can put an end to these killings. The coin keeps humming more than it ever has before. In the margin, a small circle of rust-colored dust clings to the page, like the coin rested there a moment too long. Chapter 5. Boughs hid the sky above, and a dark fog clung to the undergrowth. Every crunch of leaf or snap of twig echoed through the woods. Stop, Tenebris said, and Envis did before he knew he had. A gauntleted hand rested on his shoulder, a rule-made touch. His ears twitched beneath his dark locks, and he felt it a heartbeat later, a desperate, burning panic thudding against the ground. Alone in the dark. It wasn't far off the path. Small life, snared in wire. The coin warmed against his thigh, tugging him towards it. Leave it. Tenebris murmured, taking her gauntlet from his shoulder and continuing down the path. It's hurting, Envis said, already stepping off the path, and the forest heard him. Leaves whispered, branches creaked, a hush leaning toward his voice. A red fox lay splayed in a hunter's noose, flank fluttering like a moth at lamplight. The sight made his heart twist. He crouched, palms to earth. Warmth rose through his hands. The world sharpened into the breath between the animal's ribs. Shh, it's okay, he whispered, and the fox went still. Not frozen, but listening. Envis gently slid his cruvels flat under the wire, levered, and the loop side open. The animal bared its teeth. He held its gaze and smiled as he felt the tremor fade. It bolted, a slash of rust into dark green. You disobeyed me, Tenebris said mildly. A gauntleted hand found the back of his neck as he rose to his feet, thumb resting at the point where his pulse quickened. It was hurting, he said quietly. We're not here to help pests, boy. Her voice cooled a few degrees, and her grip on his nape tightened. You're helping me, Lady Tenebris. How is this any different? He asked softly. The silence that followed was sharp enough to hear the forest breathe. Her grip eased. I decide what's worth saving, she murmured, regaining her icy composure, guiding him to her side, and setting her gauntlet back on his nape as they walked. You aren't a pest, little fawn. Envis looked up at his companion, and then back down at his feet. My parents would beg to differ, he muttered. Tenebris said nothing, but her gauntlet slid from his nape to his shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. Boughs thinned to hedgerows, and the smell shifted, wet leaf to river tar and tannery sting. Somewhere ahead a bell tolled twice, and the soil began to smell of iron. Gray walls rose out of the plain into the night like a tide that never fell, their faces slicked dark where a river licked the base. Is that a castle? Envis breathed, awestruck. That is the walled city of Mothric, Tenebris said. She uncapped a canteen at her girdle, drank, and then offered it across without looking. He glanced at the canteen and then back to his companion shyly before gingerly taking it in both hands. The drink was warm and spiced, with that same coppery ghost he almost recognized. He swallowed, handed it back. Thank you, Lady Tenebris. Her gauntlet settled at the back of his neck as they left the last of the trees, bare feet to road, grit to tamped earth to a ribbon of cobblestones. Moss welled in the joints of the wall. When he glanced at it, the green seemed to brighten, a small living answer to his attention. The gate was a mouth of iron teeth beneath an arch carved with a silver moth over black water. Lanterns hung in their housings, matted with real moths, pale wings beating at the flames. 2 guards stood watch in lacquered half-helms. One glanced up, saw her, and his hand found the bell rope without taking his eyes off the road. The other's spear dipped, and then straightened to a perfect line. Open, the first said hoarsely. Not to her, not to Envis, but to the dark inside the gatehouse. Chains rattled. A portcullis lifted with uncharacteristic haste. Tenebris didn't slow. She didn't need to. Men slowed for her. As they passed, the younger guard's eyes slicked to Envis and away again, as if burned. My lady, the older murmured to the stone at his shoulder. His other hand, the one not on the rope, made a small warding sign below the belt. A horse behind them shied across the road. A dog's whine threaded the noise and cut off. The lantern flames guttered and then steadied. Envis felt the pressure of her thumb against his pulse. Not cruel, just there, reminding. Envis swallowed. She must be well known, he thought, and felt the world flinch from her in the same heartbeat. The moss on a nearby wall lifted a little toward his ankle. He curled his toes against the stone, and a small smile played on his lips. Inside the arch, the city breathed in layers. Tar and fish oil, wet hemp and smoke, the thunk-thunk-thunk of looms in some low shed. A chain clinked down a key. On a wall to the right, a board bristled with broadsides, inked sigils, bounties, notices. His coin warmed suddenly against his thigh, a small, insistent hum. He turned his head. Tenebris's hand firmed, guiding him forward. Eyes ahead, she murmured. Yes, ma'am. The stones were slick with tallow and river grime under Envis's bare feet. Rope walkers had left pale curls of hemp along the curb. A dyer's vat burped a purple steam that smelled like iron and vinegar. Oil lamps jittered in their cages, throwing moth wings into powdery ghosts on the walls. People were tall and close-faced here, but they gave Tenebris a berth like water parting around a keel. The first thing we should do is check the notice board we passed, and then from there we can... Tenebris's hand turned to him, firm at the nape. Not yet. She steered him toward a narrow stall tucked between a cooper and comb maker. A black sign read, Millith's Frozen Delights, in chalked script. Jars the size of fists lined the counter. Violet Slumber, Bitter Night Cream, Sweet Ghost Sugar, and Weeping Bleedberry, each bedded in shaved ice that smoked in the lamplight. The woman behind the counter, hairpin tight, cheeks hollow from long hours, set out cups and spoons with 2 careful hands. Evening, she said to the wood in front of her. Which one would you like, little Envy? Tenebris murmured. The name rang like a bell on a collar. Envis's throat bobbed, his eyes dropped. I'm fine, Lady Tenebris, thank you. Are you certain you wouldn't like anything, my dear? Her gauntlet slid from his nape to his shoulder, drawing him in beneath the black sill of her cloak. A voice from somewhere old and unwelcome whispered, Gifts have price tags. He inhaled, small and sharp. Yes, ma'am, I'm certain. I don't want anything, he whispered, stiffening under her arm. Tenebris squeezed his shoulder, almost kindly. 2, she told the stall, never taking her eyes off him. Weeping Bleedberry and Bitter Night Cream for the boy. Pale coins clicked, hers, not his. Millith overfilled both cups in a rush and pushed them forward. Breath held. Envis stared, stricken. You didn't have to, he said, folding his arms and trying to make himself smaller. I wanted to. She placed the brown one in his hands. The chill bit his palms. His fingers trembled. Bench, she said, as if assigning a post. Arm around him, she guided him to a low stone seat beneath a moth lamp. Conversations along the street faltered and learned better of it under a single sight from her. He sat. She sat close, not touching. I always get looks and whispers, he sighed. I try not to let it get to me, but it eats at me. They aren't staring at you, little fawn. Soft, certain. Now eat. She must be really, really well known. He risked a small bite. Cold sugar kissed his mouth. Dark sweetness and bitter bean unfurled, finished by a salt he couldn't place. By the green, he breathed, then took another quick spoonful, and another. A spark of warmth lit behind his ribs despite the cold. I trust it's to your liking. Her mouth tilted, watching his face brighten like a lamp catching wick. I love it. Thank you so much. He bounced once, then stilled himself, flushing. I'm sorry, I'm not a kid. I'm 15. I shouldn't be so chipper over sweets. You are a kid, she said, voice like velvet over iron. 2 fingers tipped his chin up, coaxing his gaze. You're allowed to enjoy things. Your smile is precious. Wear it more. Heat climbed his cheeks. He nodded, small. Yes, ma'am. Good. Her eyes dipped to his neck, then to her own spoon. When she tasted her bleedberry, the air around her seemed to cool. The moths in the lamps stilled their frantic beating for one heartbeat, and then resumed. Envis watched her and tilted his head to the side curiously. I've never seen you eat before, he murmured aloud. I'm very discreet when I do, she replied. Envis rubbed absently at the twin stings high on his throat. The skin there throbbed, then quieted. He took another bite of his treat and edged a fraction closer, the way small animals do to hearths. When they finished, Tenebris gathered both cups. Black flames sparked to life in the palm of her gauntlet, and took them, soundless, quick, and left a drift of soft ash across the bench. A man passing with a basket of combs veered wide, and made a warning sign low against his apron. Walk with me. She rose, offering her palm. He looked at the ash, then at her hand, a tangle of fear and awe and twisting behind his ribs, and let her lift him. They moved with the current of the street. Loom thunk from a side shed, gulls worrying at something downriver, a cart's chain biting stone. Envis glanced up at her. She looked back, and he flinched his gaze to the ground. He jumped in surprise as her gauntlet found his nape again, thumb to the pulse. You're trembling again, she said, not unpleased. It suits you. I really think we should check the bulletin board to find Lee's— No, she interjected, cold and final, sending a shudder through his bones. Dawn had softened the edge of the darkness against the sky. The lamps were paling. Her thumb pressed just enough to set the lesson. "We're going to the inn." His coin hummed faintly in his pocket, a tug toward the wall of broadsides they passed. He hugged himself against the morning cool. "Yes, ma'am." Tenebrous' hand stayed where it was, steady and cold, guiding him through the space the city made for her. The Waif and Witch Inn had a sound to it, dice clacking, bone on wood, a lute string finding a chord and closing it, stew spitting in a cracked pot, yeast and onion and wet wool hung in the rafters. The doors swung and the room exhaled. Quiet fell, not all at once, but in shivers. The lute's note deadened against a palm. The dice didn't quite finish their fall. A laugh clipped itself into a cough. The White Reaper crossed the threshold with the stray at her heel. Envis kept his eyes forward. He could feel the looks, felt them slide off her like rain off slate and snag on him instead. The floorboards were warmer than the street. The coin at his thigh hummed once, and went still. At the counter, the tavern keep pretended the tankard needed saving. His rag snagged on a chip. The scrape made him flinch. Tenebrous set 2 silver coins down. They weren't the inn's kind. Long, worn faces with no king he knew. The rim nicked and notched, too heavy by a breath. The barkeep's hands hovered over them as if they might be hot. "A room. 3 nights," Tenebrous said. "Breakfast at moonset, dinner before dawn, linens turned at moonrise. No windows." Yes, Lady Mavros." His mouth kept moving after the words ran out. He didn't check a ledger, didn't ask a number. He reached for a key beneath the counter and dropped it into her gauntlet with a pale, shaking hand. I hope it's to your liking." Her free hand came to rest on Envis's shoulder. Not heavy, just there. "Come," she said, and guided him down the left hall. Conversation behind them resumed in a different shape. Softer, lower, a river forced around a rock. The room had a door that stuck for a heartbeat and then relented with a sigh. Inside, a broad bed with white sheets pulled tight enough to bounce a coin, a single crease in the pillow like a thumbprint and a trunk at its foot. A brown dresser with a basin and a stub candle, a wardrobe with one hinge that clicked at the end of its swing, a gray wolf pelt sprawled before a stone hearth, glass eyes glossy and wrong, jaw sewn shut with invisible thread. Envis stopped at the rug, his toes curled against the board seam. "I don't like that." Tenebrous unpinned her cloak and hung it on the hook. The room acquired her scent. Winter night rose cooling the stew and wool. She unbuckled armor and nested it in the wardrobe with archivist care. Envis set his crovel and pack at the trunk at the bed's foot, put Moo on the sheet's turned-down triangle, washed road grit from face and arms and feet, and set his journal and charcoal on the nightstand. The water in the basin smelled faintly of lye and iron. His coin pulsed once against his thigh as if to answer the metal in it. He sat on the bedside and ran his hand along the sheet. Only when she stepped to the basin in a black linen shirt and shorts did he notice the thing his gut had already known. One bed, no pallet folded under it, no second pillow waiting in the wardrobe. The candle's flame softened itself when she came near. Tenebrous snapped her fingers. The hearth didn't go out so much as bow. Flame sank to a low red, and then to nothing. The candle shuddered like it was being shushed and obeyed. Darkness stood up from the corners and took the ceiling. The mattress dipped. Her weight found the edge beside him. Envis yelped before he could swallow the sound as a hand settled on his shoulder. Cold, precise. "You were well behaved tonight," she murmured. "You disobeyed me once, but that is nothing a little training will not fix." The fox's eyes, yellow, panicked, flashed behind his own. His jaw tightened. "There's only one bed," he said, because that was the only thing he could say. I'll sleep in the armchair." He began to rise. Her hand didn't squeeze. It simply insisted. He sat again. "You will sleep here. I do not snore." The words were silk over ice. He hugged Moo to his chest. The wolf's rug grin stared at the dead hearth. The room smelled of put-out flame, whetstone, steel, and night rose. He caught himself, hating how easy he had begun saying yes, ma'am. nodded. His coin warmed, a thin comfort behind cloth. "Good boy," she said into the dark, and the mattress shifted again as she reclined, close enough that he could feel where her cold stopped and the blankets began. Envis gingerly lowered himself into the bed, as if it were a thin layer of ice he dare not break. He lay very still, listening to the space breathe. Somewhere down the hall a pipe knocked. Somewhere below, a cart chain bit stone. In the absence of the firelight, the wolf's glass eyes were just 2 points that did not glow, and yet did not go away. "I'm safe," he told himself, and the words had the shape of a prayer rather than a fact. Envis's journal, page 325. The page smells of earth with the faintest trace of winter night rose. The handwriting is legible, but looks as if it were written hastily. "We came to Mothric and rented a room in an inn. It smells like lye and smoke and a little bit like her. Everyone is scared of Tenebris. I am too. On the way here I saved a little fox and she got mad at me. I don't like how she didn't care it was hurting. I'd do it again. She bought me a frozen cream treat. It was bitter and sweet and it made my teeth ache. I liked it. There's one bed. She said I'll sleep here. The wolf rug's eyes don't shine, but I can still feel them. My coin keeps warming when I think about the notice book. Tomorrow I'll find the right one. I'll start there. Bragg wanted to come. I will bring his memory justice." The page is lightly frayed at the bottom right corner. A likely mishap of fingers without proper lighting. Chapter 6. Envis woke with cotton on his tongue and a small hammer knocking behind his eyes. Steel rang in measured clicks as Tenebris buckled black plates onto black leather and mail, each strap cinched with neat, unhurried certainty of a ritual. The hearth had rekindled itself to ghostly blue. The color made the twin wounds of his neck throb in rhythm with his pulse as he thought of Duskmantle. "Good evening, little Envy," she hummed, flexing her fingers inside the gauntlets until they purred against one another. The name turned in his chest like a key that didn't quite fit. He pushed up on his elbows, and the room slipped sideways. Stars combed the edge of his vision. His fingertips went cold. Easy. She was already there, swift as a shadow crossing a candle, one hand at his elbow, the other steadying his back. "I'm okay," he said and tried a smile. It felt thin. He swung his legs off the bed. Bare soles found warm boards. The blue fire popped in the grate, and pain needled his neck. He passed his hand over the skin to find the wound still fresh and unscabbed. Something's wrong. From the hall, a broom whispered. A door latched. Someone muttered a river prayer. Downstairs, a ladle clanged a pot. The city was awake. "I'll grab Vramiruptor," he murmured, reaching for his crovel. "We can start looking for leads." Envis, her eyes narrowed, bottomless, lightless, her gauntlets settled on his shoulders, firm, just shy of painful. "You need rest. I don't want my boy overexerting himself." "My lady, I'll be all right," he said softly. The coin at his thigh warmed, a small insistent hum that seemed to point through the floorboards toward the street. Her gaze dipped. Perhaps she sensed the hum as well, and one gauntlet left his shoulder to tip his chin. "Very well," she said at last, voice smoothed as oiled steel. "But you will stay where I can reach you. Am I clear?" A beat. He swallowed, tasted metal. "Yes, ma'am. Crystal." "Attaboy." Cold steel fingers brushed invisible dust from his shoulder. She straightened the collar of his shirt, draped his deer-hide jack over his shoulders with deliberate care, then let her thumb rest a fraction too long at the hollow where his pulse stuttered. "Hood up," she added, almost absently. "Mothric stairs." He drew his hood up and felt the rough fabric brush the raw skin on his neck. The coin hummed, faint and warning. Tenebris's hand returned to his nape, light and unyielding, a rule-made touch. "Stay close," she murmured as the blue fire guttered itself to ash. "We'll find your shadows." Her "we" meant my pace, and the room knew it. Envis took his crovel and slid it into the loop on his belt. He kept his eyes forward as they stepped into the hall, counting his heartbeats until the dizziness loosened its grip. 4, 5, 6. "I can do this." He could feel the coin pointing like a compass towards the broadsides. She could feel him lean, and the city waited. Mothric's twilight market ran thicker than the night before. More shoulders, more steps, all of them parting around Tenebris, as if a keel cut water. Oil lamps threw halos on damp stone. Moth dust drifted like pale ash in their light. Somewhere, a fishmonger's bell clinked twice. The river's breath threaded the street, cold and metallic. Her gauntlet rode the back of Envis's neck. Not a threat, a rule. When a porter with a barrel swerved too near, her hand slipped to his shoulder, drew him closer, under the fall of her cloak, then returned to the back of his nape to steer. Rule, reassurance, herding, a choreography she didn't have to think about. He looked up at her, at the clean, elegant angles of her face and moonlit hair. She turned, sensing his gaze. The fathomless black of her eyes caught the lamp's dim orange and gave nothing back. "Thank you for keeping me safe, Your Majesty," he said, soft and shy, the warmth in his voice unfanned. A hairline softness touched her mouth. The gauntlet left his nape for his shoulder and stayed. "You're welcome, little fawn," she murmured, gentle, almost kind. With her free hand, she straightened the skewed edge of his hood and then brushed a curl behind his ear the way a careful mother might. "Head up. Watch your footing. These stones are thieves." His coin gave a small, directionless hum against his thigh. No more than a thought you can't quite hold. Then a child's cry cut the street, thin, raw, echoing from a slit of alley where the lamp's reach failed. Envis's head snapped toward the sound. "Envis, no." Her voice was low iron. The gauntlet returned to his nape, a fractional press. "Stay with me. The guards will handle it." The coin leapt from hum to bell. He felt the panic thudding in the stones. Small lives, cornered. "They're hurting," he breathed, already half turned. "Little one," Tenebris said, softer now, the warning somehow more dangerous for it. "Eyes ahead. There are hunters who bait the tender-hearted." Another sob, pleading, choked, raked the dark. That decided him. He ducked his chin, slipped beneath her hand the way a fox slips under a fence. "I'm sorry," he whispered, automatic, sincere, and ran. Water slapped his ankles as he took the alley. The coin's heat tugged like a hooked thread. Behind him, the market's noise collapsed into a hush, made of held breath and moth wings. A knife of moonlight found the alley's center and went no further. Two older boys, broad in the shoulders, grease on their sleeves, stood over a smaller child with pointed ears. One had a fist on the kid's tunic, and the other dangled an orange cat by the scruff. The animal's foreleg hung at a wrong angle. It made that awful sound animals make when they've run out of louder ones. Envis didn't think. He stepped between them and the child. The coin at his thumb shifted from hum to keen. His breath filled his ribs like bellows. He set one hand to Vramiruptor's haft and felt the ground answer. Cool. Steady. Both boys flinched, then arranged their faces into sneers. "Look at the ditch whelp," one said. "Pretty as a girl and twice as stupid." "Forest brat," the other spat. "Go sell your hair, stray." "Put the cat down," Envis said. Simple. Cold. The one with the cat smirked and lifted the animal higher. The cat's paw trembled. "And what if I don't?" Envis drew the crovel. The steel drank in the light of the moon, plating its edge with a gleam of silver. He didn't raise it. He just let them see it while the stone hummed under his bare feet. Okay, the boy's bravado cracked. "Freak!" He dropped the cat. The animal hit the wet stone and skittered behind Envis's ankles. "We'll fetch the watch." They bolted, splashing through tannery runoff that smelled of piss and iron. Envis knelt. The smaller boy lay in a puddle that wasn't only water, hair plastered to his tear-streaked face. His ears, fine, leaf-tapered, twitched at every sound. Envis helped him sit and dusted his shoulders off. "Thanks," the boy whispered shakily. "You're welcome," Envis said quietly, then turned to the cat, who was trying hard not to breathe too loudly as he limped over to the little boy. "Oh, Scotty, they hurt you so bad." The boy choked on a half-broken sob as he gathered the cat in his arms. The cat looked up at his friend and mewed in pain. "May I?" Envis asked, reaching forward, hand hovering. The boy looked at him warily for a moment before shyly nodding his head. Warmth climbed through Envis's knees from the stone. He set 2 fingers along the limb. Pain flashed through him, shooting, tearing, an echo borrowed from the animal. He let it pass, steadied the joint, and then pressed the paw to his forearm, while his other hand teased the limb straight. A soft click. The cat went limp in a panting, exhausted way. "It wasn't broken," Envis murmured. "Dislocated. Ligaments strained." He glanced around, found a split lath of crate and a strip torn from his own hem. He bound a quick splint. Snug, but not cruel. "Keep him warm. No running for a week. If you have dried blister shroom, crush a pinch into water, but not more than that or he'll sleep too deep." The boy hugged the cat, who blinked slow and trusting. "Thank you," his voice wobbled. "I'm Corinth. Kane and Lars bully me because I'm not human like them. They think my ears are ugly and my magics make me weird," Corinth muttered, and Envis helped him to his feet. "Who cares what they think? Us weird kids are gonna rule the world." Envis smiled. "My name's Envis. Now go. Bring Scotty home. I'm sure your parents are worried sick about the both of you." He patted Corinth's shoulder once with brotherly reassurance. The boy's mouth twitched toward a smile. He whispered into Scotty's fur and darted down a narrower run of alley, feet silent as a rat's. Envis placed a hand over his heart and smiled as a bittersweet memory of his younger brother surfaced. "Bosun turns 12 this year." "You left my reach." Tenebris's velvet, icy voice behind him made the hairs on his neck stand on end. He hadn't heard her enter the alley. A thick black fog crept across the stones, and then her presence was there. Cool, dark, inevitable. A gauntleted hand found the back of his neck and squeezed. Not to hurt, to remind. He needed help," Envis stammered, voice small. "You broke my rule," she murmured. No rise, no show, just winter air. Again. Her grip tightened further, not to hurt, only to still him. She looked past him at the stretching expanse of the alley where Corinth had vanished, then at the puddles, then his hands. "You're shaking." I'm fine. You're mine," she corrected softly. "And you do not run blind into dark mouths." Envis swallowed and gritted his teeth. He was alone. "So were you," she said like a teacher laying down the obvious. "For a stray cat and a boy who will forget your name by morning." Her gaze returned to him and then softened by a hair as she spun him around to face her. "You don't get to be noble without my permission." A long breath moved through the alley. Somewhere a shutter banged, and the city remembered itself and went on. Tenebris reached out and took his wrist, turning his hand palm up, dirt in the shallow creases, a nick on one knuckle. She brushed it with a folded black silk one might use at dinner, slow and precise until the skin was clean. "Next time, you ask," she said. "You wait. You let me decide if a shadow should be chased." "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Say it properly." "I'll ask, I'll wait, I'll let you decide, Lady Tenebris." "Good boy." The words were warm, the air around them wasn't. She slipped something from a fold in her cloak, a narrow strip of black ribbon, and tied it around his wrist with archivist's care. Not tight, not binding, just present. She looped the end once around her steel-clad finger and let it hang. He stared at it. "Is this really necessary?" Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "It is kind." She turned his face gently toward her with 2 fingers under his chin. "Look at me," she said, and when he did, the dread eased and sharpened at the same time. "I am not angry that you helped him. I am angry that you invited the world to take you from me while you did it. I didn't mean you never do." A steel-clad finger pressed against his lips, a small claim. "Stay where I can reach you." Behind them, farther down the lane, a door creaked open and hushed voices murmured. Tenebris didn't look. "The 2 older will not trouble him again," she added, almost idly. Envis blinked. "What did you—" "I resolved it." No detail, No interest. She tilted her head, studying him. You're a good kid, little fawn. She probably turned them into the guards, Envis thought to himself as she turned back toward the street. That's what she would do, right? The ribbon tugged once, polite, inexorable. He followed. At the alley's mouth, the city's quiet chorus folded back around them. People parted without looking, as if some old instinct ordered their feet. The coin hummed in his pocket, a small, stubborn sound. Tenebrous' gauntlet settled at his shoulder, light as a collar. Arm's reach is too generous for you, she said, not unkindly. For tonight, you walk at my side. He nodded. Yes, ma'am. Say it. I walk at your side, Lady Tenebrous. Good. She glanced down the market row where lanterns swayed like drowned stars. We will dress you. We will eat. Then we will chase your ghosts. In that order. They moved. He risked one glance back into the dark. Nothing moved there now. Or if it did, it knew better than to be seen. The bell above the door gave a thin, guilty chime as the White Reaper stepped into the tailor with the stray at her heel. Candles guttered. The room smelled of hot beeswax, vinegar, and cleaned wool. Bolts of cloth leaned like soldiers along the wall. River-dark broadcloths, combed linens, gray of dawn, a ladder of silken bruised shades. Behind the counter, a woman with a pin bracelet at her wrist and a pumice dust on her fingers dropped the stone and caught it before it hit the floor. Lady Mavros! Her mouth remembered a smile. The rest of her didn't. Welcome to the Silken Shackle, but my name is Yisabet. How may I... Yes. Tenebrous set both hands on Envis' shoulders from behind. Not heavy, but final. I'm treating my boy to dinner. I want him dressed, neat, lovely, and unmistakably mine. Heat climbed Envis' cheeks. He looked down. His bare feet were splotched with the city's road dust. Yisabet's gaze flickered there, then back up with a seamstress's tact. Of course. She came around the counter, palms open. She didn't bow again. Hands primed for work was bow enough. We'll take his measurements first. She gestured them through a curtained arch. The fitting room had 3 mirrors, angled like judges over a small round dais in the corner on the right, with a small desk and another mirror at its side. A chalked height mark scored the wall. On a side table, beeswax, soapstone, silver head pins and a felt cushion. A spool of black silk thread that gleamed like wet ink. A changing cubicle waited to the left. Curtain tied off, the walls were lined with clothing racks, shelves of pin cushions, needle and thread kits, fabrics, and other tailoring paraphernalia. If you'll step up, sir, Yusupet said, voice even now, hands already measuring tape. Envis climbed onto the dais. The mirrors caught him and tripled him. Dirt on his heels, the wild hair, the half-feral boy who had slept under trees. He glanced away too fast, as if the glass might ask questions. Tenebrous slid one gauntlet free and placed it on the table. Bare-fingered now, she touched the hinge of his jaw. Her thumb found the hollow below his ear, where his pulse jumped. Are you well, little one? Low, for him. I'm fine, he lied, arms folding in. A tape whispered free from Yzabet's hands. Tenebrous lifted Envis's hair in one hand so the tape could pass his nape. Fingers light, proprietary. Soft lines, she murmured, more to the room than the tailor. Nothing martial. He moves like water, let the cloth do the same. No hard boots. I don't, Envis began, flustered. Wear shoes. Yzabet finished gently, already noting. We can manage street slippers. Split grain, soft-soled. You'll still feel the stones. Tenebrous' eyes warmed by a fraction. See? Certainty without cruelty. Measurements circled him. Arm, wrist, shoulder, hollow of the throat. Tenebrous steadied him, with a cool palm between the shoulder blades whenever he tensed at the brush of the tape. Pretty thing, Yzabet murmured, almost to herself, pinning a swatch beside Envis's jaw. Olive skin, dark curls. He'll take obsidian black and azure beautifully. Envis swallowed nervously as he was reminded of Duskmantle's haunting corridors. Tenebrous nodded once. Show me. She moved like a storm in miniature, pulling bolts and boxes. Fabrics accumulated, a collarless linen shirt in azure with raglan sleeves and an obsidian black hooded cowl embroidered with twisting azure vinework. High-waisted black trousers cut narrow at the ankle, so his frame read long and slight. A soft sash belt, not a soldier's strap, knotted at his hip. For his hair, a black silk bow for the back, not to bind, but to adorn. For his throat, a slim velvet band with a small night rose cameo, more signet than ornament. Envis looked at Tenebris, unsure. Isn't that a bit much? Her hand slipped from his shoulders to frame his face, thumbs careful at his jaw. No. It is exactly enough. A beat. Hold still. Isabet worked with building confidence. The linen slid over Envis's head. The sleeves kissed at the wrist, comforting rather than confining. The cowl followed, its embroidery catching candlelight like onyx, falling in a sweep that made his shoulders look noble rather than broad. Trousers were pinned and chalked. The sash drew his waist without squeezing him. When Isabet clipped the bow, its tails brushed and kissed his shoulders. Slippers, she said, producing a pair of black stag-hide flats with paper-thin soles. Dancemaker's leather. You'll feel everything. Envis hesitated, then slid them on. He curled his toes experimentally. I can still feel the floor. Tenebris's hand smoothed the curl behind his ear, pleased. Good. Isabet stepped back, assessing, then fastened the velvet band at his throat. There. Envis gazed at himself in the mirror. For a breath, he didn't recognize the boy staring back. Quiet. Composed. A little unreal. The trousers hugged his slight frame. The sleeves made his wrists look fine rather than thin. The hooded cowl turned his softness into something dark and enigmatic. He looked pretty. He found he quite liked it. Now if you'll come have a seat right here. Isabet guided him down from the dais and sat him at the desk, his hair spilling over the lowered hood of the cowl. She produced a lacquered tray from one of the drawers. Mirror, powder, papers, a coal stick the size of a quill, a thumb pot of beeswax. For final touches, my lady. I'll see to him, Tenebris murmured. She turned the chair a little to the side. Her pale finger slid under Envis's jaw, cold and precise, as he stared into his lap. Look at me, she said softly, lifting his chin before he could. A breath of oil along his cheekbones, rice powder pressed with the pad of her ring finger. Blink. A line of coal along the lower lashes, not thick, than the faintest ash at the outer corners, smudged with her thumb until the shadow looked like sleep rather than soot. She brushed his brow smooth, then touched a thumb of beeswax to the lashes so they glinted when he moved. For color, she murmured, lifting the little vial of berry stain. I don't, he began, flushing. It won't make you loud. She dotted it at the center of his mouth and pressed a silk square to blot. The result looked like a secret, not a paint. He hardly recognized the boy in the mirror as she turned the chair back. Moonlit skin, soft shadowed eyes, a mouth that looked like it had just spoken a vow. Pretty, too pretty. It's not too much? He asked. Exactly enough. She touched the bow at his hair. Now the city will be forced to admit what it avoids seeing. She paused, then, with a librarian's care, tapped a pinhead's worth of mica at his inner eye. Dusk mantle, she said, and the faint glint answered the linen's azure. Thank you, he whispered. Say it properly, she corrected, not unkindly. Thank you for seeing to me, Lady Tenebris. You're very welcome. She replaced her gauntlets, satisfaction settling like a seal. Envis dared another glance at the mirror, before swiftly tearing his gaze away and focusing back on his lap. His heart quickened as his father's shouting voice surfaced in his mind again. Boys aren't supposed to be pretty. Step out of line and I'll shave that hair again, it said. Look at me, Tenebris said softly, tilting his chin up with two steel-clad fingers and forcing him to meet her eyes. The room fell away under her gaze. Do you feel foolish? He swallowed. No, ma'am. Good. You look like you belong to a gentler world than this one. She tilted his chin further, studying the line of velvet at his throat. This suits you. It feels like a collar, he muttered, instantly ashamed of the thought. Tenebris didn't bristle. She considered, then nodded as if he'd named a useful truth. Then let it be a promise rather than a chain. A promise that anyone who lays a hand on you will lose it. Ysabeau made a faint noise and busied herself with pins. Tenebris's tone softened to a murmur meant only for him. You're trembling again. She took his hand and set it flat over his heart. Breathe. The coin hummed faintly in his pocket, and his breath found itself. Ysabeau brought the street slippers mates, a pair of fingerless black gloves for warmth, and a soft satchel of obsidian black canvas, long strap, small compartments. Tenebris approved with a small incline of her head. Add an inside stitch with my mark at the collar. Subtle, for the cleaners. Yes, Lady Mavros. Envis glanced up. Unmistakably yours. Is that so other people don't bother me? Tenebris's smile touched one corner of her mouth. Yes, a beat. And so you don't get lost. He tried to laugh and couldn't quite manage it. When Ysabeau finished chalking and tying, she guided him to a carpet in the center of the room. Walk, she said. He did. One circuit. The slippers whispered. The sash swayed. The hooded cowl lapped the air like black flames when he turned. Tenebris watched like a cathedral watches a candle. Patient, grave, entirely focused. Perfect, she said, then to Ysabeau. Have his old clothes wrapped. Send them to the waif and the witch. Yes, my lady. Coins changed hands. Too many of them. Ysabeau bowed twice. As they stepped into the night, the market seemed to lean away again without looking. Tenebris adjusted the cowl, precise as a librarian straightening a page. You'll wear the gloves outside. The city's teeth are small, but persistent. Yes, my lady. Good boy. She offered the crook of her arm. He took it with a small, warm smile. Now, dinner, then ghosts. She glanced at the ribbon at his wrist and the velvet at his throat, satisfied. Recite your rules. I ask permission, I wait, I stay where you can reach me, and I obey your directions. Exactly. She looked over him, one last time, and for a moment the chill left her voice entirely. You look lovely, Envis. He ducked his head, heat rising to his ears. Thank you, Lady Tenebris. They moved back into the lantern glow, his coin a small heartbeat against his thigh, the slippers whispering the street's every stone back up through his bones. Lanterns pulled along Mothric's dusk-blood avenue like shackled stars. Ahead, a row of stained panes bled velvet red light onto the cobbles, the bleeding night rose, its shine a black thorned blossom wound tightly around a bleeding human heart. Spilled hush instead of music, still holding the crook of Envis's arm in hers. Tenebris's free hand settled a wild curl behind his ear, exact as a surgeon making an incision. Pretty boy, she murmured. You could almost be mistaken for my son. Heat climbed his cheeks. Thank you, Lady Tenebris. It's an honor to walk by your side, much less be treated to dinner. Warmth like sunlight dancing on his lips as he smiled, honest and true. Tenebris's features softened further, and the smile that played on her lips was almost tender, something approaching maternal. Throats torn out. Second time this month. Black dust, not much blood. Blackwood Boulevard. The carrying voices of two guardsmen made Envis's ears prick up from across the street. The coin sang in Envis's pocket and his gaze tore across the road, where they were just turning the corner, back onto the market district. Envis, stay! Tenebris warned, her voice chilling a few degrees. They have information we need, Envis muttered, his coin thrumming harder against his thigh. Can I go? No, you will not leave my side. Tenebris said darkly as a black fog crept across the street. Images of Brake's corpse, throat torn open and limbs bent at unnatural angles flashed in Envis's mind as his coin continued to hum. I need to, he said quietly, slipping just out of Tenebris's grasp, slipping the ribbon on his wrist free and tearing down the road. He didn't make it 15 steps before a heavy gauntlet closed on his shoulder and yanked him back. Envis hadn't seen or heard Tenebris move. She was simply there. You left my reach, Tenebris said, no louder than the breath between lanterns. You disobeyed me. They have info on another killing, he said, breathless. I just want to ask. You broke my rule, she replied. No heat, no hurry. She moved him back to the curb with the same unarguable pressure you use to return a book to its shelf. For the third time. I'll be quick. You will be with me, she said, spinning him around to face her and pressing him against a wall, gauntlet around his throat. Or you will be nowhere at all. The coin hummed in his pocket like a swallowed plea as the voices died off in the distance. Tenebris watched the empty lane for one heartbeat more, and then looked down at him. The red windows painted her hair the color of fresh ash. I'm not angry that you want to help, she said, soft as winter air. I am angry that you invite the world to take you while you try. I didn't mean you never do. She released his neck and touched 2 fingers to the velvet at his throat, straightening it. Dinner, then Blackwood Avenue. You will sit where I set you and you will stay. If you break from me again tonight, the hunt ends. He swallowed. Yes, ma'am. Say it. I'll stay where you place me. Dinner, then Blackwood Avenue. Excellent. The warmth returned to her voice. She offered her arm again. He took it. The velvet light only deepened as they crossed the threshold into the restaurant. The tables were of onyx black against polished gray floors. Red wisps burned in black iron cages, suspended by chains from the ceiling, casting velvet light that twinkled like dark ruby against the tables and floor. The wealthy patrons fell silent as the two entered, and hushed, fearful whispers began to erupt amongst them. The host at the counter, a tall, grim man dressed in black, looked like a frightened child and compared to Tenebris's imposing stature as they stepped up to the counter. Good evening, Lady Mavris. I trust Booth. Near a window, away from prying eyes, Tenebris said flatly, resting her gauntlet on Envis's shoulder. The host's gaze darted from her to him, then back to her again. Yes, of course, right this way, he stammered, giving a swift bow as he led them through rows of tables. Envis felt the eyes of many wealthy nobles on him and Tenebris as they passed, whispers reaching his ears. The White Reaper! Is that a girl at her side? No, it's a boy! He barely looks 16! Is that her boy? Envis pulled his hood over his head and folded his arms shyly. Tenebris squeezed his shoulder reassuringly as she guided him down the booth in a curtained alcove near a window. But it didn't make him feel any better. She took the spot beside him, closing him in, and swiftly skimmed through the menu. The host fumbled his hands. We'll have someone with you. Leave. Now. Tenebris cut in, and with the slow turn of her head, the man swiftly hurried off. Envis unfolded his arms, hands shaking and froze as Tenebris gently pulled his hood off. Let me see that pretty hair, sweet boy. Her voice softened. You're trembling again. She smoothed a curl behind his ear. He flinched at her touch, her words sitting wrong in his bones. Her hand froze but did not retract. Do not ever flinch from me. Her voice was low and smooth as freshly fallen snow. You are under my protection and command. You are safe. Have I given you reason to believe otherwise, little Envy? She asked. Each word was like the slow onset of winter, as 2 steel-clad fingers slipped beneath his chin and forced him to look up into her eyes. I'm fine, he said quietly, steeling himself, the nickname fueling his discomfort further. That isn't what I asked. Her eyes narrowed. It's no big deal, don't worry about it. He tried to pull away. Her gauntlet slid to his throat and closed. Not enough to choke, but enough to remind him of memories he wanted to leave buried for a second time tonight. Speak, she said icily. Envis's coin flared in his pocket, and his body reacted before he could. His hand shot up and seized Tenebris's gauntlet at the wrist. Small green sparks sizzled the steel, and she released him. A brief expression of surprise washed over her features before she swiftly regained her icy composure. I'm sorry, Envis retracted his hand fearfully and pressed himself against the wall and put his head in his hands. I'm a fucking freak, and I hurt you. I'm so sorry, he said quietly, pulling his hood over his head and pulling his knees to his chest as he began to shake. Envy, honey. Tenebris's voice came gentler. The nickname made him flinch again. She ignored it. She unfastened her gauntlets and set them on the table before pulling its hood off, with the gentle care one might use with a frightened animal. "What's the matter, little fawn?" she whispered, moving closer. "Outside, when you grabbed me by my throat and pushed me against the wall, it reminded me of my uncle. He took me by the throat when I was little. Mom and Dad let him, and they told me that I was the problem," Envis said quietly. The corner of her mouth twitched, and something cold and ancient moved behind her eyes. Not at him, but at a memory that wasn't hers. "I see," she said, voice laden with frost as she unclasped her cloak from her armor and draped it over his shoulders. "I will not take your throat again tonight. If you require direction, I'll take your shoulder, nape, or wrist." "Thank you," he said quietly. She picked up her gauntlet to inspect it. A faint stipple of green streaked the steel where he'd grabbed her, minuscule veins of earthen light fading into nothing. Her head tipped, interested, almost pleased. "You're not a freak," she said thoughtfully, setting the gauntlet aside. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt." "You didn't," she said final, placing her arm around his shoulder and pulling him to her side. "Us weird kids end up ruling the world." She echoed the words he said to Corinth with a small, warm smile. He gave a small, weary smile before leaning his head against her breastplate and closing his eyes. "I'm tired," he whispered. "No matter how much I sleep, it never goes away." "I know, little one," she said, voice low and gentle, almost maternal. The curtains drew gingerly and another well-dressed man stepped inside. Hello, my name is Dreth. I'll be your server tonight. What can I get you?" His voice came clear, but shaky. Envis opened his eyes and reached for his menu. Tenebris placed a cold hand over his and drew him back. "For him," she told the server, "the herb broth, the soft bread, and the braised greens with a cut of venison. For me, the house poor and whatever still has a pulse." The last line landed like a joke no one risked laughing at. The server bowed, took the menus, and vanished. "You didn't even look at the menu," Envis said softly, closing his eyes as he laid against his companion. "I don't need to," she said, not unkindly, as she rubbed his shoulder. Envis's mouth watered as the server set steaming plates and an onyx cup before them, and for one foolish moment, hunger almost eclipsed everything else. He reached at once for his utensils, eager to eat while the food was still hot. Then his eyes caught on Tenebris's plate. A wet, veined slab of raw flesh rested against black porcelain, dark as an open wound. It still looked alive in some places, slick and faintly trembling beneath the restaurant's red glow. Black night rose petals had been strewn around it with the deliberate care of decoration, as though that made it something finer than butcher's spoil. Beside it stood an onyx goblet chased with deep red rubies. A thin curl of crimson vapor rose from its surface, and the smell that drifted from it was rich, metallic, unmistakable. Blood. Envis's appetite faltered. Tenebris carved a small piece from the meat with neat, unhurried precision. There was something almost ceremonial in the force she used. Controlled, but just a little too firm, as though she were indulging some private irritation. "What's that?" he asked softly, unable to keep the wariness from his voice. "Elk heart," Tenebris murmured. "Raw." The word sat between them like a blade. She lifted the dripping piece to her lips, and took it from the fork with the same regal composure she brought to everything, as if there were nothing grotesque at all in the blood shining on her mouth. Then she cut another piece and extended it toward him. No thank you," Envis said quickly, with careful politeness. He gave a small shake of his head and lowered his gaze to his own plate, determined to concern himself with the perfectly ordinary venison before him. "The human digestive system is much better suited to cooked meat. Raw flesh carries parasites and bloodborne pathogens." His voice steadied a little as he fell into facts, into something clean and sensible. Though some more naturalistic tribes would bleed their cattle and drink from them in the same breath they would collect milk, it was fast, nutrient-dense, high in iron and high in protein. He took a small bite, more to occupy his mouth than from hunger. Efficient, I suppose. He realized too late that he was yapping. When he glanced up, Tenebris was watching him. Not listening, watching. Her black eyes moved over his face with a depthless, patient intensity that made the back of his neck prickle. He looked down at once. Heat climbed into his cheeks. But it was not the soft, fluttering embarrassment of being admired. It was the hot discomfort of having spoken too much in front of something stronger than himself. Too much like being observed, assessed, or having his value appraised. "Such a smart boy," she said. The praise did not comfort him. It settled over him like a hand at the back of his neck. Before he could respond, she leaned in and took the utensils from his fingers. The motion was so smooth, so casual, that for half a second he didn't understand what had happened. One moment the fork and knife were in his hands, the next they were gone. "Oh no, it's alright, I can—" His protest died when she cut a piece of venison, lifted it, and pressed it lightly to his mouth. The booth's privacy curtain muffled the room beyond. The restaurant, with all its whispered fear and velvet light, suddenly felt very far away. Envis became acutely aware of how enclosed the alcove was, how little space there was between her shoulder and the wall, how easily she occupied the whole of it without ever seeming to crowd. He should have said no. Instead, after one short, humiliating hesitation, he opened his mouth. Tenebris placed the bite on his tongue as one might feed a creature that had already learned not to snap at the hand. "Good boy," she murmured. Envis chewed and swallowed because there was nothing else to do. His face had gone hot again, and he hated that. Hated that his body kept answering these moments with heat, with stillness, with obedience, as if confusion and shame were the same thing as trust. "Lady Tenebris, Hush. Eat." Her voice was low and gentle, but there was no mistaking the command inside it. She cut another piece and held it to his lips. He took that one too, then another, and another. It was not the feeding itself that frightened him the most. It was how quickly the rhythm established itself. Cut, lift, open, chew, swallow. Before long, she was deciding the pace of his breathing, the intervals between bites, and the exact moments his mouth opened and closed. A simple thing, eating, had been taken neatly out of his hands and made into something else. His own, her own. He could not have said which. "Pretty, pretty boy," Tenebris said softly. The words made something cold move through him. Her gaze wandered over his face, his throat, his mouth, as if she were memorizing the mechanics of him. Not admiring, not desiring in any human sense he understood. More like noting responsive parts of some rare little animal she had decided to keep alive. Goose flesh prickled over his arms. He turned his head a fraction, only to look somewhere else, anywhere else. The curtain slit of the booth gave him a narrow view of the street beyond the window. Empty cobbles, red light on glass, the distant illusion of escape. 2 fingers slipped beneath his chin. Not harshly, not kindly. Just with the calm certainty of a hand correcting something that had wandered out of place. She turned his face back toward her. In her other hand she now held the cup of broth, dark, steaming, rich with herbs and marrow and the faintest ghost of copper beneath it all. "Sip," she instructed. Envis stared at the rim for half a second too long. The coin in his pocket gave a low, insistent hum. Warning. His stomach tightened. He ignored it. He leaned forward and drank. The broth was hot enough to sting his tongue. She tipped the cup with careful control. Never enough to spill. Never enough to let him take too much at once. When he drew back, she did not lower it immediately. She held it near his mouth for a beat, studying him as though deciding whether he had earned another swallow. Only then did she set it down. "Better," she murmured. The word sounded less like approval than adjustment. Envis sat very still. His hands folded themselves in his lap without permission. He could feel his own pulse in his wrists. Outside the curtain, cutlery clinked faintly, muted by distance and fabric, but inside the alcove, there was only her, the red light, and the copper smell rising from her untouched goblet. He became suddenly, horribly aware that if he refused now, if he reached for his own utensils, if he said no again, if he pushed her hand away again, it would not become a scene. That was the worst part. She would not rage. She would not even need to. She would simply look at him with that grave, fathomless patience and wait for him to remember his place in the arrangement she had already decided upon. Tenebris cut a piece of venison, held it out. Envis opened his mouth. "Attaboy," she said softly. His throat worked as he swallowed. The coin hummed again, more sharply this time, but he kept his eyes lowered and obeyed. Because truth, small and ugly, and increasingly impossible to ignore, was that some part of him had already begun to understand what she had wanted from him. Not gratitude, not friendship, surrender. And what frightened him most was not that she wanted it was how little force she seemed to need. Lanterns hissed in the moonlight and bled a tired amber over the shuttered apothecaries and ink sellers of Blackwood Avenue. Rope had been strung across the cobbles in a crooked diamond. A pair of city guards stood within it. Someone had thrown sawdust to drink what the rain couldn't. "The body's gone," Envis whispered. He didn't know why he felt relieved and cheated all at once. Tenebris's hand settled at the back of his neck, light, precise. "Good. We're here for what it left." A sergeant glanced over as they approached, started to speak, then swallowed it when he recognized Tenebris's white hair and the way the air went thin around her. He stepped aside without being told. "Mind the lines," he muttered to Envis, as if the warning could matter. Inside the rope, the street told its story in small, stubborn pieces. A chalk outline, gone soft at the edges. A scuffed streak of black dust, disturbed in 3 places like something had been dragged through it and set back. "The victim put up a fight," Envis murmured, lowering to a knee and rubbing the dust between his index finger and thumb, closing his eyes as a gentle hum sang from his coin. It was light as ash and colder than winter. It chilled his blood in a way that wasn't unfamiliar. "This dirt, it feels dark," he said quietly. "Keen senses." Tenebris crouched beside him and ran a steel-clad finger through the dust. "Vampire dust." Envis rose to his feet and swallowed. A cold knot formed in his chest. "Hey guardsman, what'd the body look like before y'all took it away?" He called over. "Young Miss Clymith. This year would have been her 22nd winter. Her throat and chest cavity were torn open. The heart and liver were missing, and a chunk of the neck was torn out in what looked like a bite mark," the sergeant said gravely, eyeing the chalk solemnly. "Sloppy," Tenebris said, almost boredly. The sergeant winced at that, and Envis cast Tenebris a sideward glance, his ears pricking curiously. "Miss Clymith didn't have any enemies. A nice young lady with a good head screwed on her shoulders. She ran the Everblight apothecary down the road, and had a way with the natural world," the sergeant continued, stroking a well-oiled beard that glistened in the moonlight. "This wasn't planned." Envis's voice steeled as he dropped to his knees and planted his palms against the cobbles. "This was a monster that was feeding." He closed his eyes. His coin thrummed in his pocket as warmth climbed his forearms. "What can you tell me?" he muttered to nobody at all. Soil and stone answered him. The memory of a woman's screams crept up from the rocks, mixed with the chilling squelching of gore and viscera being torn from their cavities. The grout still held the coldness of worn leather, boots, and the fetid tang of refuse. Envis's coin flared, and the earth answered in sharper splinters of sensation. Wet leather skidding, a knee striking hard, a cry that broke with a final breath, a great mouth opening, iron complaining, old water waking. "It came from the drains," Envis said gravely, rising to his feet. The sergeant cleared his throat. "We'll post a man at Maiden's Arch. If your ladyship needs—" "She doesn't," Tenebris said, soft as frost. The man shut his mouth. "Maiden's Arch," Envis repeated, taking a step. Then the world thinned. Stars combed at the edge of his vision. The twin stings at his neck beat once, hard. He caught at them. Copper touched his tongue. Tenebris's gauntlets were already on his shoulders, inexorable and sure. "Breathe, little fawn. In for 4. Her cloak came around him. The avenue narrowed to blue, black wool and iron. Out for 2. "I'm fine," he lied, swaying as the edges of his sight began to fade. "No." She drew him in, a brace more than an embrace. "You're pushing, and you're weak." "But Maiden's Arch, the vampire—" "No," she said flatly, tightening her grip a fraction. "You will not go traipsing into a sewer to challenge a monster who would snap you like a twig and toss you in a cistern. A beat. I don't want my boy getting hurt," she said softer. Something in Envis loosened at that last part, and he closed his eyes as his head found the brace of her breastplate. "Yes, Lady Tenebris," he breathed softly, barely above a whisper. "Good boy." Her lips found his crown. "Claim. vow, shield, and when she straightened, the sergeant was already half bowed without realizing it. "Have your men keep hands off the grates at Maiden's Arch and Miller's Cut," she said, voice carrying now. "If they pry them up, they'll lose fingers." "Yes, my lady." Tenebris guided Envis back through the rope. The wax seals didn't dare crack as she passed. The hiss of the lantern sounded suddenly loud. Behind them, river air moved under the street, and something old remembered the shape of their steps. Mothric did not sleep. Beyond the shutters, the city breathed river fog and tallow smoke. Somewhere in the inn, a stair creaked, a latch clicked, and a drunk laughed too loud before remembering whose roof he stood beneath. The waif and witch had settled into its late-night hush. Coals banked, tankards stacked, voices folded away like linens. In their room, the hearth burned azure, cold fire licking the brickwork with a ghost's patience. The blue made the corners look deeper than they should have, as if the room held more shadows than the walls could contain. Envis sat cross-legged on a floor cushion near the grate, both hands wrapped around a steaming cup. Peppermint rose sharp and clean, trying its best to drown out everything else. The inn's old damp wood, the faint iron tang from the street, the winter night rose that clung to Tenebris like a second skin. He stared at the tea as if it were a map that might tell him how to be safe. Across from him, Tenebris lounged in a worn armchair, as if it were a throne made for her alone. She had traded armor and linen for a flowing black nightdress, the fabric draping in quiet waves that softened nothing about her, only made her look like an executioner dressed for slumber. Her bare arms were strong in the firelight, pale as moonstone. A book lay open in her hands, a thick black tome with a clasp like a jaw, its pages thin as skin, its margins crowded with tight, elegant script. Envis had not seen her bring it. "Come here, little one," she said, her voice quiet but carrying. She marked her place with a strip of ribbon and closed the book with a sound like a lid settling over a coffin. For a moment, she simply rested it in her lap, fingers splayed across the cover as if soothing an animal that might bite. Envis set his tea carefully on the floor. The cup left a ring of damp on the old boards. He crawled over, knees quiet on the rug. He stopped in front of her, folded his legs beneath him, and tilted his head like he was trying to listen with his whole body. "Kneel," she murmured. His spine obeyed before his mind could argue. He shifted onto his knees at her feet. "Closer." She crooked a clawed finger. The coin in his pocket gave a small, resentful thrum, as if it felt the distance shrinking. Envis ignored it and shuffled forward until he knelt just between her knees, so he could feel the cold of her presence. "Head here." She tapped one clawed finger lightly against her knee, patient as instruction, inevitable as gravity. Envis hesitated. His throat worked. Then he lowered his head and rested it against her leg. Tenebris's finger slid into his hair with unhurried care. Her touch was cool, but not cruel, combing through dark locks as if she were sorting silk threads, smoothing tangles the way one smooths out a story. "Attaboy," she said, not unkind. His shoulders eased despite himself, eyes lidded with fatigue. He found the position lightly uncomfortable, and he felt his knees complaining with an aching protest. Tenebris kept stroking, slow and even. "There's something you ought to know," she murmured. "Yes, ma'am?" His voice came out small, sleepy at the edges, tired all the way through. "After this little hunt of yours is over," Tenebris said, "we're going home." The words landed like a weight placed gently on his chest. Envis swallowed. "I don't have a—" "You'll be returning with me," she interrupted, almost soft, "to Duskmantle." Envis lifted his head. The blue fire painted her cheekbones with cold light. Her eyes were fathomless black, and in them he saw no question, only decision. Tenebris touched his cheek with two fingers and guided his head back down to her knee, as if setting a candle back into its holder. "Listen," she said. He did. "I will be kind," Tenebris murmured, as if granting herself a limit. "Enough." Her hand returned to his hair, stroking with a careful, almost archival precision. "You will learn a beat. Letters and numbers, natural philosophy, histories. Not the clean stories written for children, but how events actually unfolded when people inside them were afraid and hungry. Another beat, quieter, and alchemy." The last word slipped under his ribs like a hook. His breath caught. He pressed closer against her knee without meaning to. Tenebris felt it. Her fingers paused for half a heartbeat, then continued. "I will protect you," she said, "and under my hand you will become useful enough to survive what would otherwise devour you." The room made a small sound, wood settling, a draft surging under the door. The fire hissed. "You will have work suited to your hands," she went on, voice even. "You will be fed. You will have a bed that is neither dirt nor ditch." Something in Envis tightened, a deep aching hunger that had nothing to do with food. He had starved it for so long, he'd almost forgotten its shape. Tenebris's tone cooled by a single degree. "I will be strict. You will eat what I place before you, and you will sleep when I tell you. You will speak when I grant you permission." The list was calm. That was what made it frightening. Envis's throat worked. "Lady Tenebris." Her hand did not stop moving through his hair. He tried to laugh and couldn't. "I'm very, very damaged. Would you really want to put up with me?" Silence for a breath. I try so hard to be strong," he whispered, voice fraying at the edges. To never let anyone see me sweat, but I'm glass inside." His finger curled against the hem of her dress, like they needed something to hold. "And I don't know how much longer I can keep putting one foot in front of the other." For the first time, her touch softened. Not in pressure, but in intention. "Envy," Tenebris said, and this time the nickname did not ring like a collar bell. It settled into him more quietly than that, which was worse. "Darling." Envis swallowed. Heat prickled behind his eyes, a sensation he had not felt since he had run away from home. "In a distant eastern land," Tenebris murmured, "there is a practice. When pottery breaks, it is repaired with gold." Her thumb smoothed once over his temple. "The crack does not ruin the vessel," she said. "It only makes the break a part of the design." A beat. "You are worth more than you can imagine," she continued, voice low and velvety in a way that made the room feel smaller. "And what you survived does not diminish you." Her fingers slid to the back of his head and rested there, not restraining, not quite, but leaving him aware of how easily they could. "Little treasure." Envis's chest tightened until it hurt. "Very well," he said, forcing the words steady. "I'll come home with you, Lady Tenebris." Tenebris gave a quiet hum of approval. Her fingers sank into his hair again, slow and possessive, the rhythm of it almost soothing if he did not think too hard about who set the rhythm. "You misunderstand," she said. The fire crackled, and the room seemed to draw in around them. "I was not requesting, little one." A pause. Not angry, certain. "But your assent pleases me." Envis let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. A small, tired smile touched his mouth as he let his cheek settle more fully against her knee. "She really cares about me." The thought came to him warm and immediate, and because he was so tired, because some starved and childish part of him wanted it so badly, he let it stay. Above him, Tenebris's hand continued its slow passage through his hair. Stroke, stroke, stroke. Not comfort, conditioning. The tea cooled on the floorboards, the azure fire sank lower in the grate, and the room darkened by degrees as if something had put a lid over it. Outside, Mothric muttered in its sleep and forgot him. Inside, the White Reaper sat very still, one hand resting in the dark of his hair, and felt the last of his resistance soften beneath her palm. At her feet knelt the boy who thought he was being offered shelter, while all the while she had only been closing her hand. Chapter 7. Envis woke with a hammer inside his skull and the taste of old copper slick on the back of his tongue. For a breath he didn't know where he was, only that the bed was too soft, the sheets too clean, and the air too warm to be the road. Then the throbbing at his neck answered, and his hand flew there. Bandage, snug, neat, fresh linen, pressed to tender skin. She dressed it? He pushed himself upright anyway. The room lurched, a slow tilt like a boat catching an unexpected current. A moment of gray swam across his vision. A cold hand met his sternum and guided him back down. Not rough, not gentle. Exact. Envis's eyes climbed to Tenebris. She stood beside the bed in the inn's dim light, as if she owned the walls, night dress black as ink, pale hair unbound and luminous where the hearth's azure fire made false moonlight of it. The room smelled of old wood and damp wool. Somewhere beyond the door, the inn lived. Footsteps on stairs, a muffled laugh cut short, a kettle beginning to sing. "Stay," she said. It landed the way a command does when you don't realize you've been waiting for it. "Lady Tenebris, I can—" "You will rest." Her words landed heavy with queenly finality, the sort that didn't raise its voice, because it didn't need to. "But—" She raised an eyebrow. Envis's jaw tightened. He stared at his hands, instead, trembling, traitorous. "Fine," he muttered, "but only for a little while." A pleased hum rose through her chest, small and almost satisfied. She lifted the clay cup, warm enough that steam fogged its rim, and tipped it to his mouth. Drink. He did. Ginger and honey spread over his tongue, cutting the iron taste down to a distant echo. The warmth slid into him like a blanket drawn up to the chin. "Good boy," she murmured, and the words came with the same calm authority as her hand. She set a small wooden tray across his lap, tomato basil soup the color of late summer, a soft roll wrapped in cloth to keep it from cooling. The smell hit him, and his stomach remembered hunger. "Lady Tenebris, you didn't have to eat." He dipped the bread and took a cautious bite, and the simple softness of it all, salt, oil, warmth, made his eyes sting for reasons he didn't want to name. He chewed, swallowed, and tried for steadiness. Did you cook this yourself?" His voice a hushed whisper, remembering the dishes she prepared for him back at Duskmantle. Tenebris's mouth barely shifted. "No. We are in an inn, little fawn. They have kitchens." A beat. "I instructed the cooks." Another beat, and with the lightest tilt of her head. "Very concisely, while standing directly behind them." Envis huffed a quiet laugh before he could stop it. The sound surprised him. "Yeah," he said quieter. "That sounds like you." His hand shook again as he raised the spoon. Tenebris's fingers closed lightly over his wrist, steadying the motion with unnerving precision. "Thank you," he said, and meant it with the whole worn-out part of himself that still wanted to trust. He lifted his eyes to hers. "You really go out of your way for me." For a moment she only watched him, gaze deep as a well. "Envy," she said softly, the nickname placed as carefully as the bandage. "My dear." Her palm cupped his cheek with the care of someone handling a delicate relic. It felt like a seal, and like a chain. The corner of his mouth twitched, an instinctive flinch of recognition, and he hated that it happened. It did not go unnoticed. "I will always take care of what belongs to me," she said. The faint warmth that briefly bloomed behind his ribs cooled, like a hand closing around a candle. "Yeah," Envis replied, voice small despite his effort. "That also sounds like you." He ate until the nausea of his headache dulled and the soup turned from comfort to effort. When his spoon slowed, Tenebris lifted the tray from his lap without asking and set it aside on the bedside table. The clay cup joined it with a soft click. She sat down on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped. The air changed as if the room itself leaned in to listen. "When I'm feeling better," Envis said, careful, "we'll head to Maiden's Arch. That vampire's living deep in the drains, and I'm gonna put an end to these killings." Tenebris held his gaze for a long, quiet moment. Then, "No." Envis blinked. What do you mean, no?" "You are in no condition to confront a thing that is already stronger than you," she said, clinical as a surgeon selecting instruments. "You will rest, and then tomorrow, I am taking you home with me." "But everything this was the whole reason we—" A single clawed finger touched his lips. Silence, placed gently and absolutely. "I took you out to see the city," Tenebris said, softer now, "because I wanted to be with you. The admission was quiet enough to feel dangerous. I wanted to see you look up at lanterns and not flinch." Her thumb stroked once, almost absent along the line of his cheekbone. "I wanted you to be allowed to be exactly your age for a little while, before the world asks too much of you again." "Lady Tenebris," Envis began, the protest already tired. "I'm 15. You are a child," she said, and there was no insult in it, only verdict. A child who has been carrying a weight that would bow older backs than his own. Her hand slid to his shoulder, anchoring him in place. The city guard will throw men at the lone shadow who swims in sewage. They can afford to lose them. Envis went still. You, she continued, will continue to sleep in beds and eat warm food until your body remembers what it is supposed to do. His coin hummed faintly from somewhere near his thigh, a small, stubborn protest he could feel more than hear. Tenebris's gaze dipped as if she sensed the hum through him. Come home, she said. Not a command this time, something closer to sincerity. If you insist on carrying the world, she murmured, at least let me choose the pieces you're allowed to pick up. Envis exhaled, he shut his eyes, and for a heartbeat, he let himself imagine it. Not dirt, not ditches, not waking to hunger like a knife. A bed, warm food, a roof, a hand that did not leave. Yes, ma'am, he whispered, because it was easy than sorting out what he actually felt. Tenebris's expression loosened by a hair. Attaboy. Her finger slid into his hair, slow, almost domestic. Now sleep, she said. Tomorrow, I'm taking you home. And as the end's noises softened beyond the door, Envis lay back under the clean weight of the blankets, trying not to notice how quickly his body obeyed her, how much simpler it was than stumbling alone in the dark. The azure fire in the hearth crackled once, like a quiet seal. Envis woke to stillness. Tenebris lay on her side, motionless as a carved effigy, pale hair spilled across the pillow like poured moonlight. In sleep, the sharpness of her seemed filed down. Her mouth wasn't a blade, her brow wasn't a verdict. For one quiet heartbeat, she looked almost human. It hurt how badly he wanted that softness to be meant for him. His thoughts tried to arrange themselves into a grateful litany. The meals, the warm bed, the way she bought him sweet things as if childhood could be purchased and returned, the promise of Duskmantle, the way she said mine as though it were shelter. A neglected boy's longing rose up in him, aching and stupid. Then his coin warmed against his thigh. Not the gentle hum it gave when the earth was near, but a tug, insistent, directional. The world outside the inn pulled on him like a dark tide, the drains, the dark mouth under the city, and with it came the remembered image of a fallen friend in the woods. I need to stop it, he breathed in. He held it, let it go as quietly as he could. Envis eased himself out from the blankets, soft and silent as a fox. His head went light. Immediately, the room tilted as if the floorboards were a raft. He gripped the bed frame until the dizziness passed in a slow ripple. I can do this. The twin wounds high on his throat throbbed under the snug bandage she'd tied there. He didn't touch them. Touching made them real. He packed fast and soft, Moo tucked under his arm. Vramioruptor's familiar weight settled against his hip, a comfort that wasn't comfort so much as purpose. At the door he paused and looked back. Tenebris did not stir. The longing in him tightened into something bitter. I don't have a mom. He swallowed hard, and because he didn't know what else to do with the feeling, he shaped it into sincerity. Thank you, Your Majesty, he whispered to the darkness, raising his crovel in a half salute, and the darkness continued to slumber as he slipped out of the room. Downstairs, the inn's common hall wore a different face in daylight. Gray, washed, half awake. The night's laughter had soured into the smell of damp wool and spilled ale. A kettle muttered somewhere behind a door. A broom whispered over boards. A few patrons sat hunched over weak beer, blinking at the sun that leaked in through narrow windows. They saw him. A hush fell in the way a room hushes around a knife. Not because Envis was frightening, because he had been seen with something that was. Whispers traveled under breath. The Reaper's boy. That stray. Envis kept his eyes forward and pushed through the stairs like they were rain. Outside, sunlight hit him full in the face. He flinched, not from pain, but from the sheer warmth of it. Gold poured over his skin, and his body answered like a plant turning toward a window. The heaviness in his limbs loosened. The strange malaise that had been clinging in him for nights thinned, as if the day burned it off. He pulled the bandage down and pressed 2 fingers to the wounds. The skin was still raw, until it wasn't. In the span of a few breaths, the edges drew in. The wetness dulled. The twin punctures tightened and began finally to crust over. Relief hit him so hard he almost laughed. Once, where an axe had torn a gash into his upper arm, there was now only healthy skin with the faintest line of a scar. I missed the sun. He rewrapped the bandage, not neatly, not like she would, but enough, and started toward the gatehouse with a spring in his step he hadn't felt before all this. The guards watched him pass. One muttered something to the other, and the words floated to Envis on the wind. The Reaper's pet. His shoulders went rigid. He didn't turn. He didn't give the word the satisfaction of a reaction. He walked out beneath the shadow of the walls. Beyond Mothric, the air tasted wild. Not the city's tar and fish oil, real wind, river damp, iron-rich soil. Eastward, the Rhymestone River cut the tundra like a bright wound, carrying sunlight on its back. The path along the wall sloped down toward the quay where stone met water. Envis padded along it barefoot, toes reading every texture, packed earth, scattered gravel, slick stone kissed by river spray. Below, crystal water flashed. Trout and grayling broke the surface in quick silver arcs, and when he passed, a few of them turned and shadowed him as if curious. He smiled, despite himself. It felt good to be seen by something that wasn't afraid. Ahead, the walls bulged outward where the river met the city's underworks. There, set into the stone like a throat, stood a massive archway gated in iron. Above it, a statue of an elven woman carved in pale stone. Head bowed, hands cupped as if holding an offering she refused to spill. Rain had softened her features, lichen traced her skirts. A single guard stood watch beside the winch, posture stiff, cloak pulled tight against the river wind. Maiden's Arch, Envis said aloud. His coin hummed, approving, insistent. Beyond the bars was darkness. Not night's darkness, something deeper. A place the sun did not reach. Tenebrous' voice rose in his mind, smooth as frost. I will not have my boy traipsing into a sewer. Envis closed his eyes and dipped his head. She cares about me. He opened his eyes again, and because he was 15 and stubborn as an ass, he added, the faster I finish, the sooner I'm back. To the left of the arch sat a small shrine, a smaller likeness of the same maiden, set into a niche, with a weathered plaque beneath. The Maiden of the Rhyme grants fortune and protection to those who respect her waters. Envis approached and knelt. He didn't have a coin, not one he could leave at least. He didn't have flowers, but he had the one thing he always carried, himself. He cut a small lock of his hair with the edge of his crovel and tied it with a strip of hide from his jack and laid it on the offering bowl. The hair did not sit there. It hissed into rime blue flame and vanished without smoke. Coolness climbed his forearms, gentle as river mist, and settled in his bones. The coin at his thigh warmed, as if pleased. May frost and fortune follow your footfalls, little sapling. A woman's voice grazed his ear. Envis spun. No one stood behind him. Only river wind, only stone, only ravens wheeling high and bright. A shiver ran down his spine anyway. He turned back to the guard. Good afternoon, he called, forcing cheer into his voice. The man's eyes flicked over Envis's bare feet, the crovel, the bandage at his throat. What business you have here at Dustweaver's Key, youngster? I need to go in. Envis pointed through the iron bars into the deep. The guard snorted like the idea was a bad joke. Into the drains? No, not today. There's a vampire down there been butchering folk. I know, Envis said, and his voice surprised him with how steady it came out. It killed my friend in the woods near Gloomstead. Gloomstead? The guard's expression shifted. His gloved hand went to his beard, thoughtful. Seems a far walk for a sewer stalker. Plenty of feeding here. Envis frowned. The thought was a stone dropping into still water. Then what killed him? The scabs at his neck throbbed once, dull and accusatory. He swallowed. I still don't know where these came from. He pushed the thought away because he had to, and shook his head. It killed again, Miss Plymouth, last night. We saw the crime scene, he insisted. Guard's gaze sharpened. We? Envis lifted his chin. I'm here with Lady Malvros. The name changed the air. The guard's eyes widened by a fraction, then his face settled into something like pity. His gaze flicked to Envis's bandaged throat again. So you're the one, he murmured. Reaper's pet. Envis's stomach clenched. I'm not a pet. he said too fast, too hot. She's my... The word friend caught on his tongue. He forced it through anyway. My friend. The guard looked at him like he was watching a boy argue with a storm. Envis stepped closer, anger and courage tangling in his chest. And you shouldn't judge her by how she looks. She's been kind to me, she's fed me, and she's protected me, and she... His voice arose with the pressure of all the gratitude he didn't know what to do with. Actions matter, he said, green embers flickering behind his eyes. For a moment, the guard's expression softened, not with belief, but with sorrow. Aye, he said quietly. Actions matter. He reached for the winch. Chains clanked, iron groaned, the gate lifted just enough to let a person slip through. I'll let you in, the guard said, and the pity in his eyes returned. If you die down there, it might be a kinder end than what your friend has planned. Cold crawled up Envis's spine. He wanted to argue, but the words wouldn't come. He stepped under the rising bars. At the threshold he paused, sunlight behind him, dark ahead, and gave the guard a 2-finger half salute. Then he took one breath and walked into the deepening dark. Behind him, the river flashed bright. Ahead, the city's throat swallowed him whole. Chapter 8. The light behind him didn't vanish all at once. It thinned. A bright coin of day at the mouth of Maiden's Arch became a pale wafer, then a slit, then a tired smear pinned between iron bars. Envis kept walking anyway, barefoot on a narrow ledge of brick and slime, his shoulders brushing damp stone that sweated in the dark. No torches burned down here. The water did. A sickly greenish glow seeped from the channel. Old algae, moss film, something that lived by swallowing refuse and giving nothing back. It was nothing like the clean sapphire he'd watched dance in the rhinestone under the sun. This light was a bruise learned to glow. I can do this, he told himself, the words like a charm, and the sewer answered with a long, patient drip. His toes slid on a slick skin of tallow and rot. The film clung to him the way grease clings to a pan, warm in the wrong places, cold in the rest. It made his stomach pitch, and for the first time in years, he missed shoes with a fierce, childish ache. Somewhere ahead, water burbled over a lip. Somewhere farther, something metal tapped once, then went still. 3 rats skittered along the ledge, past his ankles, little bodies low and urgent, tails cutting quick commas through the green light. Envis's mouth twitched, in instinctive softness, before he could stop it. Then, one of them halted. A small black rat with a nicked right ear rose on its hind legs and sniffed the air like it didn't trust it. Its whiskers trembled. Its heart, tiny, frantic, beat loud in Envis's sharpened hearing. Envis stopped. The air here smelled of river iron and sour fat, of damp brick and old waste. Under that, faint as a memory, was another scent. Cold, stale, wrong. Like a cellar that had never once been aired. What is it? He whispered to the frightened creature. He crouched slow and offered his hand. The rat hesitated, claws gripping slime, sides working. Hunger and fear wrestled under its ribs. Finally it darted in, quick as a needle, sniffed his fingers, and flinched back. Envis held still. The rat crept closer again, trembling so hard its paws slipped. When it touched his index finger, it didn't cling. It latched like a drowning thing finds flotsam, and the world narrowed. The trickle of emotion hit him. Not gentle, not poetic. A raw pour. Panic like hot bile. Grief like a stone in the gut. Hopelessness that tasted of mud. Not just the rat's fear, but the fear of the other 2 behind it, and the burrow beyond them. And the tunnels that used to be safe. Home. Taken. Envis's throat tightened. In the green shimmer farther down, something shifted. Not a rat. A shadow that didn't belong to any single body moved across the opposite wall. Quick. Gangly. As if it were a spider playing it otherwise. Then a scrape of nails on brick. Too long. Too deliberate. And silence closed over it again. Chill sprinted up Envis's spine. He saw in a blink Brake's shattered body and broken bow, and Miss Clemeth's chalk outline, blood where it shouldn't have been. He glanced back over his shoulder. The exit was a distant pale promise. The air nearer it tasted cleaner. The rat squeaked. "You can go," he murmured, voice barely there. Out. Now. The rat squeaked, a small, angry sound, and tightened its grip till his finger went numb. In the rush of feeling that followed was something sharper than fear. No. Not again. The burning, stubborn desire to reclaim what was theirs. Envis's jaw set. "All right," he breathed. He shifted his satchel strap forward and opened it a fraction. The black rat didn't leap in. It climbed, claws careful on his sleeve, body shaking, until it tucked itself into the dark like a secret. The other two followed, quick and desperate, and the bag's weight changed in a small, living way. Envis rose. His hand found Ramiruptor's handle, and his grip tightened until the leather creaked. "I know what it is," he said quietly, to the sewer and to the rats, to himself. "To lose your home." The words came out plain, honest, no hero in them. He took one step and then another, and the last smear of daylight behind him was swallowed by green mist and damp stone. Ahead, the tunnel waited, breathing slow, patient, hungry, while Envis walked deeper as if the dark could be argued into letting go. Envis kept moving until the idea of hours stopped meaning anything. The sewer made time out of other things, the slow gnaw of damp into his bones, the steady complaint of water dragging itself along brick, the taste of iron and sour fat that coated his tongue no matter how he swallowed. The eerie green glow from the water only grew more spectral and chilling. The further he walked, phosphor sheen on scum, ghost lanterns trapped in algae. It turned the brickwork a bruised color. It turned his skin the color of old paper. His bare feet slid once on the slick film. The sensation crawled up his spine like a finger. He swallowed, breathed through his mouth. The rats in his pack shifted and whispered in tiny claws and anxious breaths. He could feel their nerves, the way he felt the stones cold, an unspoken tremor against his ribs. Then the stink changed. Rot. Thick and wet. Meat that had stopped being meat. Along the wall, smears of black dust, like soot, fingered in long strokes. He dragged a thumb through one, brought it close, and immediately wished he hadn't. The smell wasn't smoke. It was dry winter. Wrong. Vampire dust. His coin warmed at his thigh as if agreeing. He rounded a corner and the world turned inside out. A hunched shape crouched on a ledge ahead, back ridged like a starved dog's, skin pale and hairless, slick with sewage. It had something between its hands, something small, limp, and long past being saved. A child, not a fresh body. Rotten remains, gnawed down to a nightmare of rib and cloth. Envis's throat tried to close. He made a sound anyway, just air catching wrong. The creature froze. Its sharp ears twitched. Slowly it turned its head. One eye held a red iris that looked wet and new. The other socket was empty. Something moved inside it. Roaches spilled out like a thought escaping. Envis's stomach lurched. The thing screeched high and thin, bearing broken fangs, and came at him on all fours, claws shaping stone. Black nails, exposed finger bones. Its speed didn't match its rot. Envis's coin burned against his thigh like a flame, bolstering his resolve. He drew Ramiruptor, steel whispered free. The first slash of claws came for his belly. He braced and took it on the Crevel's head. The impact rang up his arms and into his teeth. He felt the creature's hunger through the vibration, raw, unreasoning. He answered with his heel, a hard push kick square to its chest. The thing flew back with a wet grunt and hit the wall, then the ledge, that skidded in the slime. The rat squealed in his pack. Sharp panic, but they didn't bolt. Envis surged forward before it could scramble away. He didn't swing wildly, he aimed. A tight diagonal strike up and through the jawline. Steel met mandible with the sound like chopping soaked wood. Flesh and tooth and a bright shard of bone snapped free. The creature shrieked again, flailing at its ruined face. Envis didn't give it time to remember how to run. He lifted the Crevel overhead and brought it down. Once, twice. The second strike split the skull and ended the sound. The body collapsed in a twitching heap. Roaches erupted from the opened head and poured across the stone. Envis yelped, hopped back, and one skittered over his foot, cold tickling his legs. He shuddered enough to make his shoulders pop. "I respect all of Melika's creatures," he muttered through his teeth. "But the crawling ones, Stay away. The corpse stopped moving as it remembered its head was slurry on stone. It took a moment for his heart to realize it could slow. The coin chimed, and his eyes snagged on a small silver glint in the folds of the creature's ragged loincloth. He hesitated, then crouched and fished it free. A locket, intricate silver, chased with tiny vinework that didn't belong in a sewer. His fingers tightened. This'll buy me dinner for weeks. The thought came like a reflex. The next thought came like a slap. He snapped the locket open. A portrait stared back. A teen boy and a woman with laugh lines, cheek pressed to cheek, caught in the fragile magic of before and a bond he had never had. Envis's breath broke. He looked down at the pale ruin of the thing he'd just killed. "You were a person once," he said aloud. The sewer didn't answer. It only dripped. His gaze slid to the carcass along the ledge, the child that had been fed on, mangled and discarded. "And so were you," he whispered. Something hot burned behind his eyes. He forced it down. He shut the locket and held it in his fist like it could bruise him. A prayer rose in him without words, a small offering of sorrow to Melike. Then, bitter practicality. He tucked the locket into a fold of his jack, not as loot, as evidence, as debt. His hand went to his pocket. The rusted coin sat heavy there, humming as if pleased with itself. "You only bring me fortune on the back of someone else's misfortune," he said quietly. "This was somebody's family." The coin twinkled beneath its rust, innocent as an eye that never blinks. He drew his arm back, ready to hurl it into the murk and be done with it. Tenebris's voice slid into his memory. "It chose you. Keep it close. Guard it well." Envis's arm lowered. He exhaled, long and shaking, and let the coin fall back into his palm. "You're lucky," he muttered, and the humor was thin as paper, "that the pretty nightmare lady seems to like you." He slipped it away. A rat poked its head from his pack, whiskers trembling, the nicked ear, the brave little fool. It squeaked, sharp, warning. "I know," Envis whispered, scritching its head with one finger. "I know there's more. I can smell them, too." The rat vanished back into the warmth of the pack. Envis tightened his grip on Vramiruptor and moved on. The tunnel widened, and the sewer changed its mind about being only a throat. It opened into a chamber. Older work. A settling room, maybe, where the city once let its filth slow and sink. 3 culverts on the right wore iron gates like teeth. A low stone bridge crossed the channel. Above, far, far up, grates. And through them, sunlight. Not much. Shafts. Pale gold spears angled down into the damp. Dust motes danced lazily in them like the world had forgotten this place was supposed to be ugly. Envis stepped into one and felt his skin remember warmth. The scabs on his neck tugged tight. He winced, but the ache was different now. Less sickness, more healing pull. His coin hummed in his pocket, approving. Envis glanced back toward the green fog and thought of Tenebris asleep in their inn room. She's probably worried sick. The thought twisted something tender behind his ribs. He swallowed it down hard. "She's not my mom. I don't have a mom. It shouldn't matter." But the longing didn't care what should be true. He sat with his back to the wall where the stone felt dry beneath the sun shafts, pulled his pack into his lap, and let the chamber breathe around them. The cool blessing of the Maiden of the Rime still tingled along his forearms, like frost that didn't hurt. 2 rats nosed out of the pack and climbed onto the stone. They stretched, tiny spines arching, then shook themselves like dogs. Envis smiled. A small ember of warmth, stubborn in his chest. The chip-eared rat climbed his shoulder and perched there like it belonged. He dared a gentle scritch. The rat leaned into it, eyes half closing. More rats appeared from the cracks in the wall, from the holes under the bridge, from some hidden warmth in the masonry. A chorus of squeaks, curious and soft. Envis's pack rats greeted them, whiskers touching whiskers. Tiny reunions. A few approached Envis and climbed over his hands and knees as if he were just another piece of safe terrain. "Precious little creatures," he murmured. The chip-eared one curled against his neck and began to nap. Envis opened his pack and took inventory. Fly amanita mushrooms, 2. Garlic, 2 cloves. A small jar of raw honey, a roll of bandage. An empty tin of arnica and comfrey salve. Moo, his journal. Not much. His fingers brushed the locket's weight in his jack, and the guilt returned. Quiet, steady. Then something moved from a larger nook beside him. A rat emerged wearing a tiny thimble on its head like a helm. It dragged a little wooden block down into the light, set it down, climbed behind it, and ridiculously laced its paws together and rested them on the counter, staring at Envis with patient expectation. Envis blinked. Then his mouth twitched into a genuine smile. "No way," he whispered. The thimble rat squeaked once, brisk, businesslike. Envis shifted to his knees in front of the little block. "Alright," he said softly. "Alright, fuzzy little merchant." He hesitated. Then he fished the silver locket from his jack and weighed it in his palm. "I'm sorry about your son, and I'm sorry I didn't return this to you," he whispered, pressing his lips to the locket and placing it on the wooden block. The rats around them went still. The chip-eared one on his shoulder squeaked in protest. Small outrage. "I know," Envis whispered, laughing under his breath, even as the laugh tried to crumble. "I know I don't have much to bargain with." The thimble rat sniffed the locket, then nodded. Decisive. It took the locket in its mouth and vanished back into the dark. Envis waited. The chamber's sunbeams swayed as dust drifted. The water below made its patient sound. A moment later, the thimble rat returned with a corked vial clamped in its teeth. Yellow liquid caught the light. It set the vial down with surprising care. Envis picked it up, uncorked it, and sniffed. His eyes widened. "Skirmisher's tincture," he breathed. "A little sip of strength potion." The rat squeaked once, proud. Envis offered his index finger. The thimble rat took it in both paws and shook solemnly, like sealing an ancient oath. Envis's chest tightened. Ridiculous. Sweet. A tiny oasis in a place that wanted to teach him the world was only teeth. "Thank you," he whispered and meant it like a prayer. The thimble rat vanished. Envis turned his head and scritched the chip-eared rat again. "Ready?" The rat squeaked, then crawled back into the pack. Its two friends padded back to Envis and followed suit. Envis slid the vial into his supplies, shouldered his pack, and stepped onto the stone bridge. He looked back once. The rats, watching him from their nooks, squeaked farewell, soft, insistent little blessings. "Be safe," Envis called quietly. "All of you." Then he faced the culverts, faced the green-lit dark, and stepped onto the bridge. "Let's finish this." Envis walked until time became nothing but drip counts and footfalls. The ledge narrowed and widened in uneven moods, stone sweating under his bare soles. Here and there, piles of slick brown and dark red clung to the floor like something the water had tried to swallow and failed. Awful slurry, old clots, rancid refuse mashed into paste. He stepped around them with care, and his foot skidded once on the film. His stomach lurched, his arms pinwheeled. He caught himself at the last instant, toes curling over the ledge's edge where green water rolled below. "Alright," he whispered through his teeth, more at his own nerves than the sewer. He forced his shoulders down and kept moving. The fog had returned, pale, sickly, and luminous, where stray daylight stabbed through grates far above. Those shafts cut the mist into bright bars, and the bars made everything else look worse. The black dust smeared on the walls, the wet shine on the brick. The way the water's glow was murk green and wrong. If the sun was still high, it must be near noon. With a bit of luck, he could finish this before nightfall. Two pitch-black eyes burned behind his thoughts. The scabs at his neck stung, dull and insistent, as if the memory itself had teeth. Lady Tenebris is gonna be really pissed off. He caught himself smiling at the thought as he walked. That would be nice. Because if she was angry, it meant she'd noticed. It meant she'd cared. His smile faltered. The sewer answered with a sound, a wet, slow squelch, like a boot being pulled from deep mud. Envis's ears pricked. His breath paused. He could feel them. Not one life, not two. Hundreds. Writhing, hungry, thin bodies, slick as tongues. A crawl of small, cold want pressing against the stones ahead. He swallowed and advanced with care. An archway emerged from the fog, and it wasn't the stone that made his skin crawl. It was the curtain. Leeches draped from the arch in long, shining ropes, piled in layers like wet hair. They clung to the brick, to each other, to the very air. Fat ones, thin ones, pale pale-bellied ones with black seams down their backs. Some were the length of his forearm. Some were small as worms, but there were so many that size stopped mattering. They shifted in slow waves, a living veil. Envis took one cautious step closer. The curtain leaned. Not as wind-blown cloth, no. It inclined toward him, as if it had tasted his warmth and decided. The leeches hissed softly, a rasp like wet parchment. Maybe I could... He started and closed his eyes. The stones hummed under his feet. The world narrowed to the pulse of his own blood and the pulses of those bodies, hundreds of small engines of need. For half a heartbeat, he touched them. Hunger flooded him in a black, crawling rush. Not words in any language he knew, more like impulses with teeth. Devour. Feed. Rend. More. There were too many. Hundreds of tiny mouths, hundreds of razor rings, all turning toward the shape of him, like a single thought. Envis's eyes snapped open. He staggered back and nearly slipped again, shaking hard as if he could fling the feeling off from his skin. Nope, he breathed. His pack shifted. The chip-eared rat poked its head out, whiskers twitching, squeaking a tight question. Envis forced his face into a calm smile and scritched its head with one finger. "I'm okay," he whispered. The rat watched him a moment longer, then vanished into the dark safety of his bag. Envis turned in a slow circle, taking stock. A stone ledge, green water, fog, and above him, those thin, blessed shafts of sunlight. He backed into one. Warmth struck his skin like a hand on his shoulder. His olive-toned knuckles took on a soft gold in the beam, and the ache behind his eyes eased a fraction. He held his hands up, studying the way the light sat on him, how it liked him. Then he looked at Vramiraptor. He drew the crevel and angled its head into the sun. The steel drank the light. It didn't merely shine. It caught it, sharpened it, cast it down in a pale golden bar across the slick stone. Something clicked. He shifted the angle. The beam moved. His eyes flicked from the beam to the leech curtain. Too far. He needed a surface, a brighter bounce. Envis glanced at the water. He lowered Vramiraptor into the green glow, scooped, then snapped his wrist and flung a swath of water and slime across the ledge in front of him. It splattered and spread into a glistening sheet. He leaned into the sunbeam again, adjusted his grip, and arced the reflected light onto the wet stone. Gold-kissed water. The wet stone brightened like a polished plate, and the beam leapt. It skipped forward, off the slick sheen, then jumped again, striking the archway. The leeches reacted like burned rope. They hissed, shrank, and recoiled in writhing clumps. A handful withered outright, dropping limp to the floor with wet slaps. Envis's mouth tugged into a grim little smirk. "Okay," he muttered. "Yeah." The curtain thinned, and then it reknit. New leeches slid down from above, angry and eager, replacing the ones that fell. The curtain thickened again in a breath. Envis clicked his tongue. "Of course you do that." He widened the splash of water, made the reflective patch larger, brighter. He held the beam steadier, burned longer, until the archway's veil writhed and thinned to a trembling fringe. Then he ran. He dashed under the arch while the leeches still recoiled, and the air around him thick with their wet, hungry movement. He felt bodies brush his sleeve. One slapped the stone near his heel. He slid through. Behind him, leeches rained down in a last desperate spill, long, wriggling lengths striking the floor where he had just been. Envis didn't stop moving until he was well beyond the arch. He slowed, breath rough in his chest, and looked back. The archway was already dressing itself again, but here, beyond it, there were no grates nearby. No sun bars, no mercy light. A cold realization pressed into his ribs. He wouldn't be able to go back that way. For a moment, his coin felt heavier in his pocket, like a held breath. He forced himself onward. The fog thinned. The ledge bent around a shallow alcove. And there, hunched against the wall as if it had crawled there to die, sat skeletal remains and tatters of cloth. One bony hand lifted, clutching an object that caught even the sick green glow. A crystal hand mirror. Envis's brows rose. Seems I wasn't the first to use that little trick, he murmured, voice low. He stepped closer and reached. The skeleton's fingers tightened. Envis froze. The skull lifted, slow, creaking, reluctant, and crimson lights kindled inside the empty sockets. His stomach dropped. Oh no, Envis breathed. The jaw snapped. Teeth clamped onto his forearm with a wet crunch like biting through raw fruit. Pain flared white. Envis screamed and kicked at the thing hard, heel striking ribs. The skeleton didn't fall. Its jaw worried deeper, grinding. He tried to wrench back. It dragged with him, stubborn as a trap. Get off! He kicked again, fractured rib bone clattering, and in the panic he felt the maiden of the rhyme's cool blessing in his blood. It coiled in his forearm like a winter spring, and then it surged. Ice plated his skin in a sudden bloom. Sleek, curved facets jutting out like mailed armor, glittering even in the green light. The skeleton's jaw hit the new plates. Bone cracked. Its bite slipped. Envis tore free with a raw gasp and stumbled back. The skeleton clawed for him, reaching for his ankles. Envis drew Vramiruptor in a single motion and hacked. Bone met steel, the alcove filled with the sharp clatter of a body becoming pieces. He cleaved through forearm, through shoulder, through spine. The skull bounced and rolled, its red light guttering like a dying coal. Silence rushed back in. Envis stood panting, eyes wide, heart slamming at his ribs. He looked down at his forearm. Ice plates still armored it, beautiful and terrifying in their cleanliness. They moved when he moved, like true plate mail. Then as quickly as they came, they shattered. Sparkling droplets pattered to the stone like sleet, and the cold left his skin. So this is the power of her blessing. Dark blood slid down his arm from a ragged bite where flesh had been torn away. Shit, he spat, voice rough. He dropped his pack, hands shaking, and dug for his supply. The rats squeaked in alarm from within, then went very still when they saw the wound. I'm okay, he lied softly, more for them than himself. He opened his honey, poured a steady line over the bite. It stung, sweet pain, then settled into a sticky, soothing heat. He wrapped the bandage tight, layered the cloth firm enough to press, not so tight the fingers would go numb. He flexed his hand once, twice. Good. Envis slid down the wall and sat, letting his spine rest against cold stone. His breath came in uneven pulls. The chip-eared rat climbed out onto his leg and stared up at him with bright, worried eyes. Envis managed a small, warm smile. I just need a second, he whispered. That startled me. I'm alright. For a heartbeat, it curled near the hollow beside his neck. Then Envis flinched without meaning to when whiskers brushed too close to the scabbed wounds. He forced himself not to jerk away. He didn't want to scare it. The rat settled anyway, small and brave. Just a little breather, Envis told the sewer aloud. He wiped his fingers on his jack, tucked the crystal mirror into his pack, and listened to the drip counts again, until his pulse stopped trying to climb out of his throat. Then he rolled his shoulders, took Vramiruptor back into his grip, and stood. The green glow waited, and somewhere ahead, something was making his coin hum. Envis walked until time stopped meaning anything. The sewer tightened and widened in ugly cycles. The brick throat, then a belly of open water. Each turn swallowing the last hint of the world above. The green light in the channel turned meaner in here, less glow than sickness. Grates overhead grew scarce. The few he passed were little more than rusted scars, their daylight falling in thin, dusty ribs. He tried not to listen too hard. Every drip sounded like a footstep that had decided to be patient. His shoulders ached beneath the breathing pack. The honeyed bandage at his forearm had stiffened, tacky beneath the cloth. The rats inside shifted now and then, a warm, living weight that reminded him this wasn't a nightmare. This was a place that could keep eating, even after you stopped screaming. Tenebris would have noticed by now. The thought came uninvited, sharp as a fishhook. Maybe she was tearing the inn apart. Maybe she hadn't risen yet. Maybe she didn't care at all. She'll forget me, just like everyone else. The sentence landed in his chest with the dull certainty of an old bruise. Then, scratch. Not water, not rat. Stone, scored by something dry. Envis stopped so suddenly his bare feet slid a fraction on the slick film coating the ledge. He steadied himself with a palm to the damp wall and lifted his gaze. Loose grit peppered down from above. The ceiling was crawling. Pale bodies clung to the brick like spiders made wrong, too long in the limbs, too thin in the waist. Ribs ridged under stretched skin. Their heads turned in near unison. Eyes wet, hungry crimson, held him the way a hook holds fish. 8. Maybe more, but 8 he could see. They've been watching me. His heart hammered once. Panic begged to sprint. Don't. He forced a slow breath through his nose, forced his hands not to shake. If he ran, they'd drop in a pile on his back and tear until the screaming stopped. A wedge of daylight lay ahead. One of the last grates, spilling a dull gold blade across the ledge. Envis walked toward it like he belonged there. When he reached the light, he sank to one knee and slipped his pack off as quietly as he could. The rats peeked out, whiskers twitching. Shh, he breathed, pressing a finger to his lips. They went still as if they understood the language of danger. From a pouch he pulled a clove of garlic, dry, sharp, stinging his nose. He bit down. Heat tore through his throat and down into his chest like a swallowed spark. His eyes watered, his stomach complained. Old soldiers chewed garlic before battle. They believed it gave them strength, endurance, and courage. He didn't know if that was truth or fairy tale, but he needed a story that loved him back. He slid the crystal hand mirror from his pack. The grate's light caught its face. A thin beam leapt. Envis tilted his wrist, guiding the gold line up until it kissed the belly of the nearest ceiling clinger. The creature shrieked. Not a human sound, something like wet cloth being ripped. Its skin blistered under the beam, steaming, bubbling black. It lost its grip and dropped. It hit the ledge with a slap and rolled, writhing. Envis didn't waste a moment and arced the light again, tagging a second, then a third. Each screamed and loosened. The remaining shapes broke. They dropped together. Brick rained dust. Claws scraped. Bodies hit the ledge in a hungry chorus as his coin burned against his thigh. Envis shoved the mirror in his pocket, surged forward, and brought VTuber up in both hands. The Crevel's head came down on the first stunned monster like a judge's hammer. The impact made a thick, awful sound. He didn't look at what it did. He ripped the tool free and swung. Another creature launched at him, mouth open, fangs dull as old bone, gums torn raw. Envis jammed the Crevel's handle crosswise into its jaws. Teeth clacked on wood. It bit. The pressure shuddered up his arms. He drove his forehead into its face. Once. Twice. On the third, his own warm blood slid down into his eye as his vision strobed. The creature hissed and recoiled just enough for him to kick its chest. It tumbled, and 2 more tripped over it as they rushed him. He blinked hard, shaking off dizziness. 4 left on their feet. 5. No, 1 was circling. Okay, he whispered, not to them, to his own shaking heart. Okay. He felt the maiden's blessing like a cold thread still wrapped around his bones. He grabbed it. Winter rushed up his arms. Blue vapor gathered in his left palm, thin as breath on glass. 3 of them sprang. Envis thrust his hand forward. Frost blasted out, sharp, clean, and merciless. The creatures froze mid-lunge, their skin turning crystalline rime. They hit the ledge like thrown statues. They shattered. Ice and gore skipped across the stone like gravel. So this is what magic feels like. His fingers went numb. The cold wasn't outside him. It was eating the heat out of his bones. He dragged his left hand along VTuber's haft. The Crevel drank the blessing. Rime blue light crawled over the metal as frost lapped the air around it like cold fire. His coin thrummed in his pocket in sync with his racing heart. Another creature lunged, and Envis cut it down with a diagonal slash. Using his momentum to cut down another, arcs of blue light tore through the green fog. A ghoul came in low, fast, smarter than the others. Claws reached for his throat. Envis twisted, too slow. It raked his shoulder, hide tore and flesh opened. He gasped. Another slash across his chest, hot lines that immediately began to burn. Rage flared, bright and feral. Another strike, and the last monster froze from the shoulder down, mid-lunge, ice blooming across its ribs like wicked flowers. He didn't stop. He swung again, and again. He hacked the frozen statue apart until it was nothing but shards and blackened meat. Silence rushed in. Too big. Envy stood for a second longer than he should have. Then his knees buckled. He caught himself with a palm to the slime-slick stone. The world pitched. His stomach rolled. The garlic's fire turned sour. Blood dripped from his brow into a puddle and made thin, pink rings that the grease-slick masonry swallowed. He forced his breath to steady. In. Out. He choked, then swallowed. No time for noise. He tore into his pack, hands shaking hard now. The rat squeaked, frantic. The chip-eared one climbed up to his uninjured shoulder and pressed its small paws against his neck, whining. I'm fine, Henvis lied through his teeth. The shoulder wound gaped ugly beneath his torn jack. He scooped honey with shaking fingers and smeared it over the torn flesh. The sting made his eyes water. He wrapped the last of his bandage tight. His chest still bled in 3 long claw lines. He pressed his left hand over them. Cold answered. A thin sheet of ice spread across the honeyed skin. Temporary armor, already sweating melt. This won't last. He could feel it, the power ebbing, blessing draining away into the stone. Like water through sand, the chip-eared rat stayed on his shoulder, stubborn. All right, Hedvis whispered, voice rough. He scritched behind its ear with one careful finger. If it gets bad, you go back in the pack. That's an order. The rat chirped and nuzzled his neck. Envis pushed himself upright. Pain flared. Dizziness answered. He steadied, one hand on the wall, listening. No claws, no breath. Only distant water and the slow, hungry settling of the sewer. He started walking again. Every step was a decision. I hope it isn't much further, he murmured to the dark. The coin hummed against his thigh. Not comfort. Direction. Edvis's body grew heavier by the minute. Every step made his wounds re-announce themselves. Sharp little stings that had learned the map of his skin and now followed it with cruel devotion. The soles of his feet were raw from the stone. The slick film on the ledge kept trying to steal his balance, and the smell of blood and rot kept rising in waves until his throat tightened and his stomach threatened to revolt. He staggered once, caught himself on the wall, and forced his breathing back into something steady. The chip-eared rat pressed a paw to the scabbed bites on his neck, as if it could hold him together. I'm fine, Advis lied with a smile, like he always did, because worrying others felt worse than pain. The air changed. It thickened, damp and metallic, and then the stench hit, hot refuse layered with something older, a sour animal sweetness, like a carcass left too long in rain. Ahead, the tunnel widened toward a great stone archway rimmed in runes that pulsed a sick crimson. Black slime clung to the masonry, half vampire dust and half sewage, and it shone wetly as if the arch itself were sweating. Envis's coin hummed against his thigh. Less comfort than insistence. We're nearly there, he whispered to the rat, to the stone, to his own shaking resolve. He stepped through. The sewer opened into a vast catch basin, an enormous vaulted bowl of brick and stone that swallowed sound and spat it back in ugly echoes. 3 concentric ledges ringed the space like half-stairs descending toward a sump where dark water churned sluggishly around a central drain. Shafts of sunlight poured down from a grate far above, but the light was thinning. Late afternoon gold, already leaning toward evening. Dust motes drifted through it like slow snow. The basin was littered. Piles of bones and gore rose in mounded ridges. Broken ribs and skulls peeked through refuse, like stones in a riverbed. Here and there, half-buried scraps of clothing clung to the muck. Belts, boots, a child's torn cuff. Things that the sewer had decided to keep. Envis's mouth went dry. He could feel dozens of old footsteps in the stone, all of them ending here. At the far wall, something vast lay curled atop a nest of trash and bones, guarding a jagged fissure in the masonry, an unnatural crack that yawned into darkness beyond the basin. The chip-eared rat shivered. Envis stroked it with one careful finger and began to descend. Each step down brought the smell closer. When he reached the lowest ring, his bare foot slipped into the sump and nearly went out from under him. The water was ankle-deep and cold in a way that didn't belong to daylight. The sleeping mass stirred. Refuse slid from its back in wet cascades. A tail thick as Envis's thigh uncoiled and dragged through the water with a sound like a shovel in mud. Two pale, cloudy eyes snapped open. They darted wildly, unfocused and fevered, and for a heartbeat Envis felt the weight of something ancient looking through plague. Then the thing rose. 4 rotting limbs pushed it up from the nest. Mangy patches of bald skin dotted matted black fur. Its tail swished like a whip of decay. Its jaw hung a fraction too low, and the pink of its gums was wrong, too exposed, too raw. A giant rat, thrice Envis's size. His heart stuttered. He closed his eyes and reached out with his senses, palm opened, mind lowered like a cup into earth. His coins sank, the world sharpened. The beast's presence hit him like a wave. Hunger, plague, suffering so immense it felt like gravity, but buried under it, deep beneath the rot, was a thin thread of sapient life, old as myth, sacred as oath. A voice brushed his soul, dry, distant, resigned. Run, little root. I am beyond thine saving. Pain lanced through Envis's chest, not his own, but the beast's memory of it, a suffering that had lasted so long it turned into instinct, and a hunger to swallow the world. The connection snapped. The rat's head whipped toward him. It roared. The sound filled the basin, wet, ragged, wrong, and the water trembled. It charged. Envis's body moved before his thoughts could. He yanked a clove of garlic from his pack and bit down. Fire tore through his throat, bloomed hot in his chest. He drew Vramir up there, and cold answered his call. The maiden of the rhyme's blessing, already thin as a final thread, wrapped itself around the Crovel's head in pale blue vapor. Frost crawled over steel. He barely got the haft up. The rat hit him like a battering ram. A headbutt slammed him backward against the ledge. Brick punched his spine. A crack rang through his ribs, and white pain flashed behind his eyes. He stumbled sideways, half fell, caught himself on the wall, and rolled as the beast's teeth snapped where his throat had been. Its bite smelled of maggots and old blood. Envis scrabbled upright and swung. Vramir carved a diagonal arc of rime blue light. The blade tore a gash through diseased flesh. Ice immediately bloomed around it, crusting the wound with frost. The rat howled. Its tail whipped. The impact caught Envis in the ribs and flung him across the basin. He hit the water hard, went under to his elbows, and came up coughing sewage stink and iron. He spat blood. His knees wobbled. He forced them straight. The rat shook itself violently, fur bristling, and then opened its mouth. A screech blasted the air, concentrated like a hammer inside his skull. Envis's ears rang, his vision blurred. The breath was knocked clean out of him. Then claws raked. Festering talons tore through his jack and opened his chest in 3 burning lines that crossed with the ones he sustained earlier. He screamed once, sharp, and the sound bounced off the bowl and came back wrong. The rat slammed him again. He tumbled, rolled, barely avoided another bite that would have ended him. He saw the last strong shaft of sunlight spilling from the grate above, an island of gold in the green gloom. He lurched into it. Vramir head caught the light. The thin beam refracted, clean, radiant, and stabbed into one of the rat's cloudy eyes. The beast shrieked and recoiled, pawing at its face. Envis did not hesitate. He lunged. Steel and frost bit deep. Bright blood sprayed into the water, and ice clustered over the rat's shoulder and throat where his strikes had landed. It thrashed. Its tail swept for him again. Envis jumped. Too slow. Felt the rat clip his legs and steal his balance, but he twisted with it. Turned the stumble into a desperate leap and snatched the crystal hand mirror from his pocket. He angled it into the sunlight. A second beam lanced out. It struck the rat's eye again. The beast went into a frenzy, thrashing, screeching, slamming water into walls. Envis dashed forward, and something closed around his ankle. He yelped. A slimy, rotten hand, fingers like wet rope, gripped him with iron strength. He looked down. The water was full of shapes. Hands, arms, bodies half rotted, half drowned, rising from the sump like the basin itself was vomiting them up. Envis tried to wrench free. When he looked up, the rat barreled into him once again, slamming him a third time. He hit the water hard and went down. Hands found his shoulders, his wrists, his legs. They dragged him face first into the murk. His mouth opened on instinct to scream, and sewage poured in. His lungs began to burn like brimstone. A heavy mass crushed him from above. The weight of the rat, the corpses, and the basin's hunger for living flesh. His coin's hum weakened, fading beneath pressure. He thrashed. Bites tore into his ankles. Claws raked his forearm. He kicked, struck blind, and thought absurdly of little rats with bright eyes and borrowed courage. He couldn't fail them. His body tried to inhale. He inhaled filth. Darkness crept at the edges, then cold. Not the sewer's cold, not the water. A familiar, ethereal winter that lived in blessing. The maiden of the rhyme's last ounce surged up and through his bones. Envis's eyes snapped open. He threw his will outward, and ice exploded. A repulse of snow and winter blasted everything off of him. Rotted bodies hurled back. The rat staggered. Water frothed and rose in a widening circle. Envis surged up from the murk, gasping. Plates of ice formed over his limbs like a suit of luminous armor. Beautiful, alien, lethal. Frost crept into his wounds and sealed them shut with stinging numbness that made his teeth chatter. The rats in his pack squeaked, frantic. He reached into his bag with shaking hands and grabbed a fly amanita. He devoured it. You. He rasped at the basin, at the beast, at the rot that had made a legend into plague. His voice shook with adrenaline and grief. You fucked up. Rotten bodies clambered over the ice, reaching. The giant rat staggered to its feet, shaking blood and frost from its fur. Envis's pupils constricted. White froth gathered at the corners of his mouth. The world sharpened into edges. His coin burned like a shard of fire against his thigh. You really fucked up, he snarled, voice fraying towards Bestial. And now I've got some super juice. He swung Vramiraptor. A brilliant arc of blue cut through 4 corpses at once. They froze mid-motion, turned to crystalline statues and shattered like thrown glass. The rat roared and charged. He slammed Vramiraptor's head into the water. Winter spilled. The sump froze solid in a heartbeat, ice racing outward like lightning. The rat's feet locked in place. Envis moved. On ice he was suddenly something else. Light, fast, feral. He skated in a hard curve and leapt, and drove the Crevel down at the base of the rat's neck. Steel tore flesh. Bone complained. A massive gash opened, and frost crawled into it like hungry lace. The rat screeched and ripped its feet free with a shower of ice shards. It slammed him. Envis hit the frozen surface and slid. The beast pinned him with rotting weight. Teeth gnawed. Envis jammed the Crevel's half between its jaws and shoved. He rolled aside, skidding, and the rat's bite snapped empty shut on air. He snatched the mirror where it lay on the ice, carried there by the freeze, and spun in one fluid motion, skating back through the sunlight's last blade. Mirror up, beam out. The rat's eye caught gold. It reeled. It screamed. Envis's breath came harsh and white. He gathered the last of the blessing into his hands, felt it shredding away inside him, felt it cost the little warmth his body still held. His soul cried out, and rhyme answered. An icy spear materialized in his grip, its blade the color of aurora, its length rimmed with a cold blade that made the air itself recoil. The North Pole. Envis roared an earthen battle cry with winter in its throat and launched himself forward. He drove the spear deep into the gash at the base of the rat's neck, bearing it to the haft. He wrenched it sideways. Flesh ripped. Bone tore. The rat's head came away in a clean, impossible motion and skidded across the ice, leaving a dark smear that froze at the edges. The basin suddenly fell silent. In the hush, a final whisper brushed Envis's soul, thin, grateful, fading. Thank you. The spear shattered into sparkling mist in his hands. The ice armor cracked, and then it melted. All at once, Envis felt the cold in his bones and the pain in his body, as if the blessing had been a door slammed shut. The frozen sewage beneath him began to groan and fracture. Envis dragged himself toward the nearest ledge on numb limbs and hauled himself up just as the ice gave way. Black water surged in. He lay there, shaking. He was bleeding everywhere. His chest was torn. His fingers were blue. His ankles were mottled with bites. His forearms were scraped raw. His head seeped dark red into the stone. The rats crawled out, horrified. Envis fumbled for his honey with numb fingers. His hands were white-knuckled and trembling. He smeared the last sticky gold over his chest and hissed at the sting. But it wasn't enough. Couldn't be enough. He tore strips from his own clothes and bound what he could with clumsy haste. "I'll be fine," he lied, and the lie broke halfway through. His stomach lurched. He retched hard and vomited bile, garlic, and sewer water to the side, gasping as the world blurred. When it passed, he spat and wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist. "Fucking zombies," he rasped, voice hoarse. He tried to stand and his knees buckled. He caught himself, shaking. He could already see the bites at his ankles turning ugly, purplish, swelling, the veins around them darkening like ink under skin. Frostburn kissed his limbs. The chip-eared rat stepped onto his thigh and offered him the skirmisher's tincture in both paws. Envis stared at it, soft, absurd tenderness in the middle of ruin. "A drop of strength," he breathed, voice gravelly, "for when mine is failing. Thank you, my friend." He took the vial with shaking blue fingers, uncorked it, and drained it. Warm, alchemized power touched his heart and spread through his limbs like a borrowed sunrise. He rose, unsteady, but upright. Without thinking, he bit into his last clove of garlic. The fire returned. Not enough, but something. He lifted Vramiruptor from the sump and shook the filth from the Crovel's head. The last of the rime blue light flickered weakly, and then died. Envis bowed his head. "Thank you, my lady," he whispered to the unseen winter. A cold caress brushed his cheek, gentle as snow. "March forth, little sapling." A woman's voice tickled his ear, soft as frost on glass. "The rest is in thy own hands now." When he opened his eyes, nobody was there. Only falling dust and distant winter. The rats chirped and squeaked, a small chorus of relief. They began to pad away, back toward the tunnels. All but the one with the little chip in its ear. It stood on its hind legs, watching him expectantly. "Aren't you gonna go with your friends?" Envis asked, lowering to a knee. His mouth twitched as a shoulder gash stung. The rat squeaked and gestured with tiny paws toward the fissure in the wall. Envis exhaled a shaky laugh. "You wanna come with me, huh?" He offered his hand. The rat climbed into his palm, then up to his shoulder, warm and stubborn. "All right then," Envis said softly. "Thank you, noble hero. I would welcome your company and your protection." He scritched behind its ear. "I think I'll call you Mallow." Mallow squeaked and nuzzled his neck. "I'm glad you like it." Envis limped toward the fissure. His coin chimed and tugged against his pocket. Not forward, back. He turned, followed the pole to the beast's nest, and found a glint under bone and trash. He moved the skull aside and uncovered a small handful of diamonds and silver coins older than he was. Mallow squeaked with delight. Envis's eyes lit. "To the victors go the spoils," he murmured, stuffing the treasure into his pack, hating that his hand shook with joy over great robbery. Then he faced the fissure again. His body hurt. His blessing was gone. His supplies were scraps, but he still had breath. And his spade. An accursed coin that never seemed to leave him alone. "Fortune and glory," Envis whispered, voice rough with exhaustion and resolve. "Let's finish this." He stepped into the crack in the wall. The fissure spat him out into a cave that felt like a mouth. The air was wet and stale, but not with sewer. This was older, mineral cold, threaded with rot. Red fungus clung to the stone in bruised patches, their caps glowing faintly like embers under ash. Black dust smeared the walls in handprints and streaks, and here and there the dust had mixed with seep water into a tarry glaze. Envis stepped carefully. The floor was a mosaic of remains, splintered ribs, cracked skulls, old teeth, the occasional buckle still looped through rotten leather. He kept his bare feet to the cleanest lines he could find, but clean was a word that didn't belong down here. Mallow stayed pressed against his neck, silent but rigid. whiskers quivering. Envis's legs burned. The bites at his ankles had swollen into ugly, purple-black knots. The skin around them looked inked, as if rot were trying to write itself up in his veins. Every breath scraped his torn chest. His eyelids wanted to close and never reopen. The strength tincture still warmed his blood, but it was a borrowed fire. He could feel it thinning. "Almost there," he murmured, though he didn't know who he was trying to convince. A sharp longing flickered through him, tenebrous as hearthlight, her steady hands, the impossible promise of a bed that didn't smell like rain-soaked dirt. For a heartbeat, he let himself imagine Duskmantle Castle, stone halls, lessons in alchemy, a life that had rules, but also meals. Then he remembered Braig, his smile, the smell of his tunic, the warmth of his arms around him when he was losing his head, and his lifeless, broken body, lost in the ever-dusk. He swallowed hard, jaw tightening. "I chose this." The tunnel ahead brightened, dim, steady light that didn't flicker like fungus. Not sunlight, not fire. Envis limped faster. The cave widened into a massive archway of worked stone, half devoured by time. The masonry was older than the city above. Big blocks fitted tight, their faces worn smooth by water and years. Black dust coated the carvings. Runes ringed the arch in a sick crimson pulse, like a heartbeat you didn't want to hear. Beyond it, a chapel waited. Envis stepped through, and the air changed again, as if the place remembered incense and prayer. The chapel had once been grand. A vaulted ceiling rose into shadow, ribs of stone arcing like a whale's belly. Pews lay shattered and half-buried beneath drifted soot. The walls were scarred with gouges and soot blasts. Black dust swam over everything in smeared tides. At the far end, where an altar should have been, clean and bright, there was ruin. Slabs cracked, offerings overturned, and the statue of Melike broken into pieces. Her face lay on its side like a fallen moon. Envis's coin changed. It didn't hum. It pulled. Hard. His stomach turned as if a hook had sunk into his gut and tugged him toward the altar. A figure stood there with his back turned, cloaked in dark fabric too fine for the filth. He hummed to himself, an elegant little tune that did not belong among bones. Something pale lay across the altar stones. A little boy. Fresh. Envis's vision narrowed. There was blood. There was careful mess, the kind made by someone who knew what they wanted from a body. A small stuffed bunny, one ear torn, had been tossed aside near the base of the altar like a discarded tool. Envis tasted iron. Mallow made a low, furious hiss. The cloaked man didn't look up. "It's rather rude," he said mildly, voice cultured as warm wine, "to interrupt a man at work." He slipped off a pair of black gloves and laid them neatly on the altar beside the gore, as if cleanliness were a virtue worth performing. Then he turned. He was handsome in a way that felt dead. Dark hair, carefully combed, a well-groomed mustache cut sharp over a gaunt mouth, skin pale as paper and eyes bright as crimson, too alive for the rest of him. He bowed with theatrical grace. "Sir Renegus Azrael II," he said. "This is my laboratory, my sanctuary, and my home, all of which you are trespassing upon. To whom do I have the pleasure?" Envis's grip tightened on Vramiruptor. "Envis of Nowhere," he said, voice rough. He lifted his chin a fraction. "And Mallow of Mothric." Mallow bared tiny teeth, shaking with hatred. Renegus's smile barely moved. "Oh," he said, bored. "How quaint. A half-feral boy and a sewer pest. Has the circus come to bless me with tickets?" Envis took one step forward, and the bites in his ankle screamed. He forced himself not to flinch. "Why?" he asked. Renegus blinked as if the question had surprised him with its simplicity. "Why what?" "You killed him." Envis nodded toward the altar. "An astute observation, dear boy." "And you killed Miss Clemeth." Renegus's mouth twitched. Oh, was that what it called itself? And my friend, Bragg, near Gloomstead. At that, Renegus's expression shifted. Not fear, mild irritation. Gloomstead, he repeated, tasting the word. Are you perhaps referring to that unsightly dung heap outside of the Everdusk woods? Envis held his stare. Renegus let out a short laugh. No sane vampire goes into the Everdusk, he said. That is the White Reaper's territory. The words hit Envis like cold water. White Reaper. Territory. Tenebris. His mind flashed. Pale hair in moonlight, a hand at his nape, a bed, a promise of home. The scabs on his neck stung as if they'd heard the name. You know Tenebris Mavros? Envis asked, and his voice cracked despite his effort. Know her? Renegus looked genuinely amused now. Everyone knows her, even your kind. She slew Melikay. Envis's knees went soft. His gaze skidded to the broken face of the statue on the floor, Tenebris's voice in his memory. Melikay Adamantos was slain by an ancient reaper. No, he whispered. Renegus paced, unbothered, boots clicking on stone that should have been sacred. The old legends say she's the first, he mused. The first? Envis barely managed. Renegus's crimson eyes glittered. The first of my kind, he said. The first vampire. The words landed like the jaws of a guillotine snapping shut. Envis's hand went to the scabs on his neck, the truth sliding into place with cruel ease. The night-only schedule, the way everyone went quiet when she entered a room, the faint ache in his veins, the tenderness that had always felt too practiced. Mallow pressed hard against his neck, heartbeat quick and warm. Envis dragged his focus back with effort so sharp it hurt. Not now. He had come to stop a monster. He would deal with Tenebris after, if he lived long enough to see the sun again. Renegus returned to the altar, and with a small flourish, he lifted a bone. Not a human bone. It was gnarled, thick with fused rootlets. Dead plant matter melded to it like petrified veins. Old tales tell an Earthborn was buried here, Renegus said, reverent in the way a thief is reverent toward treasure. In a time long forgotten. As it turns out, he smiled, the legends were true. Envis's coin throbbed like a wound. I am Sir Renegus Azrael II, Renegus announced, voice ringing off the vaults, and the first necromancer to command one of Melikay's own. Mothric will be the first of many conquests. He tossed the bone to the floor between them. The impact made the runes along the arch pulse brighter. Renegus raised both hands. Crimson fire bloomed in his palms, wet-looking, hungry, the color of fresh arterial blood. It poured down over the root bone. The little dead roots stirred. They became tendrils. Arise! Renegus intoned, voice deepening. Kyleth of the Loam, walk the earth again. Hear my voice and hearken to me, for I am your master. Bones answered. Not just one pile, all of them. Ribs slid across stone. Spines clicked together like beads. Skulls rolled with hollow enthusiasm. The chapel's refuse moved as if the floor had become a living thing. The bones pulled beneath the root bone, stacking, building, arranging. A shape rose. Too large, too wrong. A skeleton colossus thrice Envis's size had assembled itself with obscene patience. Its torso was layered rib cages. Its shoulders bristled with spines like jagged pauldrons. A giant skull crowned it, crimson fire burning behind empty sockets. Along its chest, smaller skulls chattered, as if excited to taste living flesh. Renegus pointed. Kill the runt. The colossus moved. Its foot came down and the chapel shook. Envis dove as stone cracked and dust geysered. A fallen pew exploded into splinters where he'd been a heartbeat before. Something heavy fell from above, masonry giving way. A section of ceiling collapsed, not into darkness, but into a shaft. Daylight knifed down, not a broad beam, more like a column, as if the chapel's old oculus had long ago become a sinkhole to the surface beyond the city walls. Gold spilled across broken stone. Envis's heart kicked. He reached for the mirror and felt it crumble in his pocket. He pulled up his hand. Crystal shards slid between his fingers like sand. No! The Colossus's hand swept down. Envis rolled again, shoulders screaming, and skeletal fingers pulverized another pew into dust. Mallow hissed and vanished into Envis's pack as the air was filled with fallen grit. Envis's lungs burned. He fumbled a fly amanita from his pouch with shaking fingers and shoved it into his mouth. Bitter, earthy, then heat. His blood surged. His vision sharpened into edges. He charged Renegus. Vromuruptor rose in both hands and came down a diagonal slash meant to end smugness forever. Renegus lifted a palm. A crimson barrier flared, thin as glass, hard as fate. Steel struck it and squealed. Sparks skittered. Envis hacked again. Nothing. The barrier didn't even ripple. Then the Colossus caught him from behind. A skeletal hand closed around his torso and hurled him. Envis flew. He hit the wall. Stone bit his shoulder. A crack sounded. His own body, not the chapel. White heat flashed through his spine. He slid down, gasping. Renegus watched with idle interest. "How brave," he said. "How predictable." Envis forced himself up. He rolled his shoulders. He swallowed bile. The Colossus strode toward him, each step a verdict. Envis surged toward the thing's leg instead, using its own size against it. He planted a foot on bone and launched himself up, bringing Vromuruptor across the giant's skull. The blow rang like a bell. The skull barely turned. The Colossus's fist came down. Envis tried to raise the Crevel to block. Impact. Pain. His world went white. He screamed. The Crevel shuddered. His arm screamed louder. He crumpled. The Colossus raised its foot. Envis's breath came ragged as he struggled weakly to pull himself out of the way. "Mallow," he tried, voice ruined. "Run." Mallow burst from the pack, tiny, furious. It grabbed a splinter of pew and stood on Envis's chest like a knight on a rampart, hissing at the giant and brandishing the splinter like a battle sword. Envis couldn't breathe. "No. Don't." Time slowed. The massive foot began to descend. Envis's mind flashed. Sam's face. Rocks at a post. The taste of the air and sunlight. Moo in his hands. Tenebris's touch at his hair, making him believe he was more than ditch dirt. Mom and Dad always told me I'd never have a happy ending. The foot fell. I'm sorry. The air tore. A blur of white hair and black steel slammed into the Colossus. The impact knocked it sideways like a toppled statue. Black fog spilled across the floor, thick and cold, swallowing the chapel's dust. Tenebris stood over Envis. Her eyes were void black. Her wrath made the air thin. Mallow froze mid-hiss and dropped its splinter. Tenebris's gaze flicked down, softer by a hair when it found Envis's ruined body. Then it snapped back to Renegus. Renegus went pale in a way Envis hadn't thought possible. Lady Mavros, he stammered, bowing without meaning to. "Well, what brings you to my house?" "You touched what is mine." Tenebris's voice hit the chapel like a thunderclap. Black fog lapped the altar stones like flame. Renegus's mouth opened. His gaze flicked to Envis, then back to her. "That wild thing belongs to you?" Tenebris didn't answer. A great scythe formed in her hand, shadow and black fire coalescing into a wicked blade with a curve so sharp it made the light around it look afraid. "Kyleth!" Renegus shrieked. "Kill her!" The Colossus roared and lumbered. Tenebris moved, not fast. Final. 3 cuts. The Colossus didn't even have time to understand it had died. Its ribs burst apart into a storm of bone that caught black fire and burned away into nothingness. Only one thing remained on the floor. Kylet's root bone, smoking. Renegus made a strangled sound and his shield fell. No! No! Tenebris crossed the distance in a blink. She didn't duel. She reaped. Her blade passed through Renegus's torso, splitting him clean in half. His scream echoed off Melike's ruined vaults. Tenebris stepped forward and crushed his skull beneath her boot with the ease of crunching dry leaves. The sound was wet and short. He has a name, she said coldly, not looking at the gore. Yours will be forgotten. The scythe burned away in black flames. In a blink she was kneeling before Envis, Blacksteel scraping stone. One gauntlet found his shoulder. The other cupped his face with a precision that would have been gentle if it weren't so unyielding. Envy, she said, and the nickname came wrapped out in fear she never allowed herself to show. I'm fine. Envis rasped and pushed her hand away with shaking fingers. Tenebris's jaw tightened. I'm taking you home. Now. We need to... Envis swallowed, tasting blood. Talk. He forced himself up against the wall. His arm was broken. His chest tore with each breath. His ankle bites burned like brimstone. Tenebris steadied him with a heavy hand. We will speak after you're alive enough to speak, she said, already tearing strips from her cloak and binding his wounds. No. The word surprised even him. Envis's eyes found the root bone on the floor. Mallow, trembling, dragged it toward him and dropped it into his palm like a gift before vanishing into his pack. The dead roots pulsed faintly, as if remembering Green. Envis closed his fingers. Something old stirred. I know what you are, and I don't care, Envis said. You have just as much right to walk the earth as I or anyone else. Something ancient and almost lonely softened behind Tenebris's eyes as she continued, dressing his wounds. Envis reached out one shaking, bloody hand and placed it on her cheek, bringing her gaze to his. Did you slay Melike? I did. His throat closed. And my friend, Break? A pause, tiny but real. Yes. Envis flinched as if struck. Why? He asked hoarsely. It was convenient, Tenebris murmured, checking his bindings. Envis's face began to crumple at the edges, but he steeled himself and did something that hurt more than his wounds. He looked at her, not as a protector, not as a miracle, as the shape of a choice. I don't care who you were. I care about who you choose to be now. Her pale features went soft. She looked almost human in the way she wore concern. Will you kill again? Yes. The words came plain, as if they were simply weather. Envis's heart broke cleanly. But you could be good. I could, she agreed, almost gently. I do not want to. His coin burned at his thigh. Envis's voice dropped to a raw plea. Then use me, he said shakily. Drink from me. Don't hurt anyone else. If you need to hurt someone, hurt me. Tenebris's expression softened, and then twisted, wrongly, dangerously. Oh, Envy, she murmured. Sweet thing. Her gauntlet slid to his throat, not choking, reminding. His hand fell away from her face. I do not want a puppet, she said. Strings tangle and snap. I want a bond that runs deeper than the skin. I want you close enough that the world could never steal you from me. Her thumb pressed lightly at his pulse. I want a son. And I've chosen you, she said, voice quiet as ash. The confession landed like a nail in a coffin. Come. We're going home. Lady Tenebris, please, he begged, voice hoarse and breaking. Please don't hurt anyone else. I'll go with you. I'll do anything you say. I swear. You were never leaving, and you will do as I say regardless. You are my property, she said, voice velvet over a blade. Envis's hand tightened around Kyleth's bone. His eyes filled with grief he refused to spill. I guess you leave me no choice. I'll fight you! Envy, you can't even stand. She tore another piece from her cloak and began fashioning a makeshift splint from a piece of broken pew. Stop fucking calling me that! Green embers flashed behind his eyes as he dragged himself to his feet on shaking legs, bracing against the wall. I'm not gonna let you hurt anyone else! Tenebris studied him for a moment, and then rose to her feet. She stepped back, arms open, almost mocking. Try and stop me, she invited. Be a hero. Monster. Envis tasted the word like ash. His coin burned against his thigh, hotter than fear, hotter than grief, until it felt less like metal and more like a live coal somebody had slipped into his pocket to see if he'd flinch. Tenebris stood framed by ruin and sacred wreckage, black dust in the tide marks along the chapel walls. Melike's broken face watching from the floor, sunlight spilling through the collapsed oculus in a single pale column that made the floating grit look like slow snow. Envis drew one breath, then set his broken arm. The snap cracked through the nave like a twig in winter. Pain flashed white and clean. His vision stuttered. Mallow's muffled squeaking rose inside the pack. Tiny panic, tiny protest. Tenebris's chin tipped, almost curious. Her gaze slid to the root bone in Envis's hand, gnarled, thick, veined with dead plant matter, and under his fingers, the old roots pulsed faintly, remembering green. You aren't a monster by birth, Tenebris Mavros, Envis said, and he was surprised to hear how steady his voice sounded. He lifted the bone like an accusation with a trembling hand. Tenebris's eyes narrowed. Envis, she said, her voice switching to icy command. Drop it! You're a monster by choice! He crushed the bone. It gave like dry chalk, like ancient wood turned to powder. Dust and root fragments spilled into his palm. He pressed the debris into the torn, raw skin of his chest, right over all the places his heart had been trying to crawl out of him all day. In the ruined stillness, his eyes shut and begged for something he didn't understand. Lend me your strength, Kyleth of the Loam. The answer came like embers down a chimney. A faded earthen fire coursed through his veins. Old, stubborn, heavy. His pain dulled. The nausea retreated like a tide. His spine uncurled a fraction. He stood taller than he had any right to. When he opened his eyes, the world was sharper. His irises had gone vivid green, bright as new leaves in sun. His ears stretched longer beneath his hair, tapering to points that didn't belong to a human boy. A brief look of surprise washed over Tenebris's features, sharpening into keen interest. You aren't really human, are you? She mused. Envis drew Vramiruptor. I'm more human than you can handle, Mavros. The Krevel steel looked small in his hands, almost laughable against her armor and the weight she carried like weather. He stepped into the spilled column of sunlight. The scab bites at his neck pulled tight. The torn places on his skin sizzled faintly as the light touched them. Painful, cleansing, clarifying. Roots and thorny vines threaded the skin and stitched them shut in agonizing pain that made him dizzy. My name is Envis of Nowhere, he said, voice rising until it filled the broken chapel. And I am gonna strike you down in the name of Melike Adamantos. He planted his feet. Hairline cracks laced the stone beneath him. Nothing dramatic, just the earth acknowledging a hand on its shoulder. Mallow chirped once from inside the pack, too brave to be quiet, too wise to come out. Tenebris didn't flinch. Kneel, she said. Never. The word tasted like blood and pride. I said kneel, boy! Her fingers curled into a fist. The air thickened. It wasn't wind. It wasn't magic as any mortal understood it. It was authority. An invisible weight that had decided the rules of gravity had changed. Gah! Something crushed in his chest. Not bone, his heart. A dark power squeezed him from the inside, devouring his borrowed fire as if it were a candle set too close to a void. His knees buckled. Vramiruptor slipped from his grasp and clattered across stone. "You tried to stand against me," Tenebris said, and her voice boomed with the chapel's echoes. "Now you will be made to crawl." The floor rushed up. Envis caught himself on one hand, trembling. His nose bled, hot drops pattering onto the stone like a weak little drumbeat. The pressure in his chest felt like a shackle around his soul, dragging him down to a place below the stone. His coin burned, blistering heat like a shard of sun trapped beneath endless night. His free hand moved of its own accord. He reached. The searing metal scorched his fingertips, then softened. It collapsed into his palm like sugar and rain. For one heartbeat, Envis felt naked. Then the earthen fire in his chest exploded back to life. Violent, furious, offended, and the ends of his hair took on a sheen of vivid green, lapping the air like flames behind him. The dark shackle snapped. Envis inhaled like a man breaking the surface of water. Tenebris hissed, an involuntary sound, and reeled half a step, clutching her hand as though it had been burned. An elusive young Spriggan, wearing the guise of a son of man. "Well met, bearer of the Luckstone." Her voice went lethal, darker than the black dust smeared on Melike's walls. Envis snatched Vramiruptor and jumped to his feet. A faint aura of green fire lapped his skin, singeing him in thin, hot kisses. Lines of golden light crawled across the back of his hand, forming a 7-pointed star with a single green dot in its center. It burned itself into him. He bit back a scream, the mark seared like a brand, but it held. The ground cracked beneath his foot as he launched himself forward, lightning agility too fast for how broken he was supposed to be, too fast for how human he had never been. He swung Vramiruptor once, then twice, 3 times in rapid succession. Sparks flew as Tenebris blocked each strike with effortless precision. Gauntlet meeting steel like it had been waiting for it. The third swing she parried. She stepped into him, arms like iron, gentle as a trap. And then her mouth was at his neck. Fangs slid into the scabbed bites. The pain was a tearing hotness that made his vision flash white. Envis screamed and tried to wrench away, but her hold on him only tightened, one arm banding his back, the other anchoring him by the hair as if he were something delicate she refused to drop. His blood pulled, his strength drained. "Get off!" he shouted. The green flames lapping his skin flared brighter, desperate, angry. He pulled them into his palm and shoved. An explosion of green light burst between them. Tenebris staggered back a single step, black steel stippled with green embers. She looked delighted. Envis's neck gushed a bright red. He jumped back into the sunlight and clamped a shaking hand over the wound. The skin sizzled and cauterized under the beam, biting his lip as it closed with a scorching pain. Gah! His breath came ragged. Dizziness crept at the edges. He lifted Vramiruptor again, though his arms shook. Tenebris' smile twisted wider. "You remind me of her," she said softly. Envis' stomach dropped. "Of Melike. She fought so valiantly. Never for herself, always for the safety of her world. She cared so much about her precious little humans, almost like she was pretending she was one of them." Her voice turned fond in the way predators become fond of worthy prey. "I cut her down," Tenebris continued, almost conversational, and watched as the light left her eyes. Something in Envis split. He roared. He surged forward on raw will and borrowed earth fire, bringing Vramiruptor up in a brutal slash, aimed at her head. Tenebris didn't move an inch. My, she murmured, not unkindly. Such a raw display of power from a creature so small." Then she kicked. The side kick hit his ribs like a battering ram. Envis flew. He smashed into a pillar with an earth-shattering crack. Heat flooded through him. Worse than pain. Worse than exhaustion. Something inside shifting that shouldn't have. He slid down, gasping. "I can't. I'm not strong enough." The green flames on his skin flickered as he staggered to his feet. "But I have to keep trying." Tenebris held out her hand. Shadow gathered. A wicked black scythe materialized, dark fire licking its blade, the curve of it so sharp it made the sunlight look ashamed. That's right, Tenebris purred. On your feet, little Envy. The nickname crawled over his skin like cold fingers. I haven't finished playing with you yet. Her laugh was bright and wrong, maniacal, delighted, hungry. Envis took a step back, stunned. A shiver of dread ripped through his spine. He barely had time to raise Vromiruptor before she was on him. The scythe moved like a thought. The slash passed his throat by a hair. He jumped back, heels skidding on dust and broken stone. Don't run away from me, boy. Another slash. He ducked. Another. The memory of a coin's chime tickled his ears. He jumped, kicked off the flat of the blade. Impossible. Stupid. Desperate. Then used her shoulder pauldron like a step and vaulted higher than he should have been able to. Into the sunlight. Light hit his skin. For a heartbeat it felt like warmth. Then it burned. A ray of gold coalesced into his hands, sunlight made solid by stubbornness and grief. He dragged Vromiruptor up and over his shoulder, digging into every last fiber of himself. The beam around brightened until dust motes turned into sparks, and the light became blinding. He brought the Crevel down. The strike threw a diagonal air slash of golden fire. A brief look of surprise washed over Tenebris's features before it hit her in an explosion of light. Envis fell to the stone and dropped to one knee, breathing like a drowning man clawing for air. Vromiruptor clanged to the floor, sending golden sparks flying, its edge glowing radiant. His hands were burned. He grabbed the haft anyway. He tried to stand. His legs betrayed him and his knees met stone again. Is it over? Blood dripped from his nose and brow onto stone. The claw gashes and bruises reintroduced themselves with blinding insistence. Their threadwork held, but the pain sharpened. Smoke thinned. Tenebris' silhouette sharpened, dark, tall, unbroken. She patted small golden flames from her shoulder like they were annoying insects. Her blackened armor bore a single char across the breastplate. Black blood beaded on a scratch at her cheek. Tenebris touched it with a gauntleted finger and studied the drop with mild interest. I can't recall the last time I bled, she said. Envis watched in horror as the skin knitted itself closed. No scar, no proof. You're just full of surprises, dear boy, she added, amused as if praising a clever pet. She swung the scythe once, testing its balance. The sunlight spilling through the ruined ceiling suddenly felt thin and cold, not because the sun had changed, because she was walking through it, and the light seemed to bend away as black flames lapped at the blade. Envis grabbed Vromiruptor and forced himself up, wobbling. The black fog thickened along the floor, crawling like ink, almost making him lose his balance. "Face me, Spriggan," she said, her voice winter. "Show me that you're worth my time." Envis took a shaky step back, his breath going shallow as a crushing terror gripped his heart like a vice. "I said, face me!" Her voice struck the air like thunder, and she swung her scythe again, aiming for his neck. Envis tumbled backward, and the blade threw a slash of black fire that struck the back wall of the chapel. The cavern shook, and boulders of stone and earth crashed into the floor like falling stars. Envis scrabbled backwards, heart thudding in his throat like a hammer. He squeezed Vromiruptor's haft so hard the skin on his burning palms began to tear. Tenebris took slow steps toward him, a dark, hungry smile playing on her lips, each footfall landing with the finality of a queen retrieving a disobedient hound. All that running, for all those years. All those people you try to help and heal, but deep down you're just a scared little boy who wanted someone to love him. The words hit him like daggers sliding between plate mail. Flashes of his parents, the woods, and sneering faces sank into his mind like fangs. No. He shook his head, scrabbling back further as the ceiling crashed into the floor around them. The memory of a coin's chime rang in his skull like church bells, tolling. All that running and you haven't hit your second wind? The familiar voice of a fallen friend spoke in his ear. "Break?" Envis whispered hoarsely. Shadows moved in the corner of his vision, and the ghost of a warm hand gripped his shoulder reassuringly. Tenebris lifted her scythe, aiming for his neck, ready to kill, preparing to reap. "Get up. You're not some helpless victim. Survive, like you always have, Envis of Lathrok." Tenebris swung, ending itself taking a blade's shape. A coin's chime rang again, and a boulder of earth and stone fell above them, and Tenebris redirected her slash upward, splitting it cleanly in two, the halves exploding to rubble when they kissed the floor. Borrowed time. He brought VTuber up into a mighty uppercut slash. Steel met cold flesh and ancient bone, sending a painful shock ringing through his arms. Another chime. Before Tenebris could react, Envis kicked off her breastplate in an explosion of green fire, throwing himself up and back to gain some distance. Another piece of ceiling crashed between them, creating a little more. Black blood oozed from a large cut across Tenebris's cheek, and as the skin tried to re-net, green embers burned and sizzled the pale flesh. She hissed and placed a hand over it, her gaze dragging to him, unfathomable, magnanimous. "I'm a lucky guy. You should know by now not to bet against me." Envis rolled his shoulders and shook black blood off the steel of his crovel. "So this is the power of the Luckstone." Tenebris's lips curled into a smile as she licked her own blood off steel-clad fingers with a wicked black tongue. "You're exquisite, Envy, darling." The nickname shook him to his core. The green flames began to leave angry burns on his arms. Despite the searing pain, Envis forced a shaking smile as golden sunlight bathed over him. He felt Brake's presence just beside him, and the sunlight grew stronger as memories of his smile played behind his eyes, as his scent filled his nostrils, and as the little way he fumbled shyly when knocking arrows flashed in his mind. Envis held out his left hand and golden sunlight warped, strengthened, consolidated. It scorched the skin of his palms as it took the shape of a brilliant golden bow. Brake's bow, reforged with light and swathed in golden fire. "You should have killed every part of him." Envis's voice shook at the edges with pain and a fierce earthen fire in his throat. He sheathed VTuber and knocked 3 golden arrows along the fiery string, because now he's still here. Tenebris stanced herself and ready to evade, but Envis turned the bow skyward and shot the arrows into the light. Then he shot 3 more, 6, 9, 12, each bundle burning off the skin between his fingers. The bow faded into radiant embers and Envis drew VTuber. Tenebris lunged forward and the first arrow struck her sabaton in a small burst of golden fire, scorching her armor and throwing off her footing. Envis met her head on. Sparks flew as Crovel danced with Scythe. The second arrow struck her pauldron. The third grazed her gauntlet. Envis hacked and slashed, arcs of vivid green clashing desperately, stupidly, against the black certainty of night. He tried desperately to break through her guard as a rain of golden arrows cascaded around them like falling angels. By some force of luck, none of them hit him, and most met their mark. This was never about Brage. Tenebris laughed, low and pleased. She deflected blow after blow with all the certainty of a tyrant issuing a verdict, the corners of her mouth twitching as golden arrows scorched her armor and cloak. "You just want so badly to prove that you're useful enough not to be discarded in a world that doesn't care." She slammed the pommel of her scythe into his chest. Ribs cracked. Envis flew back, tumbling into the floor and rolling to his feet. His chest screamed in splintering pain, forcing him to a knee. "My turn," Tenebris said, delighted. Black flames kissed her armor, her tattered cloak flowing behind her like a battle standard of black fire. "It's far too bright in here, don't you think?" Tenebris swung her scythe at the ground, and ghostly azure runes burned themselves into the stone, spreading across the floor like a virus. Envis braced himself as a dark wind ripped through the chapel like a hurricane, blotting out the broken ceiling as it continued to crash around them. No sunlight broke through the wind, darker than starless night. His broken body felt heavier and was met with a crushing resistance from all angles. Tenebris was on him in a blur, faster than his eyes could track. Steel clang on steel as he desperately, impossibly, managed to deflect her blows. 1, 2, 3. Each clang of steel sent shocks through his body and sapped more of his strength, his fire, and his will. One-handing her scythe, she caught him by the throat with her free hand and lifted him off the ground. That little voice saying there's still hope. she said, her voice honest over dark, nameless terror. "It's lying." Vramiraptor clattered to the floor in green gold sparks. Envis's lungs burned as the edges of his vision began to fade. Tenebris threw him as if he weighed little more than a rag. He hit the floor with a crack like bark splintering, gasping as air flooded his lungs, one hand struggling to hold himself up as the other clutched at his bruising throat. The dark wind lessened in its intensity, but the room remained black as tar. Tenebris took slow steps towards him and kicked his Crovel to the space in front of him. "Pick it up," she said, not unkindly. "I didn't say you could stop." The green fire guttered like a candle in the wind, and his hair faded back to dark brown. Envis's body shook violently as he picked up Vramiraptor and forced himself to his feet. Envis tried to swing. His arms shook too hard. The Crovel felt like lead. Tenebris met the weak attempt with a single, crushing counter. Her scythe struck Vramiraptor's haft. The Crovel screamed, then shattered. Splinters of wood, shards of radiant metal. The sound of it felt like something dying inside Envis, something older than the weapon, something that had kept him alive for years. Tenebris lifted the scythe again, aiming for his neck. Envis's eyes hooded. "I'm sorry, Brake. I wasn't good enough." He let them fall shut. "I'll see you soon." He expected death, but death didn't come. The blade stopped a hair behind his neck. He felt the cold of it without the cut. Then Tenebris stepped in and pulled him into her arms. The scythe burned away into shadow. Her embrace tightened, one arm banding his back, the other threading into his hair and pressing him to her cuirass. "Shh," she cooed, and the tenderness was terrible. "You can't fight me anymore, Envy darling." The nickname made his skin crawl. He jerked weakly, tried to pull away. She only guided his head aside. Her fangs found his throat again. "No!" His voice was barely breath. His body grew cold as she drank, methodical, unhurried, possessive. The last scraps of strength slid out of him like water leaving sand. When she finished, her lips brushed his ear. "You don't have to pretend to be strong anymore," she whispered. "Little hero." His hand fell away. The light in his eyes dulled and flickered. "Sleep," she murmured, and the word shaped like a command and lullaby at once. "My pet." His cheek rested against cold armor. "Mother is taking you home," Tenebris said softly. Envis Mavros. The chapel blurred. The darkness grew. The falling ceiling turned into stars. And then, there was nothing at all. Chapter 9. The azure torches along the walls and Duskmantle's lower floor flickered and dimmed as their queen passed by. Envis lay half limp in her arms, thrashing and jerking every now and again, wrapped tightly in the remains of her cloak. The pale blue light gave a ghostly glow to his soft features. Quite the little scrapper, even in his sleep, Tenebris thought to herself as she tightened her grip, crushing him closer against her cuirass. She shouldered through the oaken door to her infirmary and kicked it shut. She laid him across a stone table like an offering on an altar before tossing his bag aside like refuse. She angled his face towards hers for a moment. Green irises beneath half-closed eyelids paired with the newly tapered tips of his ears just poking out from beneath his dark curls made him look more honest than he had ever been. And she could smell the faint, earthen magic coursing through his veins. Something cold tightened behind her ribs. "He is mine. He is not allowed to die." Her fingers slid beneath his jaw to his pulse point, weakened, thready, fluttering like a trapped bird. His breathing was swift and shallow. She shed her gauntlets on a nearby table and traded them for a pair of thin black gloves. She swiftly tied her hair back and fetched some proper bandages, salve, and antiseptic. She had torn her cloak to tatters to bind his wounds and wrapped him in the remains of it. She could get another cloak for her armor. She couldn't replace her favorite vintage. Her eyes moved to the bites on his ankles. The skin was purplish black, and dark black veins spidered up his legs. Zombie bites. Her jaw clenched. The very idea of anything damaging her property filled her with icy fury. Nobody touches him but me. Tenebris fetched a bottle of pale, glimmering liquid from a shelf, and began to drizzle it on each bite where a dull, angry red pulsed amidst the black. Envis lurched and thrashed. Tenebris swiftly held him down. Screams tore out of him and froth pooled at the corners of his mouth before his body went still again, racked with the occasional shiver. He was turning. Tenebris salved and bandaged what she could before fetching some suturing supplies for the angrier wounds, and some shears for the broken roots and torn vines that tried to hold him together. She smelled something in his bag before they left. Small, furry, fear and worry, but she paid it no mind. He was her priority. Her gaze moved back to his sleeping face and softened a degree. Always setting himself ablaze to keep others from freezing. How pestilent. How exquisite. Tenebris sterilized her tools and began her needlework. The world had its chance with him and squandered it. He belongs to me now, and I have no intention of returning him. Part 2. The White Reaper. Chapter 10. Envis woke like surfacing from a riptide. His green eyes darted wildly as his lungs clawed for air. Flashes of the chapel, of Tenebris, her scythe, and of Sunfire burned behind his eyes and fractured memories. Then he remembered Mallow, the way he stood on his chest, brandishing a splinter like a knight on a rampart. Envis tried to drag himself up, only to be met with heavy, tight resistance. As his eyes focused, he found himself confined to a bed with leather restraints, his broken arm in a black sling and tied to his chest with soft linen. Panic surged in his chest like a storm, and he began to pull and thrash against his restraints. Easy. A cool, pale hand found his sternum and pressed him down. Not kindly, not cruelly, merely exact. He looked up to see Tenebris standing over him, all black and steel and moonlit hair. Her gauntlets were shed and placed on a nearby table. Lady Tenebris, he stammered, voice hoarse and the rest spilling out, as flashes of golden fire burned in his mind. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Did I? She placed a cool finger to his lips, her gaze softening. I'm not hurt, little hero, she said softly. The nickname hit him like a bruise pressed. His body eased a fraction and his breathing steadied. Thank the green, he rasped. I never wanted to hurt you. I only wanted to... I know what you were trying to do, she hummed, busying herself with a small tray on a side table. Envis's eyes adjusted further to the dim as he looked around, trying to get an idea of where he was. A small chamber, stone walls, clean enough to feel wrong after sewer rot and chapel dust. Shelves lined one side, crowded with jars, dried herbs, powdered minerals, preserved things that looked too much like eyes. Blue torches burned dimly in iron cages. A heavy oaken door lay closed like a verdict. The smell was sharp and antiseptic. Boiled cloth and alcohol, bitter plants. Layered beneath it all was something unmistakably tenebrous. Cold iron and winter night rose. Where are we? His voice scraped before he coughed and sputtered. Tenebris didn't look at him as she busied herself with bottles and vials at a nearby table. Home, she said simply, as if the word belonged to a boy like him. Duskmantle Castle's infirmary. Envis wanted to ask where Mallow was, but held his tongue. He wasn't sure if Tenebris would hurt him or not if he stayed in Envis's bag. Melike, please keep him safe. Envis's gaze slid down to his restraints. Why am I tied down? His voice, broken and hoarse, came out much smaller than he would have liked. For your safety, so you don't tear yourself back open, she said, bringing a silver cup to his lips. Sip, she commanded. He bit down on his lip and tried to turn his head away, despite his throat being bone dry. Sip. She didn't raise her voice, but the sudden chill in the air spoke with magnitude enough. He lowered his eyes in resignation as the honeyed water washed over his tongue. She pulled the cup back as he coughed and sputtered and brought it back to his lips. More, she commanded, and he hated that he obeyed her. You were dying, she said with clinical cruelty, as she set the cup off to the side. Envis flinched despite himself. Tenebrous' gaze flicked to the movement, and something like faint amusement touched the corner of her mouth, quickly smothered. The bites, she continued. On your ankles. The creatures in that basin tried to make you like them. Envis' stomach dropped. Memory flashed. Slimy hands dragging him under, teeth in his skin, the sewer water forcing its way into his lungs. His voice broke. I would have... You were turning, Tenebrous said plainly, like describing weather. Not fully, not yet. Fever would have come first. Delirium, then hunger. Then you would have risen and not been you. Her thumb traced the edge of his ankle bandage, not quite touching skin. Renegus would have loved to have a brave-hearted little hero rotting on his chain, enslaved to a hunger that could never be sated. Tenebrous' mouth twitched at the idea in disgust. I stopped it. Envis swallowed hard. A tremor ran through him. Exhaustion, horror, and shame. You're resilient, but this plague is beyond resilience. You were maybe a day or so from rising, she said. Thank you for saving me, he said quietly, ragged, honest, unguarded. Tenebrous stared at him for one long beat, as if the words had struck someplace inside her that armor didn't cover. Then her mouth curved. Not a smile, a possession wearing the shape of one. You woke tied to a bed, and your first concern was whether you had hurt me, she said. Even after you tried. Envis' cheeks burned. I didn't want to hurt you. I wanted you to stop. I know what you wanted, Tenebrous said again, and this time the words were colder. You sought to chain me with your morals. You tried to tame the dark with a boy's hands. She leaned closer. Envis could smell her. Winter, steel, and night rose. Too elegant for how monstrous she was. Her hair fell over one shoulder, pale as bone, shimmering like starlight. And you almost died for it, she murmured. Envis swallowed hard. I'd do it again. Tenebrous' eyes brightened, not with warmth, with interest. Of course you would, she said. I'd be disappointed if you wouldn't. He clenched his jaw and glared into her pitch-black eyes with as much defiance as he could muster. Tenebrous straightened and reached for one of the vials on her tray. She uncorked it with a single twist and held it up to the torchlight. The liquid inside was a cloudy, viscous white. Envis' stomach tightened on instinct. What is that? He asked, voice thin. Medicine, Tenebrous said, her unblinking gaze slowly sliding back to him. For you. Envis tried to pull back. The strap at his chest held him. The leather at his wrist bit. No, he said, and it came out as a hoarse little sound that didn't match the defiance he wanted. I don't. Stay away from me. Tenebrous' hand returned to his face, not touching his lips this time. Her thumb pressed at his jaw, tilting his head with absurd gentleness. You're shaking, she observed, as if it were a curiosity. You're injured, feverish, and you still believe you can fight me. Envis glared up at her, green eyes burning. I can, no, Tenebrous said, and the single syllable shut the air. You can't. She brought the vial to his mouth. Envis clamped his lips shut. Tenebrous waited, patient as a surgeon. Then she leaned in close enough that the empty voids of her eyes swallowed the light of his. You will drink, she said quietly, because I command you, because I saved you, and because I own you. The last line fell like a chain. Envis' throat tightened. I don't. Tenebrous' fingers pressed lightly at the sides of his jaw, just enough pressure to remind him how easily she could force it, how little his strength mattered in this bed. Her voice stayed calm. I could hold you down with one hand and pour it into you, she said, almost conversational. But then you'll choke, and then I'll have to save you again. Envis' nostrils flared. Rage and fear churned together until he couldn't tell them apart. Then his mouth trembled with exhaustion, and he opened. The medicine was bitter, herbal, metallic at the back of the tongue. He swallowed once. Tenebrous tipped the vial again. More. Envis swallowed, gagging. The edges of the room softened. tight. The restraints didn't loosen, but his muscles stopped finding leverage against them. His thoughts began to drag, thick and slow. Tenebris watched his pupils with a physician's focus. "Good," she murmured. "I like you much better when you're quiet." Envis fought to keep his eyes open. His throat worked around words that felt too big for his mouth. "No," he whispered, and the word came out smaller than he meant it to. "No." Tenebris leaned in again. "You did well," she said, and it was the most frightening praise he had ever heard as her voice tickled his ear. He tried to pull against his restraints, but his body wouldn't listen. He tried to hang on to his anger as it slipped through his grasp. He tried to hate her, but his heart only ached further. "You can't fight me anymore," she said, and it wasn't a taunt. It was a fact spoken with quiet satisfaction. "I already won. Like I always do." Envis tried to lift his head, tried to spit out a retort, tried to promise he'd fight again. But all he managed was a weak swallow, and another shiver. Tenebris's cool fingers brushed his cheek. "Sleep," she said. And whether it was the medicine, the exhaustion, or the weight of her will filling the room like fog, Envis couldn't keep his eyes open, and the medicine drowned the edges. The torches blurred into azure. Her hair became a pale smear in the dark, and the last thing he felt before the night took him was her cool hand on his sternum, steady as a shackle, gentle as a lie. I think that's enough reading for tonight.